Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories where things don't go the normal way. Magic is stronger and darker, and the wizarding world shows its hidden side. You've seen today's title. What if the Dursleys' cruelty awakened Harry Potter as the true heir of Salazar Slytherin? Quick note before we start. This video is self-recorded and made following YouTube's latest rules. All stories here are originally written and created only for storytelling and entertainment. If you like dark timelines, powerful Harry, and ancient magic, subscribe and be part of Ultimate Harry. Now, let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Awakening. The darkness under the stairs had a smell. Dust, old shoes, and the faint chemical bite of the cleaning supplies Aunt Petunia stored in the corner. Harry Potter knew that smell better than he knew the smell of breakfast, lunch, or dinner, none of which ever found their way to him in sufficient quantity. He lay on his thin mattress, staring at the cobwebs in the corner where the ceiling sloped down to meet the wall. The spiders had more freedom than he did. They came and went as they pleased through the crack beneath the cupboard door. Harry watched one now, a fat-bodied thing with delicate legs, making its slow progress across the water stain that looked vaguely like a cloud. 11 years old tomorrow. Not that it mattered. Birthdays in this house were marked by absence of cards, absence of presents, absence of acknowledgement that another year had passed in the life of the boy they kept like a dirty secret in a cupboard. From upstairs, he heard the thunder of Dudley's feet. The floorboards creaked under the weight of his cousin's bulk as he ran from his bedroom to the bathroom and back again, probably counting the presents that had arrived in the morning post. Harry had seen the stack on the kitchen counter when he'd made breakfast, 37 so far, wrapped in bright paper with curly ribbons. Dudley had demanded Aunt Petunia count them 3 times. Harry's stomach cramped with hunger. He'd had half a slice of burnt toast that morning, the one Aunt Petunia had scraped into the bin before realizing he was watching. She'd fished it out, brushed off the tea leaves, and thrust it at him with a look that said, "This is more than you deserve." The toast was gone now. Had been gone for hours. He closed his eyes and tried to imagine what it would be like to have 37 presents. What would it feel like to wake up knowing that someone, anyone, had thought about you enough to choose something, wrap it, and send it through the post with your name on it? Harry Potter, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Asterisk. Such ordinary words for such an extraordinary absence. A crash from upstairs made him flinch. Dudley's voice rose in a wail, "Mum. Dad, the new one won't work," and Harry braced himself for the inevitable. The stomping down the stairs. The yells. The search for someone to blame. The cupboard door flew open, flooding Harry's dark sanctuary with painful light. Vernon Dursley filled the doorway, his massive purple face contorted with rage. "Boy!" Harry scrambled to his feet, pressing himself against the back wall. "Yes, Uncle Vernon. What have you done to Dudley's new computer game?" "I haven't done anything. I've been in here all." "Lies." Vernon's hand shot out, grabbing Harry by the front of his too large shirt and yanking him into the hall. "You're always skulking about, messing with things that don't belong to you. You probably hexed it with your freakishness." "I don't know how to." "Freak." Vernon shook him hard enough to make his teeth rattle. "Boy gets a decent present from his grandparents, and you can't stand it, can you? Have to ruin it with your unnaturalness." Harry didn't bother protesting further. He'd learned years ago that words had no power here. The truth was a currency that held no value in this house. So he let his uncle shake him, let his head loll on his neck, let his eyes go blank and distant until Vernon got bored with the sport. It didn't take long. Vernon dropped him, and Harry's knees hit the linoleum hard enough to send pain shooting up his legs. "Clean that up." Vernon pointed to the hallway table, where a glass of water had overturned, probably knocked over by Dudley in his rage, but that didn't matter. "And then get back in your cupboard. No dinner for you tonight. Maybe tomorrow you'll learn to keep your freakish hands to yourself." Harry waited until the heavy footsteps retreated, until the television blared to life in the living room, until the house settled back into its familiar rhythm of Dudley's demands and his parents' appeasement. Then he cleaned up the water. He used the rag from under the kitchen sink, the one Aunt Petunia called the boy's cloth, because it was too filthy for any other purpose. He wiped and wrung and wiped again until the floor was dry, and then he stood in the hall with the wet rag in his hands, listening to the sounds of a family that didn't want him. Tomorrow was his birthday. No one would remember. The dream came that night, as it sometimes did. Green light. A high, cold laugh. A woman's scream cut short. Harry thrashed on his mattress, sweat soaking his too small pajamas. The images flickered through his mind like frames from a film he'd watched too many times. A man with snakes for eyes, a flash of emerald fire, and then nothing. Darkness. Silence. The smell of ozone and something else, something ancient and cold. But tonight, the dream didn't end there. Heir. Asterisk. The word slithered through his consciousness like a serpent through grass. Blood of the serpent. Power of the old ways. Awaken, child of the line. Asterisk. Harry's eyes flew open. He lay in the darkness, heart pounding, gasping for air. The voice, if it was a voice, had faded, leaving only the echo of something vast and patient waiting in the depths. He pressed his palm to his forehead, where the scar, the one he wasn't supposed to mention, the one that made Aunt Petunia's face go tight and pinched, throbbed with a dull, persistent ache. What was that? He whispered to the dark. No answer. Only the tick of the hallway clock and the distant rumble of Uncle Vernon's snoring. Harry didn't sleep again that night. Morning came gray and wet, rain streaming down the small window high in the wall of number 4's kitchen. Harry prepared breakfast as always, bacon, eggs, fried bread, tomatoes, while Dudley sat at the table in his dressing gown, counting his presents for the 4th time. 38. Mum. Dad. I have 38. That's more than last year. That's wonderful, darling, Aunt Petunia cooed, patting his cheek. Perhaps Daddy will bring home another one from work. Harry slid a plate of bacon in front of Dudley, who grabbed a handful and stuffed it into his mouth without acknowledgement. The grease ran down his chin. Boy. Uncle Vernon's voice from the hallway. My briefcase. Harry set down the frying pan and hurried to fetch it. By the time he returned, Dudley had eaten most of the bacon and was eyeing Harry's untouched portion of toast with possessive greed. Finished, Dudley announced, pushing his plate away. Make more. There isn't any more, Harry said quietly. That was the last of the bacon. Dudley's face reddened. Then you should have bought more. It's my birthday. It's not my job to buy. Dad. Harry's being cheeky. The slap came without warning. Uncle Vernon's heavy hand caught Harry across the back of the head, sending him stumbling into the counter. Pain exploded behind his eyes. Don't talk back to Dudley, Vernon growled. On his birthday of all days. What's wrong with you, boy? No gratitude for the roof over your head, the food on your plate. Food I cooked, Harry muttered, before he could stop himself. The silence that followed was absolute. Vernon's face went from purple to something closer to black. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. What did you say to me, boy? Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. He knew better than this. Knew it in his bones, in the scars that mapped his back from years of lessons. Learned the hard way. But something in him, something that had stirred in the night, something cold and patient, refused to let him back down. I said, Harry repeated, meeting his uncle's eyes for perhaps the first time in his life, I cooked the food on my plate. I cleaned the kitchen. I fetched your briefcase. I've been up since 5 while Dudley slept in and counted his 38 presents. And none of you have said a single word to me all morning except to tell me what I've done wrong. Vernon's fist came up. Harry braced for the blow. It never landed. Instead, the light bulb in the kitchen ceiling exploded. Glass showered down on them, sharp fragments that caught in Harry's hair, in Dudley's startled face, in Aunt Petunia's perfectly styled updo. For one frozen moment, no one moved. Then Dudley screamed. Freak! Vernon bellowed, recovering faster than Harry would have thought possible. His hand closed around Harry's arm, fingers digging in hard enough to bruise. You did this. With your freakishness. I didn't. I don't know how. Lies. Vernon dragged him toward the cupboard, stumbling over fallen chairs in his rage. You'll stay in there for a week. No food, no light, no nothing until you learn to control your unnatural. The lights in the hallway flickered. Then died. Then came back on, brighter than before, so bright that Harry had to throw his arm across his eyes. The bulbs hummed with a sound like angry bees, and somewhere deep in the house, a window shattered. Harry felt it building in his chest. Pressure, like the moment before a storm breaks. Heat and cold at once, rushing through his veins, demanding release. Let go. Asterisk. The voice from his dream, or something like it, whispered through his mind. Let them see what you are. What you've always been. Asterisk. No, Harry gasped, fighting against it. No, I don't want. The pressure released. All at once, in a wave that threw him backward against the wall and sent Vernon stumbling into the hall table. For 3 heartbeats, the world went white, pure, blinding white that erased everything. Then darkness. And silence. Dash dash dash. Harry came to himself in pieces. First the pain, a throb behind his scar that pulsed with his heartbeat, deeper and more insistent than it had ever been. Then the sounds, distant sirens, someone crying, the crunch of glass under heavy feet. Then the smells, smoke, and something sharp and metallic, and beneath it all the familiar dust and shoe scent of his cupboard. He was in the cupboard. The door was closed. He lay on his mattress, staring at the cobwebs, and for a horrible moment he thought the whole thing had been a dream, the light, the power, the voice. But his body ached with the memory of it, and when he raised his hand to touch his forehead, his fingers came away wet. Blood. He wiped it on his pajama shirt and tried to breathe. The sirens grew closer, then stopped. Voices outside, shouting, questions, explanations he couldn't quite make out. Aunt Petunia's voice, high and false. No, no, we're all fine, just a gas leak, I think. So fortunate no one was hurt. No one was hurt. Asterisk. Harry almost laughed. No one except the boy in the cupboard, the one they'd forget to mention, the one they'd probably leave here until the fuss died down and they could decide what to do with him. He closed his eyes. Child of the line. Asterisk. The voice was back, but softer now. Fainter. Like an echo of an echo. Blood calls to blood. Power calls to power. When you are ready, we will speak again. Asterisk. Ready for what? Harry whispered. But there was no answer. Only the sound of his own breathing, and the distant murmur of voices, and the rain still falling against the high window in the kitchen. Hours passed. Or maybe minutes. Time had a different quality in the cupboard, stretching and compressing until it lost all meaning. Harry drifted in and out of consciousness, his scar pulsing with an irregular rhythm that seemed to match something outside himself, something vast and patient and waiting. When the door finally opened, it wasn't Uncle Vernon standing there. It was a woman. She was tall, with silver hair pulled back from a stern, handsome face. Her robes, actual robes, the kind Harry had only seen in old movies, were made of emerald green fabric that shimmered in the dim light of the hall. She carried a long wooden stick, a wand, Harry's mind supplied, though he'd never seen one outside a storybook, and she looked down at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. Harry Potter, she said. It wasn't a question. Harry tried to sit up. Failed. His body felt heavy, disconnected, like it belonged to someone else. The woman's eyes narrowed. She stepped into the cupboard. Impossible, there wasn't room, but somehow she fit, and crouched beside him. Her hand, cool and dry, pressed against his forehead. You've done something, she murmured. Something you shouldn't have been able to do. The trace, she shook her head. No matter. We'll sort it at Hogwarts. Hogwarts. Harry knew that word. He'd heard it before, in whispers, in fragments of conversation he wasn't supposed to overhear. His mother's school. A place for people like him. For freaks. Am I in trouble? His voice came out cracked and thin. The woman's expression softened, just slightly. No, Mr. Potter. You're not in trouble. You're exactly where you need to be. She stood, ducking to avoid the low ceiling. My name is Professor McGonagall. I'm here to take you away from this place. Harry blinked. Away. To school. To Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. She held out her hand. If you'll have me. For a long moment, Harry stared at that hand. It was pale and slender and utterly unlike any hand that had ever been offered to him before. No strings attached. No payment demanded. Just an offer. He thought of the light exploding from him. The voice in his dreams. The power that had surged through his veins and demanded release. He thought of Dudley's 38 presents in his own empty hands. He thought of the spiders in the corner, and how they came and went as they pleased. And Harry Potter, age 11, took the woman's hand and let her pull him to his feet. Behind them, in the kitchen, the Dursleys watched in silence. Uncle Vernon's face was purple with rage, but he made no move to stop them. Aunt Petunia clutched Dudley to her chest, her eyes fixed on Harry with an expression he couldn't name, fear, yes, and something else. Something almost like recognition. Professor McGonagall led him through the house, past the shattered windows and the broken light fixtures, past the dining room where Dudley's 38 presents sat untouched on the table. At the front door, she paused. "Is there anything you want to take with you?" Harry looked back at the cupboard under the stairs. At the small space that had been his world for as long as he could remember. "No," he said. "Nothing." And he walked out into the rain without looking back. End of Chapter 1. Chapter 2, A Whisper of Heritage. The rain had stopped by the time Professor McGonagall guided Harry through the streets of Little Whinging. The clouds still hung low and heavy, but thin strips of pale evening light slipped through their edges, painting the wet pavement in shades of gold and gray. Harry walked beside the tall witch in a daze. His trainers squelched with every step. They'd let in water years ago, and Aunt Petunia had never seen fit to replace them, but he barely noticed the discomfort. His mind churned with questions, each one breeding 10 more before he could give voice to the first. Professor McGonagall didn't speak. She walked with purpose, her emerald robe swishing against her ankles, her wand held loosely at her side. People passed them on the pavement, ordinary people in ordinary clothes, going about their ordinary evenings, and not one of them looked twice at the woman in robes and the ragged boy at her side. They can't see her, Harry realized. Or they can, but they don't notice anything strange. Another question for the pile. They stopped outside a dingy pub. The sign hanging above the door creaked in the breeze, its painted letters faded and peeling, The Leaky Cauldron. To Harry's eyes, it looked like exactly the sort of place Uncle Vernon would cross the street to avoid. Run down, slightly shabby, the kind of establishment where men went to disappear. Professor McGonagall pushed open the door. The inside was nothing like the outside. Warmth enveloped Harry like a blanket, the warmth of a roaring fire, of packed bodies, of candles floating unsupported in the air. The pub was crowded with people in strange clothes, robes of every color, pointy hats, boots that looked handmade and sturdy. A woman in violet laughed at something a man with silver hair whispered in her ear. A group of teenagers huddled in a corner, their wands out, apparently playing some sort of game with floating cards. "This way, Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall's voice cut through his amazement. "Keep close. It's easy to get lost in here if you don't know the way." She led him through the crowd, past the bar where a barman with no teeth smiled at him, past a staircase that seemed to lead nowhere, and finally to a back door that opened onto a small, walled courtyard. Empty brick walls. A dustbin. A few scraggly weeds growing through cracks in the pavement. Harry looked around, confused. "I don't understand." Professor McGonagall raised her wand. 3 taps on a specific brick. The brick shivered, then folded in on itself, the ones beside it following suit, until a gap had opened in the wall. Beyond it, Harry could see. He couldn't process what he saw. A street. Cobblestoned and winding, lined with shops and stalls and people. But the shops, Flourish and Blott's booksellers, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Elop's Owl Emporium, sold things Harry had only dreamed of. Cauldrons bubbling in windows. Broomsticks hovering on display. A cage of owls hooting softly in the fading light. "Welcome," Professor McGonagall said, a hint of warmth entering her voice, "to Diagon Alley." The next hours passed in a blur. Robes. Harry stood on a low platform while a witch with a mouth full of pins circled him, adjusting the black fabric with practiced efficiency. "He's thin," she murmured to Professor McGonagall. "Very thin. I'll leave room for growth." Books. Stack after stack after stack. The Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1 by Miranda Goshawk, A History of Hogwarts by Bathilda Bagshot, Magical Theory by Adalbert Waffling, and a dozen more whose titles swam before Harry's eyes. A cauldron. Pewter, standard size number 2. A wand. The wand shop was narrow and dusty, filled with long thin boxes stacked to the ceiling. An old man with pale, watery eyes studied Harry for a long moment before speaking. "Ah, yes." His voice was soft, almost a whisper. Yes. I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Harry Potter." Harry blinked. "You know me. I know the wand that will know you." The old man, Mr. Ollivander, according to the sign, moved into the stacks, pulling down boxes with surprising speed. "Every wand is unique, you see. Just as every witch and wizard is unique. The wand chooses the wizard." He began placing wands in Harry's hands. Harry waved them, one after another, while Mr. Ollivander watched with those unsettling pale eyes. Beech and dragon heartstring. Too long. Holly and phoenix feather. Harry's fingers tingled as he took it. A warmth spread up his arm, gentle and familiar, like coming home to a place he'd never been. Curious, Mr. Ollivander murmured. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked. Mr. Ollivander fixed him with that pale gaze. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. I remember particularly the wand that bears the phoenix feather in this very wand. Its brother gave you that scar. The world tilted. Harry's hand went to his forehead, to the lightning bolt mark that had throbbed and burned and now pulsed with a dull awareness. The wand that defeated you, Mr. Ollivander continued, had the same core as the wand that now chooses you. Phoenix feather. They are brothers, in a way. Harry's throat tightened. Who did it? Who gave me this scar? But Mr. Ollivander only shook his head, already turning away. 13 inches. Holly and phoenix feather. Nice and supple. That will be 7 galleons, Mr. Potter. Later, much later, after dinner at the Leaky Cauldron and a bewildering explanation of wizard money, Harry found himself alone in a small room above the pub. Professor McGonagall had left him with instructions to rest, to read his new books, to prepare for the journey to Hogwarts in 2 weeks' time. 2 weeks. He had 2 weeks of freedom before the next phase of his life began. Harry sat on the edge of the bed, his wand in his hands, turning it over and over in the lamplight. It felt warm, alive, like it was waiting for something. Brothers, Mr. Ollivander had said, the wand that defeated you. But he wasn't defeated, was he? He was here, alive, sitting in a warm room with a full stomach and a wand that had chosen him. The scar on his forehead pulsed once, sharply, and the voice returned. Blood calls to blood. Harry's head snapped up. Who's there? Nothing. Only the flicker of the lamp and the distant sounds of the pub below. But the voice had been clearer this time. Less like an echo and more like a whisper. A message meant for him alone. He set the wand on the nightstand and reached for the first book in the stack, A History of Hogwarts. If there were answers to be found, perhaps they lay within those pages. He read for hours. The history of Hogwarts was rich and strange, a castle built over 1,000 years ago by 4 of the greatest witches and wizards of the age. Godric Gryffindor, who valued courage above all else. Helga Hufflepuff, who believed in hard work and loyalty. Rowena Ravenclaw, who prized wit and learning. And Salazar Slytherin. Harry stopped reading. Salazar Slytherin. The name sent a shiver down his spine. Not fear, exactly. Something deeper. Recognition, maybe. Or anticipation. He read on. Slytherin, according to the book, had been the most controversial of the 4 founders. He believed that magical education should be restricted to those of pure blood, witches and wizards with no Muggle ancestry. He distrusted Muggles, feared them, perhaps even hated them. The other 3 founders disagreed. The argument grew heated. And finally, Slytherin left the castle, but not before creating a secret chamber, hidden somewhere within Hogwarts's walls, that housed a monster only his true heir could control. The Chamber of Secrets. Harry traced the words with his finger. A secret chamber. A hidden monster. An heir who could command it. He thought of the voice in his dreams. The power that had surged through him in the Dursleys' kitchen. The way the lights had flickered and died and blazed back to life at his command. When you are ready, we will speak again. Was this what the voice meant? Was he somehow connected to this ancient founder, this man who had walked out of Hogwarts 1,000 years ago and left behind a legacy of darkness and secrets? He flipped through more pages, searching for anything else about Slytherin. There wasn't much. The book glossed over the details, focusing instead on the castle's founding and its subsequent history. But one passage caught his eye. It is said that Salazar Slytherin was a Parselmouth, a wizard with the rare ability to speak to snakes. This gift, passed down through his bloodline, marks his descendants to this day. Parselmouths are rare and often mistrusted, for the ability is strongly associated with the dark arts. Harry stared at the words. Speak to snakes. He'd never done that, had he? There was that time in the zoo, when Dudley had pushed him out of the way to see the boa constrictor and the glass had vanished and the snake had thanked him. But that was different. The glass had vanished because of his magic, he knew that now. The snake hadn't spoken to him. Not really. It had just moved. Slithered out of its enclosure and past Dudley with what looked like a smile. Hadn't it? Harry closed the book, his heart pounding. Too many questions. Too many connections he didn't understand. He lay back on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and tried to make sense of it all. A dead mother and father he couldn't remember. A scar from a wizard so terrifying people wouldn't say his name. A voice in his head whispering about blood and power and awakening. And now this. Salazar Slytherin. The Chamber of Secrets. Parseltongue. When you are ready. Asterisk. I'm not ready, Harry whispered to the empty room. I don't even know what I'm supposed to be ready for. But even as he said it, something in him stirred. Something that had been sleeping for 11 years, buried under the weight of the Dursleys' cruelty and his own desperate need to survive. Something that was waking up. He dreamed that night. Not the green light this time, not the woman's scream. Something else. Something older. He stood in a vast chamber, its ceiling lost in darkness. Pillars rose on either side, carved with serpents so lifelike they seemed to move in the corners of his vision. At the far end, on a raised dais, a figure sat in a stone chair. The figure was old, ancient in a way that had nothing to do with years. His robes were green and silver, his beard long and white, his eyes. His eyes were yellow, slit-pupilled, serpent's eyes. Harry Potter. Asterisk. The voice filled the chamber, resonating in Harry's bones. It was the same voice he'd heard in the cupboard, in his room above the pub, but clearer now, more distinct. Less echo and more presence. You carry my blood in your veins. You carry my power in your soul. For 1,000 years, I have waited for one such as you. Asterisk. Harry tried to speak, but his voice wouldn't come. He could only stand there, frozen, as the figure rose from the chair and descended the steps toward him. They fear what I built. They hide what I left behind. But you will be different. You will embrace what you are. Asterisk. The figure stopped before him, close enough to touch. Those yellow eyes bored into Harry's green ones, seeing everything, the cupboard, the cruelty, the loneliness, the hunger. The rage that Harry had never allowed himself to feel, buried so deep he'd almost forgotten it existed. They made you for this, Salazar Slytherin whispered. Every blow, every cruelty, every moment of isolation, they forged you into a vessel for power. Now you must choose what kind of power you will become. Asterisk. I don't understand, Harry managed. His voice came out small and thin, a child's voice in a place that had no room for children. What do you want from me? The yellow eyes softened, just slightly, just enough to show something almost like kindness beneath the ancient cold. Nothing you are not ready to give. Everything you have always deserved. Asterisk. Slytherin raised his hand, and Harry woke. Morning light streamed through the curtains. Birds sang somewhere outside. The sounds of the leaky cauldron drifted up from below, chairs scraping, voices murmuring, the clink of cups and plates. Harry lay in bed, gasping, his scar throbbing with that familiar pulse. Just a dream. It had to be just a dream. But his wand was warm on the nightstand. Warmer than it should have been, as if it had been held by someone else in the night. He reached for it, and the warmth spread up his arm, and for just a moment, a fraction of a second, he thought he heard that ancient voice whisper. Soon. Asterisk. Professor McGonagall returned that afternoon to check on him. She found Harry sitting on the bed, surrounded by books, his hair even more disheveled than usual and dark circles under his eyes. You haven't slept well, she observed. Harry shook his head. I keep having dreams. Strange dreams. The professor's expression flickered, concern, quickly hidden. What kind of dreams? About? Harry hesitated. Should he tell her? She was a teacher, a professor from the school he'd be attending. If anyone would know what the dreams meant, surely she would. But something held him back. The same something that had stirred in the Dursleys' kitchen, the cold patient thing that whispered in his dreams. Not yet. Not until you understand. Asterisk. About my parents, he said finally. It wasn't entirely a lie. I see them sometimes. In the green light. Professor McGonagall's face softened. That's not uncommon, Mr. Potter. You experienced something traumatic as an infant. Many witches and wizards who survived the war report similar dreams. She paused. If they become too troubling, Madame Pomfrey, our matron, can give you something to help you sleep. Harry nodded, but he knew with a certainty he couldn't explain, that sleeping drafts wouldn't help. The dreams weren't trauma. They were something else entirely. Something that was only beginning. The 2 weeks passed in a blur of reading and exploration. Harry ventured into Diagon Alley each day, discovering new wonders. Florine Fortescue's ice cream parlor, where the owner gave him free sundaes and told him about medieval witch burnings. Quality Quidditch supplies, where he pressed his nose to the glass and stared at the broomsticks. Gamble and Jape's Wizarding Joke Shop, where he laughed until his sides hurt at the exploding bonbons and the fake wands. But always, in the evenings, he returned to his room above the pub. Always, he opened a history of Hogwarts to the section on the founders. Always, he read about Salazar Slytherin until his eyes blurred and the words ran together. He learned that Slytherin had been a Parselmouth, just as the book said. He learned that the founder's locket, a priceless heirloom, had been passed down through generations before being lost. He learned that the Chamber of Secrets had never been found, or if it had, those who found it never spoke of what lay within. And he learned, in a footnote so small he almost missed it, that Slytherin's bloodline had never truly died out. Though the family name had vanished from the records, descendants still lived, scattered across the magical world, unaware of their heritage or actively hiding it. Or, Harry thought, waiting. Waiting for something. Waiting for someone. Waiting for him. The night before he was to leave for Hogwarts, Harry dreamed again. The chamber was the same, vast, dark, lined with serpent pillars. But this time, Salazar Slytherin didn't speak. He simply sat on his stone throne, watching Harry with those yellow eyes, while a voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere at once. The blood of the serpent runs true. The heir approaches. The time of awakening draws near. Harry tried to move forward, to reach the throne, to demand answers. But his feet wouldn't obey. He was rooted to the stone floor, trapped in place, while the serpents carved into the pillars seemed to writhe and twist in the flickering light. Then, from behind him, a new voice. Harry. He knew this voice. Warm, kind, familiar, though he couldn't place why. Harry, wake up. It's time to go. He turned, and woke in his bed at the leaky cauldron, with Professor McGonagall standing over him, her expression unreadable. The train leaves at 11, she said. We should go. King's Cross Station was chaos. Muggles streamed past in every direction, dragging suitcases, clutching tickets, checking watches with increasing desperation. Harry followed Professor McGonagall through the crowd, dodging trolleys and briefcases, until they reached the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. Platform 9 3/4 is just through here, the professor said. Walk directly at the barrier. Don't stop and don't be afraid. I'll go first, to show you. She did, walked straight at the solid metal barrier and vanished. Harry stood frozen, his trolley laden with trunk and owl cage, Hedwig, a beautiful snowy owl he'd bought with his remaining coins, in front of him. People pushed past, muttering about boys who blocked the way. The barrier looked perfectly solid. Perfectly ordinary. Blood calls to blood. The voice was back, but softer now. Encouraging. Walk forward, heir of Slytherin. Your path awaits. Harry took a breath, and walked. The barrier swallowed him whole. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3, Strange Powers. The scarlet steam engine hissed like a living thing, clouds of white vapor billowing up into the gray September sky. Harry stood on platform 9 3/4 with his trolley, utterly motionless, while chaos swirled around him. Families collided with embraces. Mothers tucked scarves around reluctant necks. Fathers pretended not to notice the tears in their own eyes as they shook hands with sons who suddenly looked too old for such gestures. Owls hooted. Cats yelled. Toads croaked from their boxes. And through it all, children in black robes surged toward the train like lemmings toward a cliff, their laughter bright and sharp in the morning air. Harry watched them all from the outside. Always the outside. A family passed close enough to brush his sleeve, a plump woman with kind eyes, herding 4 red-headed children toward the train. The youngest, a boy about Harry's age, had a distinctive white streak in his otherwise brilliant red hair. He was craning his neck, trying to see everything at once, and his mother kept tugging him back into line. Honestly, Ron, you'd think you'd never seen a train before. I haven't, Mum. Not a magical one. The boy, Ron, caught Harry's eye as they passed. For a moment, their gazes locked. Ron's face split into a friendly grin, and he opened his mouth to speak. Ronald Weasley. Stop dawdling. And then he was gone, swept along in the current of his family, leaving Harry alone again with his trolley and his owl and the strange ache in his chest that he couldn't quite name. Get on the train. Asterisk. The voice was clearer than it had ever been. Less whisper, more command. But not unkind. Never unkind. Harry obeyed. He found an empty compartment near the end of the train and settled in, stowing his trunk overhead and leaving Hedwig's cage on the seat beside him. The owl blinked at him with amber eyes, then tucked her head under her wing and went to sleep. The compartment was warm. The leather seats were old but comfortable, slightly worn in the center from decades of students sliding across them. Harry pressed his face to the window and watched the platform slide past, parents waving, children running, a thin witch with a tray of sweets calling out to passers-by. You could buy some, asterisk, the voice suggested. You have money. You could taste something new. Asterisk. Harry pulled back from the window. He did have money, more money than he'd ever dreamed of, left for him in a vault at Gringotts by parents he couldn't remember. Gold galleons, silver sickles, bronze nuts. Enough to buy anything from that woman's trolley. Enough to buy 100 trolleys. But old habits died hard. In the Dursley house, you didn't ask for things. You didn't reach for things. You kept your hands still and your mouth shut and you waited to be given what you were owed, which was never anything at all. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood there. Bushy brown hair, large front teeth, and the sort of bossy expression that suggested she was already forming opinions about everyone she saw. She carried a stack of books in her arms, not one or two, but a precarious tower that reached her chin. Have you seen a toad? She asked. A boy named Neville's lost his. Harry shook his head. The girl's eyes swept the compartment, taking in Harry's shabby clothes, his too small trousers, his trainers with the holes. Her expression flickered, pity, quickly hidden, and then she was moving on, her voice echoing back from the corridor. Toad. Has anyone seen a toad? Harry watched her go. Another person who'd looked at him and seen something lacking. He turned back to the window. The train lurched, then began to move, sliding out of the station with a smoothness that belied its size. The platform fell away, then the buildings, then London itself, until all that remained were green fields and rolling hills and a sky so wide it made Harry's chest ache. The compartment door opened again. This time it was a boy, plump, pink-faced, and clearly distressed. Tears trembled on the edge of his lashes, and his lower lip quivered like a nervous insect. I'm sorry, he said, his voice wobbling. I don't mean to bother you, but I've lost my toad. Trevor. He's all I have from my gran, and if I lose him on the first day. He's not in here, Harry said. But you can look if you want. The boy, Neville, presumably, ducked into the compartment and dropped to his knees, peering under the seats with the desperate hope of someone who'd already checked everywhere else. He emerged empty-handed, his face crumpling. He's gone. He's really gone. Gran's going to kill me. She won't kill you, Harry said, though he had no idea what Neville's gran was like. For all he knew, she might be worse than Aunt Petunia. It's just a toad. He'll turn up. Neville shook his head miserably. You don't understand. Gran says I have to be careful. She says I have to prove I'm not. He stopped, swallowed hard. She says I have to live up to the family name. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He didn't have a family name to live up to, just a scar and a story and a cupboard under the stairs. Stay, he offered, if you want. Until your toad comes back. Neville's face brightened marginally. Really? You don't mind? Harry shrugged. I don't mind. Neville settled into the seat across from Harry, his bulk filling the space in a way that made the compartment feel smaller but somehow warmer. He pulled out a chocolate frog from his pocket and offered it to Harry. Want some? Gran packed me a dozen. She says I need fattening up. Harry took the frog, took the whole thing, because Neville insisted, and bit into it. The chocolate melted on his tongue, rich and sweet and utterly unlike the cheap bars Dudley sometimes left half-eaten in the bin. For a moment, Harry forgot everything else. It moves, he said, staring at the frog's remains. The frog, it moved before I ate it. Neville nodded solemnly. They're enchanted. You're supposed to catch them first, but I never manage. Gran says I've got slow reflexes. He pointed at the card that had come with the frog. You can keep that, if you want. I've got hundreds. Harry picked up the card. A witch's face stared up at him from the parchment, Morgan Le Fay, according to the text, though the name meant nothing to him. He turned it over, reading the back, then slipped it into his pocket. Thanks. Neville beamed. That's all right. We're going to be in the same house, probably. What house do you want? Harry blinked. I don't know. What are the houses? Neville launched into an enthusiastic explanation. Gryffindor for the brave, Hufflepuff for the loyal, Ravenclaw for the clever, Slytherin for the... He paused, his face coloring. For the what? Harry prompted. For the, well, you know. The ambitious ones. The ones who'll do anything to get ahead. Neville lowered his voice. My gran says Slytherins produced more dark witches and wizards than all the other houses combined. She says if I get sorted into Slytherin, she'll disown me. Harry's stomach tightened. That seems harsh. Neville shrugged miserably. That's Gran. She's got opinions. The compartment fell silent. Through the window, the countryside blurred past, green fields giving way to wilder country, hills rising in the distance, the first hints of mountains on the horizon. Harry thought about Salazar Slytherin, the ancient founder with the serpent eyes, the voice that whispered in his dreams, the power that had exploded from him in the Dursleys' kitchen. For the ambitious ones, the ones who'll do anything to get ahead. Asterisk. Was that what he was? He didn't feel ambitious. He felt tired, hungry, lonely, angry, maybe, if he dug deep enough. Anger at the Dursleys, at the world that had left him in that cupboard, at parents who died and left him alone. But ambition, that required wanting something, wanting and reaching and taking. He'd never been allowed to want anything. Never been allowed to reach. Never been allowed to take. That will change, asterisk, the voice promised. At Hogwarts, everything will change. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The compartment door slid open for the third time. This time, the boy who entered was nothing like Neville. Tall and pale, with sleek blonde hair and the sharp, assessing gaze of someone who'd been raised to evaluate everything he saw. He wore expensive robes, not new, exactly, but tailored, fitted, the kind of clothes that cost more than Harry's entire wardrobe put together. Behind him, two larger boys hovered like bodyguards, their expressions dull but eager to please. The blonde boy's eyes swept the compartment. They passed over Neville without interest, lingered on Harry's scar, then dropped to his shabby clothes with an expression that flickered between contempt and something else. Curiosity, maybe. Or recognition. Are you really Harry Potter? He asked. Harry tensed. Yes. The boy's lips curved into a smile, not warm, exactly, but not hostile either. I'm Draco Malfoy. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. He jerked his thumb at the two hulking boys, who nodded dumbly. I've heard about you. Everyone's heard about you. The boy who lived. Harry said nothing. He'd heard the title before, whispered in Diagon Alley, murmured by shoppers who'd stared at his scar. It felt like a label pinned to someone else, some idealized version of himself that bore no relation to the boy in the cupboard. Draco's smile widened. My father told me about you. He says you're the most famous wizard in the world, and you didn't even know it until a few weeks ago. He slid into the seat beside Harry, ignoring Neville entirely. That must have been quite a shock. You could say that. I imagine so. Draco's pale eyes studied Harry with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. Living with muggles all these years. Not knowing what you are. Not knowing what you could become. Something in his tone snagged Harry's attention. What do you mean, what I could become? Draco leaned closer. His voice dropped, becoming confidential. My father says blood tells. He says you can take a wizard out of the magical world, but you can't take the magic out of his blood. And your blood, Harry Potter, his eyes flicked to the scar, then back to Harry's face. Your blood is the most magical there is. Harry's scar prickled. I don't know about that. I do. Draco settled back, apparently satisfied with whatever he'd seen in Harry's reaction. We're going to be friends, you and I. I can feel it. We're the same kind of people. Neville made a small sound, a protest, quickly stifled. Draco's gaze flicked to him, and his expression curdled. What's he doing here? He's looking for his toad, Harry said. Draco's lip curled. A toad. How quaint. My father says only the poorest families keep toads these days. Owls are the thing, or cats if you must. He looked at Neville with undisguised disdain. What house do you expect to be in? Hufflepuff, I imagine. That's where they put the ones who aren't good for much else. Neville's face went red. I'm going to be in Gryffindor. Like my parents. Your parents. Draco's eyebrows rose. You're not a... He stopped, reassessing. Longbottom. Are you related to Frank Longbottom? He's my father. Draco's expression flickered, recognition, then something that might have been respect, quickly suppressed. I see. He turned back to Harry. You'll want to choose your friends carefully at Hogwarts, Potter. Not all families are created equal. Some are worth knowing. Others. He glanced at Neville. Others are liabilities. Before Harry could respond, the compartment door slid open again. The bushy-haired girl from earlier stood there, her arms now empty of books. She looked flustered, slightly out of breath, but her eyes were sharp as they took in the scene. Has anyone seen a toad? She asked. Then, noticing Neville, oh, there you are. I've been looking everywhere. Your toad's in the front compartment. Some boy caught it trying to escape through the window. Neville shot to his feet. Trevor. Thank you. He scrambled past Draco and his bodyguards, pausing at the door to look back at Harry. Thanks for letting me stay. Maybe I'll see you at Hogwarts. He was gone before Harry could respond. The bushy-haired girl lingered a moment longer, her gaze moving from Draco's sneer to Harry's guarded expression. Something flickered in her eyes, assessment, maybe, or judgment, and then she too was gone, sliding the door shut behind her. Draco watched her go with an expression of faint disgust. Muggle-born, he said, as if that explained everything. You can always tell. No sense of propriety. Harry said nothing. He didn't know what Muggle-born meant, but he suspected it had something to do with parents who weren't magical. Like his mother, who'd grown up in a house just like the Dursleys, with no idea that magic existed until she received her Hogwarts letter. They made you for this. Asterisk. The voice from his dreams echoed in his mind. Every blow, every cruelty, every moment of isolation, they forged you into a vessel for power. Asterisk. Harry looked at Draco, at his expensive robes, his confident sneer, his casual assumption that the world owed him something, and felt something stir in his chest. Not warmth, not friendship, something colder, something that recognized a kindred spirit, even if that spirit wore a different face. I don't know much about the houses, Harry said slowly. What can you tell me about Slytherin? Draco's smile returned, sharper now. Triumphant. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of information. Draco talked about Hogwarts, about the houses, about the intricate web of family connections that apparently governed the wizarding world. He talked about his father, Lucius Malfoy, who sat on the board of governors and knew everyone worth knowing. He talked about pure-blood families and blood traders and muggle lovers, about the old ways and the new, about power and prestige and the importance of knowing your place. Harry listened, stored it all away, said little. When the train finally slowed and the announcement came to change into robes, Draco rose with a flourish. We'll sit together at the feast, he said. You and me and Crabbe and Goyle. The four of us, we'll be unstoppable. He swept out, his bodyguards lumbering behind him. Harry sat alone in the compartment, his new robes rough against his skin, and stared out at the darkening sky. Mountains loomed in the distance, black against the deep purple of evening. Somewhere beyond them, a castle waited. A school. A new life. The blood of the serpent runs true. Asterisk. He pressed his palm to his scar. It was warm, warmer than usual, pulsing with a steady rhythm that matched his heartbeat. What am I? He whispered. No answer. Only the hiss of the train's brakes and the distant shouts of students disembarking. The boats glided across the black lake in silence. Harry sat in one with Draco, Crabbe, Goyle, and a nervous-looking girl named Pansy Parkinson who kept shooting him glances from beneath her lashes. The other boats fanned out around them, each carrying a cluster of first-years toward the towering silhouette that rose from the island in the lake's center. Hogwarts. Thousands of windows glittered in the night, their warm light reflecting off the water like scattered stars. Towers and turrets reached for the sky, impossibly high, impossibly ancient. And at the highest point, a single window blazed with light, a beacon, a promise, a warning. Harry couldn't look away. Home, asterisk, the voice whispered. You're home, asterisk. He shook his head slightly, dislodging the thought. This wasn't home. Home was a cupboard under the stairs. Home was hunger and loneliness and the constant threat of violence. This castle, this place, was something else entirely. But the voice persisted. Your blood knows this place. Your power recognizes it. 1,000 years of Slytherin magic sleeps in these stones, waiting for the heir to wake it. Asterisk. Harry's scar throbbed. He gripped the edge of the boat and forced himself to breathe. Dash dash dash. The great hall took his breath away. Thousands of candles floated in the air above 4 long tables, their light reflecting off enchanted ceiling that showed the night sky, clouds drifting across a field of stars, slow and serene. The students were already seated, a sea of black robes broken by flashes of color, gold and scarlet at one table, blue and bronze at another, yellow and black at a third, and green and silver. The Slytherin table stretched along one wall, its occupants watching the first years file in with expressions ranging from polite interest to open disdain. Harry felt their gazes on him, felt the weight of their assessment, their calculation, their hunger for whatever advantage he might represent. Professor McGonagall stood at the front of the hall, holding a roll of parchment and a stool. On the stool sat a battered old hat, folds of fabric, a rip near the brim, utterly unremarkable. And then it sang. Harry listened to the Sorting Hat's song, its tale of the 4 founders, their strengths and weaknesses, the way the castle had changed over 1,000 years. He listened to the warning in its verses, the plea for unity, the fear of division. And when it finished, when the hall erupted in applause, he felt something shift in his chest. The hat will see you, asterisk, the voice murmured. It will know what you are. What you could become. Do not hide from it. Do not be ashamed. Asterisk. Potter, Harry. The whisper that ran through the hall was like wind through leaves. Harry walked forward on legs that didn't feel like his own, sat on the stool, and felt the hat descend over his eyes. Darkness. Warmth. And then a voice in his ear, small and ancient and utterly unsurprised. Well, well, Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Asterisk. Harry didn't respond, didn't know if he could. Oh, you can speak, asterisk, the hat said. Think your words, and I'll hear them. We've a bit of sorting to do, you and I. Asterisk. Where should I go? Harry thought. The hat chuckled. Straight to the point. I like that. Let's have a look inside you, shall we? Asterisk. Pressure. Not painful, but invasive, like someone sifting through his memories, his thoughts, his deepest fears. Harry flinched, tried to pull back, but the hat held firm. Ah, yes, I see. The hat's voice had changed. Grown softer. More serious. The cupboard. The loneliness. The hunger. Such pain for one so young. And underneath it all, a pause. Then, wonderingly, the blood calls to blood. The power calls to power. You carry the mark of the serpent, Harry Potter. You carry his legacy in your very bones. Asterisk. What does that mean? Harry demanded. It means you have a choice. The same choice every Slytherin faces. Will you use your power for good, or will you let it consume you? Asterisk. I don't even know what my power is. Asterisk. You will. The hat's voice was certain. You will learn, and you will grow, and you will become something remarkable. The question is, what? Asterisk. The hall waited in silence. Harry could feel their eyes on him, hundreds of students, dozens of teachers, all waiting to see where the boy who lived would land. You could go to Gryffindor, asterisk, the hat mused. You have courage enough, more than enough, after surviving the Dursleys. But that's not where your greatness lies. Asterisk. Then where? Asterisk. Ravenclaw would welcome your curiosity. Hufflepuff would nurture your loyalty. Both are worthy houses. Both could shape you into something fine. Asterisk. But, asterisk. The hat laughed, a small, private sound. But you and I both know where you belong. The blood calls to blood. The power calls to power. You are Salazar Slytherin's heir, Harry Potter. It's time to embrace it. Asterisk. Harry thought of the voice in his dreams. The ancient figure with the serpent eyes. The power that had exploded from him in the Dursleys' kitchen. He thought of Draco's invitation, his promise of friendship and power. He thought of the cupboard, and the loneliness, and the hunger, and the rage that had built beneath it all for 11 years. Yes, asterisk, he thought. Yes, I think it is. Asterisk. Slytherin. The hat's shout echoed through the hall. For one frozen moment, there was silence. Then the Slytherin table erupted, applause, cheers, hands reaching out to clap him on the back as he crossed to join them. Draco was there, his smile wide and genuine for the first time. Pansy Parkinson simpered. Crabbe and Goyle nodded approvingly. Even the older students, the ones who'd watched him with cold assessment, now looked at him with something approaching warmth. Harry sat down at the Slytherin table and felt something settle in his chest. Something that felt almost like belonging. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, a boy with red hair and a white streak watched him with an expression of profound disappointment. Beside him, the bushy-haired girl from the train frowned, her lips pursed in judgment. Harry looked away. You made the right choice, the voice whispered. The only choice. He wasn't sure if it was the hat speaking, or the ancient presence in his dreams, or something deeper, something that had been sleeping in his blood for 11 years and was finally, truly waking up. But as the feast began and the food appeared on golden plates, as Draco leaned in to murmur congratulations and plans and promises, as the green and silver of his new house wrapped around him like a cloak, Harry Potter smiled. And in the Chamber of Secrets, 1,000 feet below the castle, something ancient opened its eyes. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4, A New Alley. The Slytherin common room was nothing like Harry had imagined. He'd expected darkness, candlelit shadows and heavy drapes, perhaps something resembling a dungeon. And in truth, the room was underground, reached through a stretch of damp stone corridor and a hidden door that required a password. But once inside, Harry found himself in a space that took his breath away. The ceiling soared above them, lost in shadow, but the walls were lined with tall windows that looked out into the depths of the Black Lake. Moonlight filtered through the water, casting rippling silver patterns across the floor and furniture. Greenish light drifted and swayed, the glow of bioluminescent creatures passing in the dark water beyond the glass. Sleek black sofas and armchairs were arranged in conversational groupings around low tables. A fire crackled in an ornate fireplace, though its flames were green rather than orange, casting an eerie but beautiful glow across the room. Harry stood in the entrance, taking it all in, while the other first years streamed past him toward the dormitories. A few shot him curious glances, the boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin, but most were too tired to do more than stare. Draco appeared at his elbow. First time in the common room. He didn't wait for an answer. My father told me about it, but seeing it in person, he shook his head, for once at a loss for words. It's something, isn't it? Harry nodded. It's beautiful. Beautiful and practical, Draco said. Those windows are enchanted. They'll hold against anything in the lake, giant squid, grindylows, merpeople. And the lake itself is the best defense imaginable. No one's getting into Slytherin common room without the password and the right blood. He shot Harry a significant look. Blood tells, Potter. Remember that. Harry remembered. He'd been hearing variations on that theme all evening, from Draco, from the older Slytherins who'd clapped him on the back at dinner, from the whispers that followed him through the corridors. Blood tells. You're one of us now. Welcome to the family. He didn't know what to make of it. The Dursleys had taught him that family meant obligation without affection, duty without reward. But the Slytherins seemed to mean something different, something almost like pride. Come on. Draco tugged his sleeve. I'll show you to our dormitory. We're in the same year, so we'll be sharing a room. Crabbe and Goyle too, and another boy named Blaise Zabini. He's all right. His mother's been married 7 times, so he's got step-siblings all over Europe. Harry followed Draco through a door marked with a silver serpent, down a short corridor, and into a circular room with 4 four-poster beds. The beds were hung with green silk curtains, and each had a trunk at its foot. Harry's already there, delivered by some house elf he hadn't seen. A fire crackled in a small hearth, and more windows looked out into the lake's depths. Crabbe and Goyle were already sprawled on their beds, snoring in unison. A dark-skinned boy with sharp features and calculating eyes sat on the edge of another bed, watching Harry with interest. Blaise Zabini, he said, rising to offer his hand. You're Potter, Harry. He shook the offered hand. Blaise's grip was firm, his palm cool and dry. I know. Blaise's eyes flicked to Harry's scar, then back to his face. I heard about your sorting. The whole hall heard it. Had barely touched your head before it called Slytherin. Harry tensed. Is that a problem? Blaise's lips curved. For some, maybe. For me, I think it's fascinating. The boy who lived, the one who defeated the Dark Lord, sorted into the house that produced him. He tilted his head. I wonder what it means. I don't know what it means, Harry said. I just know the hat said I belonged here. The hat's never wrong. Blaise settled back on his bed, apparently satisfied. Welcome to Slytherin, Potter. I have a feeling you're going to make things very interesting. Harry didn't sleep well that night. The bed was the most comfortable thing he'd ever lain on. Soft mattress, warm blankets, pillows that cradled his head like clouds. But comfort was foreign to him. His body kept waiting for the blow, the shout, the rough hand dragging him from sleep to face another day of hunger and work. And then there were the dreams. Not the green light this time. Not the woman's scream. Instead, Harry dreamed of serpents, great coiling masses of them, sliding through dark water, their scales glittering in the moonlight. They surrounded him, pressed close, their forked tongues flickering against his skin. Heir, asterisk, they whispered. Heir of the serpent. Blood of our blood. Asterisk. He woke gasping, his scar throbbing, the echo of their voices lingering in his mind. Morning came too soon. Draco was already dressed when Harry finally dragged himself out of bed, his blonde hair perfectly styled and his robes immaculate. He looked at Harry's dark circles with something approaching sympathy. Bad dreams. Harry nodded. My father says that happens sometimes. To people who've been through, he stopped, seeming to reconsider his words. To people who've survived things. He says the mind takes time to heal. Harry didn't think his mind was healing. It felt like something was happening to him, something he didn't understand and couldn't control. But he didn't say that. He just pulled on his robes and followed Draco to breakfast. The great hall was even more impressive in daylight. The enchanted ceiling showed a pale autumn sky, thin clouds drifting across patches of blue. The 4 house tables were already filling with students, their voices rising in a constant murmur punctuated by occasional laughter. Harry followed Draco to the Slytherin table and slid onto the bench beside him. Food appeared on golden platters, eggs, bacon, toast, kippers, porridge, more things than Harry could name. He reached automatically for the nearest dish, then hesitated, waiting for someone to slap his hand away. No one did. Eat up, Draco said, piling his own plate with bacon. First day's always the worst. We've got potions with Gryffindor after breakfast, and Snape's. He lowered his voice. Snape's the head of Slytherin. He'll go easy on us, but the Gryffindors, well, you'll see. Harry ate. The food was good, better than good, it was plentiful, and no one told him to stop, no one watched his portions with calculating eyes. He ate until his stomach ached, then ate a little more, because old habits died hard and he didn't know when the next meal might come. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, the red-haired boy from the train was watching him. When their eyes met, the boy looked away. Quickly, his ears turning pink. Draco followed Harry's gaze. Weasley, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. Pure bloods, but you'd never know it. They're blood traitors, all of them. His father works for the ministry, but he's always making trouble for good families. My father says he's a disgrace to wizard kind. Harry said nothing. He remembered the boy's friendly grin on the platform, the way he'd almost spoken before his mother dragged him away. It seemed like a long time ago. Forget about him, Draco advised. He's not worth your attention. We've got more important things to think about. Like what? Draco leaned closer, his voice dropping to a murmur. Like your heritage. Like what it means to be a Slytherin. Like, he paused, checking that no one was listening. Like the fact that you're not just any Slytherin. You're the heir, Potter. The hat felt it. Everyone's talking about it. Harry's scar prickled. The heir of what? The heir of Slytherin. Don't you see? Draco's eyes were bright with excitement. The hat sorted you in seconds. Seconds. It knew what you were the moment it touched your head. And what you are, he lowered his voice further, until Harry had to strain to hear. What you are is the descendant of Salazar Slytherin himself. The words hung in the air between them. Harry thought of his dreams. The ancient figure with the serpent eyes. The voice that whispered in the darkness. The power that had exploded from him in the Dursleys' kitchen. I don't know if that's true, he said slowly. I don't know anything about my family. But I do. Draco's smile was sharp with triumph. Or rather, my father does. He's been researching the old families for years, pure blood lineages, connections, inheritances. He says there are gaps in the records. Families that died out, or seemed to, but actually just, changed names. Hid themselves. He leaned back, letting Harry absorb this. And he thinks your family was one of them. Draco nodded. He's not certain yet, but the signs are there. Your mother was a Muggle born, supposedly, but what if she wasn't? What if her family just went into hiding after Slytherin left Hogwarts? What if the Potter line actually descends from the serpent's blood? Harry's head spun. It was too much, too fast, too strange. He'd spent 11 years believing he was nothing, a burden, a freak, an accident his parents hadn't wanted. Now Draco was telling him he might be descended from one of the most powerful wizards in history. I need to think about this, he said. Draco nodded, apparently satisfied. Think all you want. But remember, blood tells. And your blood, Harry Potter, is telling the whole castle that you're something special. Potions class was held in the dungeons, in a room that made the Slytherin common room look positively cheerful. Stone walls lined with jars of preserved creatures, floating in cloudy liquid, their dead eyes seeming to follow students as they filed past. The lighting was dim, the air cold, and the temperature dropped another degree when Professor Snape swept into the room. He was a tall man, gaunt and hook-nosed, with greasy black hair that fell across his face like curtains. His robes were black and voluminous, billowing behind him as he moved. When he spoke, his voice was barely above a whisper, but every student heard him clearly. There will be no foolish wand-waving or silly incantations in this class. He paused at the front of the room, his dark eyes sweeping across the students. As such, I don't expect many of you to appreciate the subtle science and exact art that is potion making. However, for those select few who possess the predisposition, his gaze lingered on the Slytherin side of the room. I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses. I can tell you how to bottle fame, brew glory, and even put a stopper in death. He stopped directly in front of Harry. Potter, he said softly. Our new celebrity. Harry met his eyes. They were black, utterly black, with no discernible pupil, and yet Harry felt as though they were seeing straight through him, reading every secret he'd ever kept. Tell me, Potter, Snape continued, still in that soft, dangerous voice, what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood? Harry's mind went blank. He'd never heard of asphodel or wormwood. He'd had his books for 2 weeks, but he'd spent most of that time reading about the founders, not about potions. I don't know, sir. Snape's lips curled. Clearly, fame isn't everything, is it? He turned away, moving down the row of desks. Let's try again. Where would you look if I told you to find me a bazaar? Harry's stomach clenched. I don't know, sir. Thought you wouldn't open a book before coming, Potter. The class tittered, Gryffindors, mostly, enjoying his discomfort. And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? This time, Hermione Granger, the bushy-haired girl from the train, shot her hand into the air from the Gryffindor side. Snape ignored her. I don't know, sir, Harry said through gritted teeth. Though I'm sure Granger does. Perhaps if you'd let someone answer who actually knows. The temperature in the room seemed to drop another degree. 5 points from Slytherin, Snape said softly, for your impertinence. His eyes gleamed with something that might have been satisfaction. And let me make one thing very clear, Potter. You may be a celebrity in the hallways, but in my classroom, you are nothing. You will sit there, you will keep your mouth shut, and you will learn. Or you will fail. The choice is yours. He swept back to the front of the room, leaving Harry burning with a rage so intense it made his scar throb. Let go, the voice whispered. Let them see what you are. But Harry kept his hands flat on the desk and his mouth shut. Not because Snape had told him to, but because something in those black eyes had warned him that showing his power here, now, would be a mistake. He didn't know how he knew. He just knew. After class, Draco caught up with him in the corridor. Don't let Snape get to you, he said. He's like that with everyone. Except maybe the Slytherins, and even then, he shrugged. My father says he's got history. Something that happened during the war. He's not a happy man. Harry wasn't interested in Snape's history. He was still burning with the humiliation of being made to look foolish in front of the whole class. What's a bazaar? He asked. Draco blinked. A stone from a goat's stomach. It's an antidote to most poisons. Why? Just wondering. They walked in silence for a moment. The corridors were crowded with students changing classes, their voices echoing off the stone walls. Harry caught glimpses of the Gryffindors from Potions, the red-haired boy, Ron Weasley, walking with Hermione Granger, their heads close together. They were probably talking about him. About how stupid he'd looked, how ignorant, how unworthy of his fame. Let them talk, asterisk the voice whispered. They don't know what you are. Asterisk. Hey. Draco tugged his sleeve. Come with me. I want to show you something. Dash dash dash. The Slytherin common room was empty at this hour, most students in class are wandering the grounds. Draco led Harry to a corner near the windows, where a shelf of old books stood against the wall. He pulled one down, a thick volume bound in faded green leather, its pages yellowed with age. My father sent this to me, he said, handing it over. It's a history of the old families, the ones that matter. Harry took the book. Its cover was embossed with a silver serpent, its eyes tiny emeralds that caught the light from the lake. He opened it carefully, afraid the pages might crumble. Look at the lineages, Draco said, pointing. See how they connect. The Blacks, the Malfoys, the Knots, the Gounts, he traced a line with his finger. The Gounts were Slytherin's direct descendants. They had the gift, Parseltongue. They could talk to snakes. Harry's scar throbbed. What happened to them? Died out. The last of them, Draco paused. The last of them was the Dark Lord's mother. She married a Muggle, if you can believe it. Ran off with him, had a child, and then died. The child grew up in an orphanage, not knowing what he was. Harry stared at the page. The names swam before his eyes, generations of witches and wizards, their births and marriages and deaths recorded in careful script. At the bottom of the Gaunt family tree, a single name was written in faded ink. Tom Marvolo Riddle. Who's that? Harry asked. Draco's expression flickered. You don't know. Would I be asking if I did? That's, Draco lowered his voice. That's the Dark Lord's real name. Tom Riddle. He's the one who, he glanced at Harry's scar. The one who gave you that. Harry's hand went to his forehead. The scar was warm under his fingers, warmer than usual, pulsing with that familiar rhythm. He was Slytherin's heir. The last one. Until now. Draco's eyes met his. Don't you see, Potter? The Dark Lord is gone. He died the night he tried to kill you. And you survived. You carry his power in your blood. You're the heir now. The true heir. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. I don't want to be anything like him. Maybe not. But that doesn't change what you are. Draco closed the book, setting it back on the shelf. Blood tells, Potter. It tells everything. And your blood is telling the whole magical world that you're the most powerful wizard since the Dark Lord himself. He turned away, heading toward the dormitories. At the door, he paused. Think about what I've said. And when you're ready, when you want to learn more, come find me. There's so much you don't know. So much you could become. He disappeared through the door, leaving Harry alone in the common room with the rippling light of the lake and the weight of 1,000 years of history pressing down on his shoulders. Dash dash dash. That night, Harry dreamed again. He stood in the chamber with the serpent pillars, but this time Salazar Slytherin wasn't alone. Another figure sat beside him, younger, darker, with handsome features and cold eyes. Tom Riddle, asterisk Harry realized. The one who became Voldemort. Asterisk. Riddle smiled at him, a smile with no warmth, only recognition. Heir of the Serpent, asterisk he said. We are brothers, you and I. Bound by blood and power. Asterisk. I'm nothing like you, asterisk Harry thought. Aren't you? Riddle rose, circling him like a predator. You carry my mark. My power flows through your veins. You've already begun to embrace what you are, the darkness, the hunger, the rage. Don't deny it. Asterisk. Harry wanted to deny it. Wanted to shout that he was different, that he'd never become a murderer, that he'd choose a different path. But the words wouldn't come. Because somewhere, deep in his chest, something stirred. Something that recognized Riddle's words as truth. You are my heir, asterisk Riddle whispered. And one day, you will finish what I started. Asterisk. Harry woke screaming. Dash dash dash. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5. The Sorting Hat. The dream clung to Harry like cobwebs for the rest of the night. He lay in his 4-poster bed, staring at the canopy above, while the echoes of Riddle's voice faded slowly from his mind. You are my heir. One day, you will finish what I started. Asterisk. The words felt like a prophecy. A curse. A promise he'd never made but couldn't escape. Dawn came eventually, pale light filtering through the lake windows and painting rippling patterns across the stone floor. Harry rose before the others, dressing quickly and slipping out of the dormitory before Draco could wake and bombard him with more questions about his heritage. The common room was empty at this hour. Green flames flickered in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the sofas. Harry stood at the windows for a long moment, watching the dark shapes of fish moving through the water beyond the glass. Something larger passed, a shadow with tentacles, gone before he could focus, and he remembered Draco's words about the giant squid. No one's getting into Slytherin common room without the password and the right blood. Asterisk. Blood tells. Everything came back to blood. He pressed his palm to his scar. It was cool this morning, cooler than usual, as if the dream had exhausted whatever fire usually burned beneath his skin. That should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like an absence. A hollow where something vital should be. You're being ridiculous, asterisk, he told himself. It's just a scar. Just dreams. Just a hat that put you in a house. Asterisk. But even as he thought it, he knew it wasn't true. Something was happening to him. Something that had started in the Dursleys' kitchen, when the light exploded and the voice first whispered in his mind. Something that was accelerating now, day by day, dream by dream. He needed answers. And he knew exactly where to start looking. The library at Hogwarts was unlike anything Harry had ever seen. Shelves stretched to a ceiling lost in shadow, their contents a dizzying array of colors and sizes, books bound in dragon hide and unicorn skin, volumes that glowed faintly in the dim light, others that seemed to shift and move when viewed from the corner of the eye. Ladders on wheels allowed access to the highest shelves, and small reading areas were scattered throughout, their tables and chairs worn smooth by centuries of use. Harry slipped through the doors just as they opened for the day, nodding to the irritable-looking librarian, Madame Pants, according to the nameplate on her desk, and disappearing into the stacks before she could ask questions. He needed information about Salazar Slytherin. About the Chamber of Secrets. About Parseltongue and bloodlines and what it meant to be an heir. But where to start? He wandered through the shelves, his fingers trailing across spines, reading titles without really seeing them. A Guide to Advanced Transfiguration. 1000 Magical Herbs and Fungi. The Essential Defense Against the Dark Arts. None of these were what he needed. He rounded a corner and nearly collided with someone coming the other way. Sorry, the word died in his throat. Hermione Granger stood before him, her arms full of books, her bushy hair even more disheveled than usual. She blinked at him, surprise flickering across her features before settling into something more guarded. Harry Potter. She said his name like she was testing it, tasting it for hidden meanings. You're up early. So are you. I always wake early. There's too much to learn to waste time sleeping. She shifted her stack of books, revealing the title of the topmost volume, Hogwarts, A History. I'm trying to get ahead on our reading. Professor Flitwick says first-year charms is mostly theory, but I want to be prepared for anything. Harry nodded, unsure what to say. The girl made him uncomfortable, not because she'd done anything wrong, but because her eyes were too sharp, too assessing. She looked at him like he was a puzzle she was trying to solve. You're in Slytherin, she said. It wasn't a question. Yes. I was surprised. Most people thought you'd be in Gryffindor. Like your parents. Harry's jaw tightened. You knew my parents. No, but I've read about them. James and Lily Potter. They were in Gryffindor, both of them. James was head boy, and Lily was head girl. They died fighting the Dark Lord. She paused, her expression softening slightly. I'm sorry. That must be hard to hear. Harry hadn't thought of it that way. Hard to hear. He'd never known his parents, couldn't remember them, couldn't picture their faces except in the fragments of dreams that came with the green light. The idea that they'd been head boy and head girl, that they'd been good at magic, that they'd had lives beyond the moment of their deaths, that was strange to him. Almost foreign. It's fine, he said. I didn't know them. Hermione's eyes narrowed. But you must want to know them, I mean. I would, if I were you. I'd want to know everything, what they liked, what they were good at, who their friends were. She hesitated. I could help you, if you want. I'm good at research. Harry thought about it. Hermione was a Gryffindor, which meant she belonged to the house that traditionally hated Slytherin. But she was also Muggle-born, which meant she existed outside the pure blood politics that consumed Draco and his friends. And she was clearly clever, clever enough to maybe find things Harry couldn't. But the voice in his head, the one that whispered in his dreams, the one that sounded increasingly like Salazar Slytherin, cautioned against it. She's not one of us. She'll never understand. I'm fine, Harry said. Thanks anyway. He moved past her, deeper into the stacks, and didn't look back. He found what he was looking for in a shadowy corner near the restricted section. The book was old, older than anything he'd seen in Diagon Alley, older than the volumes Draco had shown him. Its leather binding was cracked and faded, the gold lettering on its spine barely legible. Secretions of the Serpent, a history of Parseltongue and its practitioners. Harry pulled it from the shelf carefully, afraid the spine might crumble in his hands. The pages were yellowed but intact, their edges soft with age. He carried it to a nearby table and sat down to read. Hours passed. He learned that Parseltongue was more than just the ability to speak to snakes. It was a complete language, with its own grammar and syntax, its own idioms and expressions. It was, according to the book, the original language of magic itself, the tongue in which the first spells were spoken. He learned that Parselmouths were rare, 1 in a million, perhaps less, and that the gift was almost always inherited. It ran in families, passed from parent to child through generations. The most famous Parselmouths in history were all connected, in some way, to Salazar Slytherin. And he learned that the Chamber of Secrets was real. The book mentioned it several times, always in passing, always with the same warning: the chamber has never been found. Those who seek it rarely return. Harry closed the book, his heart pounding. Somewhere beneath this castle, in the depths that no one had explored for 1,000 years, Salazar Slytherin had hidden something. A monster, according to legend. But also, according to this book, buried in a footnote, something else. It is said that Slytherin left more than a monster in his chamber. He left his knowledge, his power, his legacy. Only the true heir can claim it. The true heir. Harry's scar throbbed once, sharply, and then fell still. He was so absorbed in his reading that he didn't hear the footsteps approaching until a shadow fell across the table. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. Professor Snape stood over him, his black eyes fixed on the book in Harry's hands. His expression was unreadable. I wasn't aware first years were permitted to browse the restricted section. Harry's stomach dropped. This isn't from the restricted section. I found it in the regular stacks. Snape's lip curled slightly. Did you? He reached down and took the book, flipping through its pages with long, pale fingers. Secretions of the Serpent. An interesting choice for a first year. I'm interested in history. Are you? It wasn't a question. Snape's eyes lifted from the book to Harry's face, and for a moment, something flickered in their depths, concern, perhaps, or warning. History can be dangerous, Mr. Potter. Especially for those who don't understand what they're reading. I understand enough. Do you? Snape set the book down on the table, his gaze never leaving Harry's face. Then you understand that Parseltongue is a rare gift, and a dark one. Those who possess it are often drawn to the dark arts. It's in their blood. Harry's scar prickled. My blood is my own business. Your blood, Snape said softly, is everyone's business. You're Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Every move you make, every word you speak, every book you read, people will watch. People will judge. People will draw conclusions. He paused. Be careful what conclusions you give them. He turned and walked away, his robes billowing behind him, leaving Harry alone with the book and the echo of his words. The Slytherin common room that evening was buzzing with excitement. Harry walked into chaos. Students crowded around a notice board, their voices raised in excitement and argument. Draco spotted him immediately and waved him over. Potter, you won't believe it. Harry pushed through the crowd to read the notice. It was written in elegant script on a piece of parchment nailed to the board. First year flying lessons. Thursday at 11 o'clock with Madam Hooch. Students will gather on the Quidditch pitch. Please bring appropriate attire. Flying lessons, Draco breathed, his eyes bright. Finally. My father's been teaching me since I was 6. I could fly before I could walk, practically. Harry stared at the notice. Flying. On broomsticks. He'd seen them in Diagon Alley, the sleek racing brooms in the shop windows, the battered school models in the second-hand stores. He'd never imagined he'd actually get to ride one. Have you ever flown before? Draco asked. Harry shook his head. Don't worry. It's easy. Natural. Draco's smile turned sly. And if you're half the wizard everyone says you are, you'll probably be a natural too. Thursday dawned clear and cold, the autumn sun painting the castle in shades of gold and amber. Harry walked to the Quidditch pitch with the other first-year Slytherins, his stomach churning with a mixture of excitement and dread. The pitch was enormous, a vast oval surrounded by towering stands, its grass so green it almost hurt to look at. 3 golden hoops stood at either end, and the air smelled of earth and wind and something else, something wild and free. Madame Hooch was waiting for them, a short, severe-looking woman with cropped gray hair and yellow eyes like a hawk. She lined them up and handed out broomsticks, old, battered things that looked like they'd seen better decades. Stick out your right hand over your broom, she commanded, and say, up. Harry extended his hand. Up. The broom shot into his palm instantly, faster than anyone else's, faster than Draco's even. Madame Hooch's eyes narrowed, but she said nothing. Now, when I blow my whistle, you kick off from the ground. Keep your brooms steady, rise a few feet, and then come straight back down by leaning forward slightly. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The whistle blew. Harry kicked off, and the world transformed. Flying was nothing like he'd imagined. It wasn't like sitting on a broomstick, it was like becoming part of the air, like the wind was an extension of his body, like he'd been born to do this and only just discovered it. He rose smoothly, effortlessly, while around him other students wobbled and shrieked and struggled to stay upright. He looked down. The ground seemed very far away. He should have been terrified. Instead, he felt more alive than he had in his entire life. Potter. Madame Hooch's voice cut through his reverie. Get down here this instant. Harry tilted forward slightly, and the broom responded instantly, gliding down to land softly beside her. Madame Hooch stared at him, her yellow eyes unreadable. Good reflexes, she said finally. Very good reflexes. She turned away, blowing her whistle to corral the other students. Everyone back on the ground. No, Longbottom, don't. Too late. A boy with a round face, Neville Longbottom, Harry realized, had lost control of his broom completely. He was rising rapidly, his face white with terror, his broom bucking and twisting like a wild animal. Higher and higher he went, until he was level with the goal hoops, until he fell. The scream cut off abruptly as he hit the ground. For one horrible moment, everyone was frozen. Then Madame Hooch was running, students were crowding around, and Harry could see Neville's leg bent at an impossible angle. Everyone stay back. Madame Hooch's voice was sharp with authority. I'm taking him to the hospital wing. None of you move a muscle. If I see a single broom in the air, you'll be out of Hogwarts before you can say Quidditch. She vanished, carrying Neville, leaving the first years standing in stunned silence. Then Draco Malfoy started to laugh. Did you see his face? He clutched his stomach, tears of mirth in his eyes. The great lump. My father says the Longbottom family's been going downhill for years, but that, he laughed again. That was something special. Harry didn't laugh. He remembered Neville in the train compartment, talking about his about living up to his family name. He remembered the terror on Neville's face as he fell. But he also remembered what Draco had said about blood, about families that mattered and families that didn't. And he remembered the Sorting Hat's words, "You're Salazar Slytherin's heir. It's time to embrace it." Asterisk. What would Slytherin's heir do? Laugh at weakness, or pity it? Draco was still laughing. Around him, Crabbe and Goyle chuckled obediently. A few other Slytherins joined in, their laughter sharp and cruel. Harry stood apart, watching them, and felt something cold settle in his chest. It happened in an instant. Draco spotted something on the ground, a small glass sphere, glinting in the grass. Neville's remembrow dropped when he fell. Draco's eyes lit up with malice. Give it here, Malfoy, one of the Gryffindors said, the red-haired boy, Ron Weasley. That's Neville's. Draco ignored him, turning the remembrow over in his hands. I think I'll leave it somewhere for Longbottom to find. How about up a tree? You wouldn't dare. Wouldn't I? Draco smirked. He mounted his broom, kicked off, and rose into the air, the remembrow clutched in his hand. Harry watched him go. Watched the Gryffindors shout in protest. Watched Ron Weasley's face turn red with impotent rage. And something in him, that cold something, that ancient something, whispered. This is a test. Asterisk. He didn't know what it meant. Didn't know why it mattered. But he knew, with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that what he did in the next few minutes would change everything. Draco was high above them now, dangling the Remembrall tauntingly. Come and get it, Weasley. Oh, wait, you can't. No broom. Ron was shaking with fury. When I get my hands on you, Malfoy. Harry moved. He didn't think about it. Didn't plan it. His broom was in his hand, he was mounting it, kicking off, and then he was in the air, rising toward Draco with a speed that surprised them both. What do you want, Potter? Draco's eyes narrowed. Come to defend the Gryffindors. Give me the Remembrall. Why should I? Harry didn't answer. He just held out his hand, his eyes locked on Draco's, and waited. For a long moment, they hovered there, two boys on broomsticks, 30 feet above the ground, while the students below watched in breathless silence. Draco's expression flickered through several emotions: confusion, anger, calculation. And then, unexpectedly, something that looked almost like respect. Fine. He tossed the Remembrall to Harry. Take it. But remember this, Potter, you chose them over us. Harry caught the sphere and tucked it into his pocket. Then, without another word, he descended. He landed softly, the Remembrall still warm in his pocket. Ron Weasley stared at him with an expression of pure astonishment. Behind him, Hermione Granger's mouth had fallen open. Here. Harry held out the Remembrall. For Longbottom. Ron took it mechanically. You're a Slytherin. Why would you? I don't know. Harry turned away, heading back toward the castle. Don't read anything into it. But as he walked, he heard the voice in his head, the ancient voice, the serpent voice, and it was laughing. Interesting, asterisk, it whispered. Very interesting. The air protects the weak. What would the founders say? Asterisk. Harry didn't know, but he had a feeling he was about to find out. That night, the Sorting Hat appeared in his dreams. It floated before him in the chamber with the serpent pillars, its folds rippling in some unseen breeze. And it spoke in that small, ancient voice that Harry remembered from the feast. You did well today, Harry Potter. You showed compassion. Asterisk. Harry stared at it. You're the hat. Why are you in my dreams? I'm not really here. I'm a memory, a projection of your own mind. But I'm also something more. I'm the echo of the founders, the voice of Hogwarts itself. And I've come to warn you. Asterisk. Warn me about what? You carry two legacies, Harry Potter. The blood of Slytherin runs in your veins, but so does the blood of Gryffindor. Your father was a Gryffindor, brave to the point of foolishness. Your mother was a Gryffindor too, though she had Ravenclaw's wit and Hufflepuff's heart. You are all four houses, Harry. You are Hogwarts itself. Asterisk. Harry shook his head. That doesn't make sense. The hat put me in Slytherin. The hat put you where you asked to go. You wanted power. You wanted belonging. You wanted to embrace the darkness that the Dursleys forged in you. And those are worthy desires, but they're not the only desires you have. Asterisk. The hat drifted closer. You also want friendship. You also want justice. You also want to protect the weak, as you protected Longbottom today. Those are Gryffindor desires. And if you ignore them, if you let Slytherin consume you entirely, you'll become something terrible. Asterisk. Like Voldemort. Like Tom Riddle. The hat's voice was heavy with sorrow. He was a Slytherin too. He was also handsome, charming, brilliant, and empty. He chose power over everything else. He chose darkness over light. And in the end, it destroyed him. Asterisk. Harry thought about that. Thought about Draco's laughter, about the cold satisfaction he'd felt when he refused to join in. Thought about the Remembrall in his pocket, and Neville's face when he woke to find it returned. What do you want me to do? I want you to choose. The hat began to fade, its voice growing distant. Not once, but every day. Every moment. Choose compassion over cruelty. Choose friendship over power. Choose light over darkness. That's the only way to break the cycle. Asterisk. Wait. Harry reached for it, but his hands passed through empty air. Wait. I don't understand. But the hat was gone, and Harry was alone in the chamber with the serpent pillars and the sound of his own breathing. And somewhere, in the darkness, something laughed. End of chapter 5. #chapter 6, Uncovering Secrets. The dream of the Sorting Hat lingered at the edges of Harry's consciousness for days. He woke each morning with the echo of its words in his mind: choose compassion over cruelty, choose friendship over power, and each morning he pushed them aside in favor of the demands of his new life. Because being a Slytherin was demanding, Draco had taken Harry under his wing in a way that felt both flattering and suffocating. He was always there, at breakfast, in the common room, between classes, offering opinions, sharing gossip, analyzing the political implications of everything from Professor Flitwick's choice of teaching assistant to the color of the Hufflepuff prefect's robes. You need to understand how things work, Draco said one evening, sprawled across a sofa in the common room while Crabbe and Goyle played an incomprehensible game with a pack of exploding snap cards. It's not enough to be powerful. You have to be seen as powerful. You have to cultivate the right connections, say the right things, be seen in the right places. Harry, who had spent 11 years trying to be unseen, found this concept baffling. Why does it matter what people think? Because perception is power. Draco sat up, his pale eyes intense. My father says the wizarding world runs on perception. Take Dumbledore, everyone thinks he's this great benevolent leader, so he is. Take the Dark Lord, everyone thought he was invincible, so he was, until he wasn't. The moment people stopped believing in his power, he became vulnerable. Harry's scar prickled at the mention of Voldemort. He's dead. Is he? Draco's voice dropped. My father says there are rumors. Whispers. That he's not really gone, just waiting. Biding his time. That's ridiculous. He tried to kill me and it rebounded. He was destroyed. Draco shrugged. Maybe. But my father's usually right about these things. He leaned back, the intensity fading from his expression. Anyway, that's not what I wanted to talk about. I've been thinking about your heritage. About what it means to be Slytherin's heir. Harry tensed. What about it? There are things in this castle, secrets, that only a true heir can access. My father told me about them. Places hidden by Slytherin himself, waiting for his descendant to return. Draco's eyes gleamed. Don't you want to find them? Harry thought about the Chamber of Secrets. The monster. The legacy of blood and power that had been waiting 1,000 years. What kind of secrets? The kind that could make you invincible. Draco leaned forward, his voice barely a whisper. Slytherin was the most powerful wizard of his age. He knew things that have been lost for centuries. Dark magic, yes, but also healing magic, protective magic, magic that could reshape the world. And he hid it all somewhere in this castle, waiting for his heir to claim it. Harry's heart hammered against his ribs. How do you know all this? My father collects old texts. He has books, forbidden books, some of them, that mention Slytherin's legacy. He's been researching it for years, hoping to find the chamber before anyone else. But now, Draco smiled. Now we have something better than research. We have you. The first step, Draco explained, was research. Books, Harry said flatly. You want to read books. Not just read. Study. Cross-reference. Look for patterns. Draco pulled a roll of parchment from his bag and spread it across the table. I've been making notes. Look at this. Harry looked. The parchment was covered in Draco's neat handwriting, dates, names, locations, all connected by a web of lines and arrows. These are all the known mentions of Slytherin's legacy, Draco said, tapping the parchment. Some are from historical texts, some from my father's private collection, some from rumors he's collected over the years. They all point to the same conclusion. Slytherin hid something in this castle, and he designed it so that only his blood could find it. So we need to find a way to make my blood find it. Exactly. Draco rolled up the parchment. But first, we need more information. The library closes at 8, but there are other places older students know about. Places with books that aren't in the main collection. Harry frowned. The restricted section. Better. Draco's smile turned sly. The Slytherin common room has its own library. Old books, passed down through generations. My father made sure I knew how to access them. The Slytherin library was hidden behind a bookcase in the common room, not a secret exactly, but not advertised either. Draco knew the trick. You had to trace the serpent carved into the bookcase's frame with your wand while whispering the password. The bookcase would swing inward, revealing a narrow staircase leading down. Harry followed Draco into the depths. The stairs spiraled downward, lit by torches that flared to life as they passed. The air grew colder, damper, heavy with the smell of old parchment and something else, something ancient and patient. At the bottom, a circular room opened before them. Books lined every wall from floor to ceiling, their spines a rainbow of faded colors. A large table dominated the center, its surface scarred with candle wax and ink stains. And in the corners, shadowed and still, stood suits of armor that seemed to watch them with empty eyeholes. "This is incredible," Harry breathed. "This is Slytherin," Draco corrected. "Generations of our house have added to this collection. Books that were banned, books that were hidden, books that families wanted to preserve but not share." He moved to a shelf, running his fingers along the spines. "My father says there are books here that don't exist anywhere else in the world." They spent hours in that room, pulling volumes at random, scanning their contents for any mention of Slytherin's legacy. Most were too advanced for first years, dense treatises on obscure branches of magic, genealogies of families long extinct, grimoires written in languages Harry couldn't identify. But some were accessible, some spoke directly to him. The Serpent's Tooth, a history of Parseltongue in the British Isles, confirmed what Harry had already learned, that Parselmouths were rare, that the gift ran in families, that the most powerful practitioners were always connected to Slytherin's line. Hidden Legacies. The Lost Chambers of Hogwarts mentioned the Chamber of Secrets explicitly, describing it as Slytherin's greatest work, a monument to his power and his bloodline. And then there was the book Draco found. It was small, smaller than the others, bound in what looked like actual serpent skin. The title, if it had one, was worn away. But when Draco opened it, the pages were blank. "What is this?" he muttered, turning page after page. "It's empty." Harry reached for it. The moment his fingers touched the cover, words began to appear, faint at first, then darker, written in a flowing script that seemed to move as he watched. "To the blood of my blood, I leave this record. To the heir of my line, I offer this truth. The chamber was not my only secret, nor the serpent my only child. Seek the places where the castle remembers. Seek the echoes of my passing. Seek." The words faded, replaced by a single line. "The password is always blood. Asterisk." Harry stared at the page, his scar throbbing. "It knew," he whispered. "The book knew I was touching it." Draco's face was pale with excitement. "It's keyed to your bloodline. My father said such things existed, books that would only open for certain families, but I've never seen one." He grabbed Harry's arm. "This is it, Potter. This is the proof. You really are his heir." Harry pulled his hand away, and the words faded, leaving the pages blank once more. "It didn't tell us much. Just that there's more to find. It told us the password is blood." Draco's eyes were bright. "Think about it. Every secret Slytherin left, every hidden door, every locked chamber, they're all waiting for someone with your blood to open them. We just have to find them." The next weeks became a blur of research and exploration. Harry and Draco spent every free moment in the hidden library, cross-referencing books, mapping out potential locations for Slytherin's secrets. They recruited Blaise Zabini, whose calm intelligence proved useful for spotting connections they'd missed. Even Crabbe and Goyle were pressed into service, though their contributions mostly involved moving heavy volumes and standing guard. The other Slytherins noticed. Pansy Parkinson made pointed comments about the little study group that didn't include her. Millicent Bulstrode, a stout girl with an unfortunate resemblance to her pet cat, tried to insinuate herself into their sessions. Daphne Greengrass, who rarely spoke to anyone, watched them with calculating eyes. "It's only a matter of time before someone asks what we're doing," Blaise observed one evening. They were in the hidden library, surrounded by stacks of books, and he was stirring his tea with a look of mild concern. "The upper years are already curious. Warrington asked me yesterday what Potter was researching." "What did you tell him?" Draco asked. "The truth. That you're helping Potter catch up on wizarding history. It's plausible enough, he did grow up with muggles." Blaise stirred his tea again. "But Warrington's not stupid. He'll figure it out eventually." "Let him," Draco said dismissively. "What's he going to do?" "Tell Snape. Snape's on our side." "Snape's on his own side," Blaise corrected. "Don't confuse that with loyalty to us." Harry listened to this exchange in silence. He'd learned that Slytherin politics were complex, alliances shifted constantly, and trust was a commodity never given lightly. Draco trusted Blaise, mostly, but even that trust had limits. And as for the others, he thought about the Sorting Hat's warning. Choose compassion over cruelty. Choose friendship over power. But here, in the depths of the castle, surrounded by ancient secrets and the weight of his heritage, those choices seemed impossibly distant. Power was tangible. Power was real. Power was the book that spoke to him, the blood that marked him, the legacy that waited in the darkness. Friendship was just people. And people, Harry had learned, always let you down. The breakthrough came on a rainy Saturday in October. Harry was in the hidden library alone. Draco had Quidditch tryouts. Blaise was writing an essay for Flitwick, when he found a book that changed everything. It was hidden behind a loose stone in the wall, wrapped in cloth that crumbled to dust when he touched it. The book itself was small, no bigger than his hand, bound in leather so dark it seemed to absorb light. When he opened it, the pages were filled with the same flowing script as before. To my heir, if such exists, I leave this final testament. Asterisk. You may wonder why I built the chamber, why I hid my greatest work within these walls. The answer is simple. I saw what was coming. I saw the division that would tear the founders apart, the suspicion and fear that would poison everything we built. I knew that one day, the castle would need someone who understood, someone who carried my blood and my vision. Asterisk. The chamber contains a monster, yes. A basilisk, the king of serpents, whose gaze can kill. But it contains more than that. It contains my knowledge, my power, my legacy. Only the true heir can command the basilisk. Only the true heir can access what lies beyond. Asterisk. To find the chamber, you must follow the snakes. They will guide you. They remember. Asterisk. Harry's hands trembled as he read. Follow the snakes. What did that mean? The castle was full of snake imagery, carvings, statues, decorations. Any of them could be a clue. But the book wasn't finished. I leave you also with this warning: power corrupts. I have seen it happen. I have felt it in myself. The desire for control, for dominance, for safety, it can twist even the purest intentions. Guard your heart, heir of my line. Remember that you are more than your blood. Asterisk. And if you find yourself lost, if the darkness threatens to consume you, seek the place where the castle breathes. There, you will find answers. Asterisk. Or you will find death. Asterisk. The book snapped shut, and no amount of touching could make it open again. Harry sat in the hidden library for a long time after that, staring at the book in his hands. The warning echoed in his mind: power corrupts, but so did the promise. The chamber was real. The basilisk was real. And if the book was to be believed, there was more, something beyond the monster, something worth guarding. Seek the place where the castle breathes. Asterisk. What did that mean? He was still pondering when Draco burst into the room, soaked from the rain and glowing with excitement. I made the team. He shook water from his hair, grinning. Seeker. Can you believe it? My father's going to be so. He stopped, noticing Harry's expression. What happened? You look like you've seen a ghost. Harry held up the book. I found something. Draco's grin vanished. He crossed the room in 3 strides, taking the book carefully, turning it over in his hands. It won't open. It opened for me. It told me things. Harry's voice was flat, distant. The chamber is real. There's a basilisk inside. And there's something else, something beyond the monster, something Slytherin left for his heir. Draco's eyes widened. What? What is it? I don't know. The book wouldn't say. It just told me to seek the place where the castle breathes. They looked at each other in the flickering torchlight. That doesn't make sense, Draco said slowly. Castles don't breathe. Maybe it's not literal. Harry took the book back, running his fingers over its cover. Maybe it's a riddle. Slytherin liked riddles, the books all say so. A riddle about breathing. Draco paced the small room, thinking. Where does a castle breathe? Windows. No, that's too obvious. Chimneys. Maybe, but there are hundreds of chimneys. Harry thought about it. Breathing meant air. Air meant movement, circulation, life. Where in a castle would air move in a way that felt like breathing? Then it hit him. The pipes, he breathed. The plumbing. Water moves through pipes, but air moves through them too. Vents, drains, all the passages behind the walls. If the castle has a circulatory system, that's it. Draco stared at him. You want to search the plumbing. I want to search everywhere. Harry stood, excitement building in his chest. The book said follow the snakes. Snakes are everywhere in this castle, carvings, statues, even the taps in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. What if one of them is a clue? What if one of them opens the way? Draco's face lit up with understanding. The taps. The snake taps. My father mentioned them once, said there were rumors about a bathroom where a snake marked the way to something hidden. He grabbed Harry's arm. We have to find it. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was on the second floor, in a corridor that Harry had never had reason to visit. It was cold and damp, with mirrors that reflected images that weren't quite your own and taps that dripped even when no water was running. And on one of the sinks, carved into the copper, was a tiny serpent. There, Draco whispered. Look. Harry approached the sink slowly. The serpent was small, barely visible unless you knew what to look for, but unmistakable. Its eyes seemed to follow him as he moved. Speak to it. The voice in his head was clearer than it had ever been. Harry opened his mouth, not knowing what would come out. Open. The word came out wrong, hissing, sibilant, not quite human. It felt strange on his tongue, like speaking a language he'd known his whole life but never used. The serpent's eyes flashed, and the sink began to move. Harry stumbled back as the entire basin slid aside, revealing a dark opening beneath, a pipe, wide enough for a person to fit through, descending into absolute blackness. Holy, Draco's voice was barely a whisper. You did it. You actually did it. Harry stared into the darkness. Cold air rose from the pipe, smelling of damp stone and something else, something ancient and reptilian that made his scar throb in recognition. The chamber, he breathed. It's down there. Draco grabbed his arm. We have to go back. We have to prepare, get ropes, torches, weapons. I'm not waiting. Harry's voice was strange to his own ears. Calm, certain. The book said the password is always blood. I have the blood. I have the right. I'm going now. You can't. But Harry was already moving, lowering himself into the pipe, feeling the cold stone against his palms. Behind him, Draco's protests faded into the darkness. And below, something stirred. Something that had been waiting 1,000 years. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7. Conflict at Hogwarts. The pipe was a tight fit, even for someone Harry's size. Stone walls pressed close on all sides, slick with moisture that seeped through his robes and chilled him to the bone. He slid downward in darkness, his palms scraping against rough edges, his heart pounding so loud he was sure it echoed off the walls. How long he fell, he couldn't say. Time lost meaning in that suffocating blackness. But then, suddenly, the pipe opened up, and Harry tumbled out onto a cold stone floor. He lay there for a moment, gasping, his body trembling with adrenaline and cold. Above him, the pipe entrance was just visible, a dark circle in the ceiling, too high to reach. Behind him, the sound of rushing water suggested some underground river or drain. And ahead, the tunnel stretched into darkness, its walls lined with serpent carvings that seemed to writhe in the dim light. Harry pushed himself to his feet. His wand was still in his pocket, he drew it now, whispering, Lumos. The tip glowed faintly, casting just enough light to see a few feet ahead. The tunnel was ancient. The stone was worn smooth by centuries of, what? Water. Something else. Harry ran his fingers along the wall, tracing the serpent carvings. They were beautiful, intricate, clearly the work of a master craftsman. Some had gemstone eyes that glittered in his wandlight. Others seemed to watch him with empty sockets that were somehow worse. He walked forward. The tunnel sloped downward, curving gently as it descended. The air grew colder, heavier, thick with the smell of damp stone and something else, something organic, reptilian, that made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. You're close, the voice whispered. The serpent waits. Harry's scar throbbed. He pressed on. The tunnel opened suddenly into a vast chamber, so vast that his wandlight couldn't reach the ceiling or the far walls. Massive pillars rose on either side, carved with serpents so lifelike they seemed to move in the corners of his vision. The floor was smooth stone, worn by countless footsteps, or perhaps by the passage of something else. And at the far end, looming in the darkness, was a statue. It was enormous, 100 feet high at least, carved in the likeness of an ancient wizard. His face was stern, his beard long, his robes flowing. And his eyes, even in the dim light, Harry could see that his eyes were serpentine, slitted, watching the entrance with an expression of eternal patience. Salazar Slytherin. Harry approached the statue slowly, his heart hammering. The voice in his head was silent now, but he could feel it, a presence, vast and ancient, waiting behind those stone eyes. He stopped at the statue's feet. They were carved with snakes, dozens of them, intertwined, their scales rendered in perfect detail. And in the center, just below where Slytherin's robes met the floor, was a single open mouth. Waiting. Harry knew what he had to do. He opened his mouth, and the words came, not English, not anything human, but the hissing, sibilant language that lived in his blood. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. The stone mouth moved. It opened wider, wider than should have been possible, and from within, something emerged. Something enormous. Something ancient. The serpent's head alone was as large as a grown man's torso. Its scales were emerald green, glittering like jewels in the dim light. Its eyes, yellow, slitted, ancient, fixed on Harry with an intelligence that made his blood run cold. And then it spoke. You speak my language, the serpent hissed. Its voice was vast, echoing, filling the chamber. You carry the blood of my master. Are you the heir? Harry's throat was dry. I think so. You think so? The serpent's head tilted, its gaze unreadable. 1,000 years have waited, and my master's heir arrives and only thinks he might be worthy. I'm sorry. I only just found out about any of this. Something flickered in those yellow eyes. Amusement, perhaps. Or hunger. You are young, the serpent observed. Young and uncertain. Not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone older. Someone more certain. Someone ready to claim my master's power and use it. The serpent moved closer, its massive body sliding across the stone floor with terrifying grace. But blood is blood. The heir is the heir. I am bound to serve you, little one. Harry's scar blazed with sudden pain. He gasped, stumbling backward, but the serpent didn't follow. You carry something, it observed. A mark. A fragment. There is something of the other one in you. The other one. The one who came before. The last heir. He was young too, once. He came to me seeking power, and I gave it. He left and never returned. The serpent's eyes narrowed. He tried to open the chamber again, years later. He spoke my language, but he wasn't the heir. Not truly. The blood had thinned in his line. Harry thought of Tom Riddle. Voldemort. The dark wizard who'd killed his parents and tried to kill him. He's dead now. Is he? The serpent's hiss was thoughtful. Perhaps. Perhaps not. Such power does not die easily. It moved again, circling him with that terrifying grace. But you are not him. You are younger, purer, closer to the source. You could be greater than he ever was. I don't want. Harry stopped. What didn't he want? Power. He'd spent his whole life powerless, at the mercy of people who hated him. Part of him wanted power more than anything. But the Sorting Hat's words echoed in his mind. Choose compassion over cruelty. Choose friendship over power. I don't know what I want, he admitted. The serpent paused. Honesty. Interesting. The last one never admitted uncertainty. He was always so sure. It lowered its massive head until its eyes were level with Harry's. I will wait, little heir. The chamber will remain. When you are ready to claim my master's legacy, return. Speak my language, and I will answer. But I have questions. Questions you are not ready to ask. The serpent began to retreat, sliding back toward the statue. Return when you understand what you truly seek. Not what you think you want, what you truly need. Then we will speak again. The stone mouth closed. The serpent was gone. Harry stood alone in the darkness, his scar throbbing, his heart racing, his mind churning with 1,000 questions he couldn't answer. He found Draco waiting in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, pale with worry. Where have you been? I was about to go get a teacher. Draco's eyes widened as he took in Harry's expression. What happened? Did you find it? Harry nodded slowly. I found it. And it's real. The chamber. The basilisk. All of it. He leaned against the sink, suddenly exhausted. It spoke to me. The basilisk. It said it would wait until I was ready. Draco's face cycled through several emotions. Awe, envy, hunger, before settling on something that looked almost like concern. Ready for what? I don't know. That's what it said. When I'm ready to claim Slytherin's legacy. Harry looked at his hands. They were shaking. I don't even know what that means. It means power. Draco's voice was fierce. It means everything. Don't you see? The basilisk, it's the most dangerous creature in the magical world. And it answers to you. To you, Potter. No one else. Harry shook his head. It said it would answer when I'm ready. Not before. Then we make you ready. Draco grabbed his shoulders, his eyes burning with intensity. We learn everything. We practice everything. We become worthy of the power that's waiting for us. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to point out that the basilisk had warned him, that it had mentioned Voldemort's hunger for power, that the Sorting Hat had told him to choose compassion. But the memory of those yellow eyes, that ancient voice, the promise of something greater, it was intoxicating. Okay, he heard himself say. We get ready. The next weeks were a blur of secret meetings and forbidden research. Harry, Draco, Blaise, and sometimes Crabbe and Goyle gathered in the hidden library every evening, poring over books about dark magic, Parseltongue, and the history of Slytherin's line. They practiced spells far beyond their year level, hexes and curses that made Harry's skin crawl even as he felt the power surge through his wand. And word spread. It started with whispers. Potter's different. Potter's dangerous. Potter spends all his time with Malfoy, doing Merlin knows what in the dungeons. The whispers grew louder, spread further, until Harry couldn't walk through the corridors without feeling eyes on him. The Gryffindors, predictably, were the most hostile. Ron Weasley glared at him whenever they passed. Hermione Granger watched him with an expression of disappointed concern. Neville Longbottom, who Harry had saved, who Harry had returned the Remembrall to, looked away whenever their eyes met. Only the Slytherins embraced him. Older students clapped him on the back, offered advice, shared secrets. Pansy Parkinson stopped making snide comments and started simpering instead. Millicent Bulstrode offered to lend him her notes on potions. Even the prefects, Gemma Farley and the others, treated him with a respect they'd never shown first years before. You're becoming someone, Draco said with satisfaction. People are starting to notice. Harry wasn't sure he liked being noticed. But he couldn't deny the thrill of it, the way people stepped aside when he walked through corridors, the way whispers followed him, the way his name was spoken with something like fear. Power. This was what power felt like. The first real conflict came in November. Harry was walking back from the library, arms full of books, when he rounded a corner and nearly collided with Ron Weasley. They stared at each other for a moment. Ron's face was flushed with anger, his fists clenched at his sides. Weasley. Harry's voice came out cool, controlled, just like Draco had taught him. Potter. Ron's voice dripped with contempt. Heard you've been cozying up to the snakes. Malfoy must be thrilled, finally got the celebrity he's been chasing. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? Ron stepped closer. Everyone's talking about it. How Potter's gone dark. How Potter's spending all his time learning curses and plotting against Gryffindor. How Potter's turning into, he stopped. Turning into what? Turning into him. Ron's voice was barely a whisper. You know who. The one who gave you that scar. Something snapped in Harry's chest. The books fell from his arms, and before he knew what he was doing, his wand was in his hand. Take that back. Ron's eyes widened. What are you going to do, Potter? Curse me. Prove everyone right. Take it back. The air between them crackled with tension. Harry could feel magic building in his chest, the same power that had exploded in the Dursleys' kitchen, that had spoken to the basilisk, that had been growing stronger every day. It wanted release. It wanted to show this stupid, arrogant boy what he was dealing with. Expelliarmus. The spell came from somewhere to Harry's left. His wand flew from his hand, clattering to the stone floor. He whirled. Hermione Granger stood there, her wand still raised, her expression fierce. That's enough, she said. Both of you. Ron rounded on her. He was going to curse me. He was provoked. Hermione's eyes met Harry's. But that doesn't make it right. You need to control yourself, Potter. This, she gestured at him, at the scattered books, at the tension in the air. This isn't you. How do you know what's me? Because I've read about you. Your parents, they were good people. They fought against everything Voldemort stood for. They died for it. Her voice softened. You're not them. But you're not him either. Not yet. Harry's rage drained away, leaving only exhaustion. He bent and picked up his wand, his books, trying to ignore the way his hands shook. You don't know anything about me, he said quietly. None of you do. He walked away without looking back. That night, the dream returned. The chamber with the serpent pillars. Salazar Slytherin on his throne. And this time, Tom Riddle stood beside him, his handsome face twisted with amusement. You almost did it, Riddle said. You almost cursed him. Why did you stop? Harry didn't answer. Fear. Guilt. The girl's words. Riddle circled him, predatory. She's dangerous, that one. She sees too much. She'll try to turn you from your path. My path. Power. Dominance. Everything the Dursleys denied you. Everything you deserve. Riddle's voice was seductive, hypnotic. You could have had it tonight. One curse, and Weasley would never have spoken to you again. One curse, and everyone would know, Harry Potter is not to be crossed. Harry thought about it. The rage had felt good. The power had felt good. For one moment, he'd understood why people sought darkness, why they embraced it. But Hermione's words echoed in his mind. You're not him. Not yet. I don't want to be you. Riddle's smile didn't waver. Then don't be. Be better. Be stronger. Be everything I could have been if I'd had someone to guide me. He stepped closer, his eyes burning red. But don't be weak, Harry. Weakness is death. Weakness is the cupboard under the stairs. Weakness is hunger and loneliness and never fighting back. Choose. Harry woke with a gasp, his scar blazing, the word echoing in his mind. Choose. The next morning, Harry walked into the Great Hall and felt the shift immediately. Conversation stopped as he passed. Students watched him with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Even the teachers, Snape with his unreadable expression, McGonagall with her stern disapproval, seemed to be watching him differently. Draco was waiting at the Slytherin table, his expression triumphant. You heard. Heard what? About last night. The confrontation with Weasley. Everyone's talking about it. Draco grinned. They're saying you almost cursed him. That Granger had to stop you. That you've got power, real power, that no one expected. Harry sat down heavily. It wasn't like that. Doesn't matter what it was like. Matters what people believe. Draco pushed a plate of toast toward him. Eat up. You've got a reputation to maintain. Harry stared at the food without seeing it. A reputation. Power. Fear. Was this what he wanted? Was this what he'd become? He thought of the basilisk's words. Return when you understand what you truly seek. He thought of Riddle's words. Don't be weak. He thought of Hermione's words. You're not him. Not yet. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, Ron Weasley was holding court, gesturing wildly, clearly reenacting the confrontation for an audience of first years. Hermione sat beside him, her expression troubled, her eyes occasionally flicking toward the Slytherin table. When she caught Harry looking, she didn't look away. She held his gaze for a long moment, long enough for him to see something in her eyes. Not fear, not judgment, something else, something that looked almost like hope. Then she turned back to her breakfast, and the moment was gone. Harry looked down at his toast. Choose. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8. Dark Revelations. The winter term descended on Hogwarts like a blanket of ice and silence. Snow piled against the castle walls, drifted through the grounds, transformed the Black Lake into a vast white expanse that reflected the pale winter sky. Inside the castle, students huddled by fires, drank pumpkin juice by the gallon, and complained about the cold with the theatrical misery only teenagers could muster. Harry barely noticed any of it. The weeks since his confrontation with Ron had changed something fundamental in how the castle saw him. The whispers had become constant, a background hum of speculation and fear that followed him everywhere. Gryffindors crossed corridors to avoid him. Hufflepuffs averted their eyes. Ravenclaws watched with intellectual curiosity, as if he were a particularly interesting specimen they couldn't quite categorize. Only Slytherins embraced him fully. And even among them, the embrace felt less like warmth and more like, claiming. You're a symbol now, Draco explained one evening. They were in the common room, the fire casting green shadows across their faces. Whether you like it or not, people look at you and see something. The question is, what do you want them to see? Harry stared into the flames. I don't know. You need to know. Uncertainty is weakness. Weakness is death. I know. You've said. Harry's voice was sharper than he intended. Draco's perpetual lecturing had begun to wear on him, though he couldn't quite say why. Draco's eyes narrowed. Something wrong. No. Yes. Everything. I just need to think. He rose and walked to the windows, staring out at the dark water beyond. Fish drifted past, their scales catching the faint light. Further out, something larger moved, the giant squid, probably, going about its mysterious business. Behind him, Draco said something to Blaise, their voices low and conspiratorial. Harry didn't try to listen. He was tired of conspiracies. Tired of politics. Tired of being watched and judged and claimed. You're tired of everything, the voice whispered. That's the blood calling. The power demanding release. Harry pressed his palm to his scar. It was warm, always warm now, as if something lived beneath the skin. Soon, the voice promised. Soon you'll understand. The hidden library became Harry's refuge. Not from the whispers, they followed him everywhere, but from the pressure of constant performance. In the circular room with its ancient books and watching armor, Harry didn't have to be the heir of Slytherin or the boy who lived or anyone's symbol. He could just be Harry, a boy with too many questions and not enough answers. He spent hours there, often alone, reading everything he could find about Salazar Slytherin, about Parseltongue, about the chamber and its secrets. Some books were helpful, most were not. A few were terrifying. The Darkest Arts, a volume bound in what looked uncomfortably like human skin, detailed rituals and spells that made Harry's stomach turn. He read about blood magic, about sacrifices, about ways to tear souls apart and hide the pieces. He read about Horcruxes, objects in which dark wizards concealed fragments of themselves to achieve immortality. Only the most powerful and most evil have attempted this, the book warned. For to split the soul is to unmake the self. Those who succeed become something less than human, and something more. Harry thought of Voldemort, the creature who had killed his parents, who had tried to kill him. Was that what he'd become? Something less than human. You could be more, the voice whispered. You could be everything. He slammed the book shut, his heart pounding. Not everything in the library was so dark. Some volumes were simply histories, accounts of the founding of Hogwarts, of the four founders and their vision. Harry read them all, hungry for any glimpse of the man whose blood he carried. Salazar Slytherin was the most private of the founders, one book noted. While Gryffindor welcomed all to his table, while Hufflepuff opened her doors to every student, while Ravenclaw sought wisdom wherever it could be found, Slytherin kept his own counsel. He trusted only those of pure blood, not because he hated others, as some have claimed, but because he believed that magic was a gift that should be preserved and protected. Harry paused at that. Not because he hated others. That contradicted everything he'd heard about Slytherin. He read on. The breach between Slytherin and the other founders was not sudden. For years, they debated the nature of magical education, the role of Muggle-born students, the future of their beloved school. Slytherin's position was not born of hatred but of fear. Fear that Muggle-born witches and wizards, raised without knowledge of our world, might inadvertently expose magic to those who would destroy it. He had seen, in his travels, what Muggles did to those they considered different. He wanted to protect his students from that fate. History has not been kind to Slytherin. His warnings were forgotten, his fears dismissed. And when he left Hogwarts, he took with him secrets that have never been recovered, including the location of his legendary chamber. Harry set the book down, his mind spinning. Slytherin wasn't evil. He was afraid. Afraid of Muggles, yes, but also afraid for the students he'd taught, the world he'd helped build. His paranoia had driven him to extremes, but it hadn't started as hatred. Fear, Harry thought. Fear of being hurt. Fear of being different. Fear of losing everything. He understood that fear better than most. The breakthrough came on a frozen December night. Harry was alone in the hidden library, working his way through a stack of genealogies Draco had found, when he noticed something strange. The Potter family tree, or what existed of it, was frustratingly incomplete. Generation after generation of Potters, their births and deaths recorded, but with gaps that made tracing the line impossible. Then he found a name that stopped him cold. Euphemia Potter, née Slytherin. Asterisk. The date was from the 1600s, a marriage between the Potter and Slytherin lines, carefully recorded in a family Bible that someone had preserved. Harry traced the connection with trembling fingers. Euphemia Slytherin had married a Potter. Their children had carried the Potter name, but the Slytherin blood had continued through them. Generation after generation, hidden beneath a different family name, the line had survived. I'm not just related to Slytherin, Harry realized. I'm descended from him directly. The blood is in me, has always been in me. He sat back, his heart pounding. This was proof. Real proof, not just Draco's theories or the Sorting Hat's cryptic words. Paper and ink, names and dates, a chain of inheritance stretching back 1,000 years. Blood of my blood. The voice in his head was clearer than it had ever been. Almost solid. Almost present. You have found the truth. Now you must decide what to do with it. I don't know, Harry whispered. I don't know what you want from me. Not want. Need. You need to understand what you are, what you can become. The power in your blood is not a curse, Harry. It's a gift. The greatest gift. But gifts must be claimed. How? Come back to the chamber. Bring the proof of your heritage. And I will show you. Harry didn't go immediately. He sat in the library for hours, the genealogy book open before him, trying to process what he'd learned. He was Slytherin's heir. Not metaphorically, not politically, but literally. The blood of the serpent ran in his veins, passed down through centuries of Potters who'd probably never known what they carried. Did his parents know? His father, James, the Gryffindor, the Quidditch star, the boy who'd died fighting Voldemort, had he known that his blood carried the legacy of the Dark Lord's ancestor? Had it mattered to him? Harry would never know. They were gone, and their secrets had died with them. Unless, the voice whispered, you find them yourself. He thought about the basilisk's words. Return when you understand what you truly seek. Did he understand now? He wasn't sure. But he knew he needed to go back. Needed to see that ancient creature again, to ask the questions that burned in his mind. He stood, closed the book, and left the library. Draco was waiting for him in the common room, his expression a mixture of impatience and curiosity. You've been gone for hours. What did you find? Harry hesitated. The genealogy book was still in his hands, proof of everything Draco had been hoping for. If he showed it to Draco, there would be no going back. His friend, if Draco was his friend, would want to act immediately, too. Claim the chamber, to use the basilisk's power for something. Harry didn't know what, and that uncertainty was the problem. I found some interesting things, he said carefully. But I need to think about them. Alone. Draco's eyes narrowed. You're hiding something. I'm not hiding anything. I just need time to process. Time. Draco's voice dripped with skepticism. We don't have time, Potter. Every day you wait is a day someone else might find the chamber first. No one else can find it. The password is blood, my blood. It's safe. You don't know that. Draco stepped closer, his pale eyes intense. My father says Dumbledore's been searching for the chamber for decades. If he finds it, he won't. How can you be sure? Harry met his gaze. Because I'm the heir. The chamber answers to me. No one else. For a long moment, they stared at each other. Then Draco's expression shifted, from intensity to something that looked almost like respect. Fine, he said. Take your time. But don't take too long. Opportunities like this don't wait forever. He turned and walked away, leaving Harry alone with the genealogy book and the weight of his decision. The chamber was different this time. Harry descended through the pipe with more confidence, landing smoothly on the stone floor. The tunnel stretched before him, its serpent carving seeming almost welcoming in the glow of his wandlight. He walked forward without hesitation, his scar pulsing with each step. The vast chamber opened around him, the pillars rising into darkness, the statue of Slytherin looming at the far end. But this time, Harry didn't stop at the statue's feet. He walked straight to the stone mouth and spoke the words. I have returned. I have proof of my heritage. Show yourself. The stone mouth opened. The serpent emerged, massive, ancient, beautiful in its terrible way. Its yellow eyes fixed on Harry, and something like approval flickered in their depths. You brought proof. Harry held up the genealogy book, open to the page with Euphemia's name. The serpent leaned closer, its breath washing over Harry in a wave of heat and the smell of ancient things. Slytherin blood, it confirmed. Thinned by generations, but still present. Still potent. You are the heir, little one. There is no doubt. Then teach me, Harry said. Show me what I need to know. The serpent considered him for a long moment. You are young, impatient, but you have the blood, and you have the will. I will teach you what I can. It drew back, circling him with that terrifying grace. First, you must understand what the chamber truly is. It is not merely a hiding place for a monster. It is a repository, a storehouse of everything my master knew and valued. His books, his artifacts, his greatest creations. Harry's heart leapt. Where? Here. All around you. The serpent gestured with its massive head toward the pillars. The chamber itself is the repository. Every pillar, every carving, every stone, they are imbued with my master's magic. But only the heir can access them. How? With your blood. The serpent's eyes gleamed. Blood calls to blood. Power calls to power. You must offer a token of your heritage, a drop of your blood, to awaken what sleeps here. Harry's hand went to his scar. You mean? Yes. The mark you carry, it is more than a scar. It is a key. The last heir marked you with his power when he tried to destroy you. That power mingled with your blood, became part of you. It makes you stronger than any heir before you. Harry's mind reeled. Voldemort's power, in him. In his blood. The thing that had killed his parents, that had tried to kill him, was now part of what he was. Do not fear it, the serpent advised. The power is neutral. It is what you do with it that matters. The last heir used his power for destruction and domination. You could choose differently. Could I? Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Everyone says power corrupts. That it's only a matter of time before I become like him. Everyone is afraid. The serpent's voice was gentle, almost kind. Fear makes people say foolish things. You are not the last heir. You are yourself, Harry Potter, child of two worlds, heir of an ancient line. What you become is your choice, not your destiny. Harry looked at his hands. They were shaking. But beneath the shaking, he felt something else, a certainty, a purpose, a sense that he was exactly where he was meant to be. Show me, he said. Show me what I need to do. The ritual was simple. Harry stood before the statue of Slytherin while the serpent watched from the shadows. In his hand, he held a small knife, ancient, provided by the serpent, its blade sharp enough to draw blood with the lightest touch. Speak the words, the serpent instructed. Then offer your blood to the stone. Harry raised the knife. The blade caught the faint light, glittering like ice. I, Harry Potter, descendant of Salazar Slytherin, claim my heritage. I offer my blood to awaken what sleeps. Let the chamber recognize its heir. He pressed the blade to his palm. The pain was sharp, immediate, but before he could react, something else happened. The blood that welled from the cut didn't drip to the floor. Instead, it rose into the air, a single crimson droplet that hung suspended before his eyes. Then it flew toward the statue. It struck Slytherin's stone heart. And the world exploded into light. Harry saw things, saw them not with his eyes but with something deeper, something that existed beyond sight. He saw Slytherin standing in this very chamber, 1,000 years ago, his face young and fierce and full of purpose. He saw the basilisk coiled at his feet, a hatchling then, its scales still soft. He saw the founders together, Gryffindor with his lion's mane, Hufflepuff with her warm smile, Ravenclaw with her diadem of wisdom, and he saw the moment their unity shattered, saw the arguments and accusations and final, terrible parting. He saw Slytherin's last moments in the castle, his face set in lines of grief and rage, his heart breaking even as he sealed the chamber behind him. He saw the basilisk left behind, waiting, sleeping, dreaming of its master's return. And he saw, this was the most terrible, he saw Tom Riddle, young and handsome and hungry, standing in this very spot, speaking to the serpent, claiming power he had no right to claim. He saw the lies Riddle told, the promises he made, the evil he would become. He was not the true heir, Slytherin's voice echoed through the vision. But he had enough blood to open the chamber, enough power to command the serpent. And I was not here to stop him. Harry gasped as the visions faded, leaving him gasping on the stone floor. His scar blazed with agony. His palm throbbed where he'd cut it. But beneath the pain, he felt something else, a connection, a bond, a link to this place and its ancient magic. It is done, the serpent said. The chamber knows you now. Its secrets are yours to discover. Harry pushed himself to his feet, swaying. There's so much. I saw so much. You saw what you needed to see. The rest will come in time. The serpent moved closer, its massive head lowering until it was level with Harry's. You have taken the first step, little heir. The path ahead is long and difficult. But you are not alone. Not alone. I am with you. The chamber is with you. And in time, others will join you, those who recognize what you are and what you can become. Harry thought of Draco, of Blaise, of the Slytherins, who'd embraced him. Were they what the serpent meant? Or was there something more, something waiting in the darkness, watching, patient? Return when you need guidance, the serpent said. I will be here, always. It began to retreat, sliding back toward the statue. Wait, Harry called. What's your name? I can't keep calling you, the serpent. The creature paused. Its yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness. Names have power, little heir. But if you must call me something, my master called me Serafina. Serafina. Harry tested the name. It felt right. Ancient and beautiful and terrible, like the creature itself. Yes. The serpent, Serafina, inclined her head. Until we meet again, Harry Potter. Heir of Slytherin, child of two worlds. She disappeared into the statue, and the stone mouth closed behind her. Harry stood alone in the chamber, his blood still wet on his palm, his mind still spinning with visions, his heart pounding with a mixture of fear and exhilaration. He had done it. He had claimed his heritage. Now he had to live with the consequences. The walk back through the tunnels felt different. The serpent carvings seemed to watch him with knowing eyes. The darkness felt less oppressive, more protective. Harry moved with a confidence he hadn't felt before, as if the chamber itself was guiding his steps. When he emerged into Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, he found Draco waiting, but not alone. Blaise stood beside him, his dark eyes gleaming with curiosity. And behind them, half hidden in the shadows, stood someone else, a girl with sleek black hair and sharp gray eyes that seemed to see straight through Harry. Potter. Her voice was cool, controlled. I'm Daphne Greengrass. We haven't spoken much, but I've been watching your progress with interest. Harry tensed. What do you want? To help. She stepped forward, her expression unreadable. You've found the chamber. You've claimed your heritage. But you don't know what comes next, how to use what you've gained, how to protect yourself from those who would use you. She glanced at Draco, then back at Harry. I can help with that. Why would you? Because my family has always supported the old ways. Because I believe in power properly used. Her eyes met his. And because I think you're going to need all the allies you can get. Dumbledore knows something's happening. He's watching. And when he decides to act, you'll want people who understand the game. Harry looked at Draco, who shrugged. Looked at Blaise, who nodded slightly. Looked at Daphne, whose gray eyes held secrets he couldn't begin to guess. The serpent's words echoed in his mind. In time, others will join you. Okay, he said. Tell me what I need to know. Daphne smiled, a small, controlled expression that didn't reach her eyes. Good. Then let's begin. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9, Embracing Darkness. The weeks after Harry's ritual in the chamber marked a shift so profound that even the castle itself seemed to notice. Snow continued to fall, piling against the windows in drifts that blocked out the weak winter light. But inside Hogwarts, the temperature wasn't the only thing that had changed. Students whispered that the corridors felt different, darker, somehow, as if shadows had deepened in corners where light used to reach. The torches flickered more often. The suits of armor seemed to watch passers-by with unsettling attention. And in the Slytherin common room, where green light from the lake painted everything in underwater hues, a new energy crackled through the air. Harry felt it constantly now, The power that lived in his blood, awakened by the chamber, fed by his connection to Serafina. It hummed beneath his skin like a second heartbeat, waiting for release. Waiting for command. The dreams had changed too. No more green light, no more woman's scream. Instead, Harry dreamed of serpents, great coils of them, sliding through darkness, their scales glittering like jewels. He dreamed of Salazar Slytherin, who spoke to him in Parseltongue, teaching him words he'd never known. He dreamed of power, vast and terrible and beautiful, flowing through his veins like liquid fire. And sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, he dreamed of Tom Riddle. "You're progressing faster than I did," Riddle admitted in one dream. They stood in the chamber together, watching Serafina sleep. "I was older before I found this place. More cautious. More afraid. I'm not afraid," Harry said. "Aren't you?" Riddle's handsome face twisted with amusement. "You're terrified. Of the power. Of what it might make you. Of what you might become. But fear is useful, Harry. It sharpens the mind. Focuses the will. Don't waste it. I don't want to be like you." "Then don't be." Riddle's eyes burned red. "Be better. Be stronger. Be everything I could have been if I'd had someone to guide me, someone who understood." You don't understand anything. You're just a memory. A ghost." Riddle laughed, a cold, cruel sound. "Am I? Perhaps. Perhaps not. But the power I wielded is real, and it flows through your veins now. Use it wisely, Harry. Or don't. The choice is yours." He faded, leaving Harry alone with the sleeping serpent and the weight of his own uncertainty. The hidden library became Harry's second home. He spent every free moment there now, accompanied by his new inner circle, Draco, Blaise, and Daphne. The four of them had become inseparable, a cabal within Slytherin, feared and respected in equal measure. Other students gave them space when they walked through corridors. Prefects nodded respectfully. Even the older Slytherins, the 5th years and 6th years who usually ignored 1st years, treated them with cautious deference. "You've become someone," Daphne observed one evening. They were gathered around the library's central table, surrounded by books on dark magic and blood rituals. "People watch you now. They're trying to decide what you'll become." Harry looked up from a particularly dense text on Parseltongue etymology. "What do you think you'll become?" Daphne's gray eyes considered him carefully. "That depends on you. Power doesn't have a moral alignment, it just is. What matters is how you use it." She paused. "The last heir used it for destruction. But you're not him. How do you know?" "Because you're here, in this library, asking questions. Because you haven't hurt anyone who didn't deserve it. Because when Weasley provoked you, you didn't curse him." Her lips curved slightly. "You thought about it, though. I could see it in your eyes." Harry's jaw tightened. "He deserved it. Maybe. But you didn't do it. That's what matters." He looked away, uncomfortable with her perception. Daphne saw too much, more than Draco, who saw only what he wanted to see, more than Blaise, who saw everything but kept his observations to himself. Daphne saw Harry, and she didn't flinch. "Tell me about your family," he said, changing the subject. "You said they support the old ways." The flicker of something, pain, regret, crossed her face before she controlled it. "The Greengrasses have always been neutral. We don't take sides in wars, we survive them. My father says that's the only way to ensure the family continues." "That doesn't sound like supporting the old ways." "It doesn't, does it?" She picked up a quill, turning it over in her fingers. "But neutrality isn't the same as ignorance. We know the old magic. We preserve it. We just don't use it publicly." Her eyes met his. "Until now, perhaps. Until now. You're changing things, Potter. The old alliances, the old certainties, they're shifting. People are having to choose sides." She set down the quill. "I've chosen yours. Why? Because I think you'll win." The first practical lesson came from Daphne, not from the books. They were alone in the library. Draco and Blaise had gone to dinner, but Harry had stayed behind, too absorbed in his reading to notice the time. Daphne had stayed too, ostensibly to finish her potions essay, but Harry suspected she had other reasons. "You're holding back," she said without preamble. Harry looked up. "What? In your practice? You're learning the theory, but you're not applying it. You're afraid of what will happen if you actually use the power." Harry's scar prickled. "I'm not afraid." "Yes, you are. I can see it." She moved closer, taking the seat across from him. You grew up with muggles, didn't you? They taught you that magic was wrong, that you were wrong. That fear doesn't disappear just because you've found out the truth. He wanted to deny it. Wanted to tell her she was wrong, that he'd embraced his heritage, that he wasn't afraid of anything. But the words wouldn't come. The Dursleys, he said quietly. My aunt and uncle. They called me a freak. Locked me in a cupboard. Starved me. He hadn't meant to say any of that, hadn't meant to share anything with her. But the words spilled out like water from a cracked vessel. They made me believe I was worthless. That my magic was something to be ashamed of. Daphne was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than he'd ever heard it. My sister, she said. Astoria. She's younger than me, she'll start Hogwarts next year. She's always been sickly. Weak. My parents. She paused, choosing her words carefully. My parents love her, but they've never expected much from her. They put all their hopes on me. Harry didn't understand. What does that have to do with anything? Because I know what it's like to be seen a certain way. To have people's expectations shape how you see yourself. Her gray eyes met his. Your relatives were wrong, Harry. You're not a freak. You're the most powerful wizard of your generation. The sooner you believe that, the sooner you'll stop being afraid. She stood, gathering her things. Practice what you've learned. Actually practice it, with your wand, with your magic. Stop reading and start doing. At the door, she paused. And if you need someone to practice with, I'm available. She left, and Harry sat alone in the library, her words echoing in his mind. He took her advice. The next day, during free period, he found an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor and locked himself inside. The room was dusty, filled with broken furniture and forgotten artifacts, a piano with missing keys, a globe that spun slowly even though no one touched it, portraits of long-dead headmasters who snored in their frames. Harry drew his wand. The spells he'd been studying, the darker ones, the ones Draco whispered about with reverent excitement, flashed through his mind. The Cruciatus Curse, the Imperious Curse, the Killing Curse. He didn't want to learn those, not yet, maybe not ever. But there were others. Lesser-known spells. Dark magic that didn't require hurting anyone. The Serpent's Grasp. A spell that conjured shadowy tendrils to bind an opponent. The Viper's Kiss. A hex that caused temporary paralysis. The Basilisk's Gaze. Not a true killing curse, but a spell that induced paralyzing fear. Harry raised his wand. Serpensortia. A snake erupted from his wand, not a real one, but a construct of shadow and magic. It slithered across the floor, its movements eerily realistic, before dissolving into smoke. Viperius. Vinculo. Shadowy tendrils shot from his wand, wrapping around an abandoned desk. The wood groaned under the pressure, and Harry quickly released the spell before it could cause damage. Oculus Serpentis. For a moment, the room flickered, and Harry saw himself through the spell's effect. Terror washed over him, primal and overwhelming, before he managed to break the connection. He stood in the center of the room, breathing hard, his heart pounding. The power had felt incredible, intoxicating. For those few moments, he'd been in complete control, the magic flowing through him like water through a riverbed. Yes, the voice whispered. Yes, this is what you were meant for. Harry's scar blazed. The portraits on the walls had stopped snoring. They were watching him now, their painted eyes wide with something that looked like fear. He didn't care. He raised his wand again. The changes in Harry didn't go unnoticed. Professor Snape called him aside after potions one day, his black eyes boring into Harry's with uncomfortable intensity. You've been practicing, Snape said. It wasn't a question. Harry met his gaze. Yes, sir. Dark magic. I've been exploring my heritage. Snape's lip curled slightly. Your heritage. Yes. The Malfoy boy has been filling your head with tales of Slytherin greatness, I imagine. He paused. Be careful, Potter. Power is seductive. It promises everything and delivers. He stopped, something flickering in his eyes. Delivers less than you'd think. You used dark magic. Harry hadn't meant to say it, the words just came out. Everyone knows. You were a Death Eater. The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop 10 degrees. That, Snape said softly, is none of your concern. What is your concern is the path you're walking. I've seen it before. Brilliant students, hungry for power, convinced they're different, that they can control the darkness without being consumed by it. His eyes were fathomless. They were wrong. Every single one. Then why did you survive? Something flickered across Snape's face, pain, perhaps, or regret. Because I had something they didn't. Someone I wanted to protect. He turned away. Think about that, Potter. Think about who you're protecting, and who's protecting you. He swept away, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with the weight of his words. That night, Harry dreamed of his mother. She was young, younger than in the photographs he'd seen, with red hair and bright green eyes that matched his own. She was laughing, running through a field of wildflowers, and behind her ran a man with messy black hair and glasses, his father. They looked happy, carefree, in love. Harry. His mother's voice. She'd stopped running and was looking directly at him, not at the baby in her arms, not at her husband, but at him, the boy who would be born years later. Harry, listen to me. The power in your blood, it's not a curse. It's a gift. But gifts can be misused. Your father and I, we loved you. We still love you. Don't forget that. Mum, choose love, Harry. Choose friendship. Choose light. That's the only way to win. She faded, and Harry woke with tears on his face. The dream changed nothing. Or rather, it changed everything, but not in the way Harry expected. Instead of pulling him back from the darkness, his mother's words pushed him forward. Because if love was the answer, if friendship and light were the path, then he needed to be strong enough to protect them. Strong enough to ensure no one he loved ever suffered the way his parents had. And strength meant power. He threw himself into his studies with renewed intensity. Not just the dark magic, all of it. Charms, transfiguration, potions, defense against the dark arts. He wanted to know everything, master everything, become everything. His teachers noticed. Flitwick praised his charms work. McGonagall, despite her obvious wariness of his Slytherin connections, admitted his transfiguration was exceptional. Even Snape, in his grudging way, acknowledged that Potter was not completely hopeless. But it was the dark magic that called to him most strongly. The spells he practiced in the abandoned classroom grew more complex, more powerful. He learned to conjure shields of shadow, to move silently even in the darkest corridors, to sense the presence of others through magical means. He learned to tap into the power that lived in his blood, the Slytherin heritage, the fragment of Voldemort's soul, the magic that had marked him since birth. And with each spell, each success, he felt himself changing. The confrontation came in January. Harry was walking back from the library, alone, when he heard footsteps behind him. He turned, and found himself facing Ron Weasley and Seamus Finnegan, their expressions hard with anger. Potter. Ron's voice was flat. We need to talk. About what? About what you're doing. Ron stepped closer. Everyone knows. The dark magic. The secret meetings. The way you've got the Slytherins eating out of your hand. Harry's jaw tightened. What I do is my business. It's everyone's business when you're turning into. Ron stopped, but the word hung in the air between them. Turning into what? You know what? Seamus's Irish accent was thick with contempt. Him. The Dark Lord. Everyone says you're following in his footsteps. Harry's scar blazed. The power in his blood surged, demanding release. For a moment, just a moment, he imagined cursing them both. Imagined the satisfaction of watching them fall, of proving that he wasn't someone to be challenged. Then he remembered his mother's face. Choose love, Harry. Get out of my way, he said quietly. Ron didn't move. Make me. The power surged again, stronger this time, harder to control. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously drew it. The words of a curse rose to his lips. Expelliarmus. The spell came from behind him. His wand flew from his hand, again, and he whirled to find Hermione Granger standing in the corridor, her expression a mixture of fear and determination. Stop, she said. Both of you. This is insane. Ron rounded on her. You're defending him. After everything. I'm not defending anyone. I'm stopping a fight. Hermione's eyes met Harry's. You don't want to do this. I know you don't. You don't know anything about me. I know you saved Neville's Remembrow. I know you didn't curse Ron when you had the chance. I know you're not, she swallowed. I know you're not what everyone says you are. Harry stared at her. The power still surged in his blood, but something in her words, in her eyes, made it harder to hold onto his anger. "Go," he said finally. "All of you. Just, go." Ron looked like he wanted to argue, but Hermione grabbed his arm and pulled him away. Seamus followed, shooting Harry a dark look over his shoulder. Harry stood alone in the corridor, his wand on the floor at his feet, his heart pounding with adrenaline and something else, something that felt almost like shame. "You let them go," the voice whispered. "You showed weakness." "No," Harry said aloud. "I showed control. Is there a difference?" He didn't know. But as he bent to pick up his wand, he realized his hands were shaking. That night, he went to the chamber. Serafina was waiting, as if she'd known he would come. Her massive head rose from the darkness, her yellow eyes gleaming with ancient wisdom. "You are troubled, little heir." Harry nodded. "I keep almost hurting people. And then I stop. And I don't know which is worse, wanting to hurt them, or stopping because I'm afraid of what I might become." Serafina considered this for a long moment. The desire for power is natural. The desire to strike back at those who threaten you is natural. What matters is what you do with those desires. But how do I know if I'm doing the right thing? You don't. That's the burden of choice. She moved closer, her massive body sliding across the stone floor. The last heir, Tom Riddle, he never questioned himself. He was always certain, always sure. That certainty was his greatest strength and his ultimate weakness. Harry thought about that. So uncertainty is good. Uncertainty is human. Certainty is dangerous. Her eyes seemed to bore into his soul. "You are not Tom Riddle, Harry Potter. You never will be. But you could become something worse, or something better. The choice is yours, and yours alone." "I don't want to become something worse." "Then don't." Serafina began to retreat. "But remember, power itself is not evil. It is simply power. What matters is how you use it, and why. Keep questioning, little heir. Keep choosing. And when the time comes to act, act with purpose, not with rage." She disappeared into the darkness, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. He sat in the chamber for a long time after that, staring at the statue of Salazar Slytherin, feeling the weight of 1,000 years of legacy pressing down on his shoulders. Somewhere above, in the castle, people were talking about him. Judging him. Fearing him. And somewhere deeper, in the darkness of his own heart, something stirred, something that wanted to prove them right. Not yet, he told himself. Not yet, but he could feel it growing. Waiting. And he wasn't sure how much longer he could hold it back. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10, The Bloodline. The dream came with the clarity of memory, not the haze of imagination. Harry stood in a room he'd never seen, a small, cramped space with a single window looking out onto a gray English sky. The walls were lined with books, their spines faded and cracked with age. A fire crackled in a small hearth, casting dancing shadows across a worn carpet. And on the carpet, a baby played. The child was maybe a year old, with a tuft of black hair and bright green eyes that crinkled with laughter as he batted at a toy broomstick hovering just out of reach. His chubby hands grasped at the air, and when he couldn't reach the broom, he simply stared at it, and the broom flew into his grip. The baby giggled. A woman's laugh answered, warm, loving, familiar in a way that made Harry's chest ache. She swept into the room, red hair cascading over her shoulders, and scooped the baby into her arms. "You'll be a terror when you're older," she murmured, pressing kisses to the baby's cheeks. "Just like your father." A man appeared in the doorway, tall, messy-haired, with glasses perched on his nose. He crossed to the woman and wrapped his arms around both her and the baby, his face glowing with love. "He's perfect," James Potter said. "Our perfect boy." Lily Potter smiled up at him. "He is. And we'll keep him safe. Always." The scene shifted. Now the baby was older, toddling around the room, chasing a cat with tabby markings. The cat dodged gracefully, leaping onto a shelf where the child couldn't reach, and regarded him with golden-eyed disdain. "Crookshanks, no running in the..." Lily appeared in the doorway, laughing. "Oh, you too. Come here, my love." She scooped up the toddler, who squirmed and pointed at the cat. "Mine." "No, not yours. Crookshanks belongs to himself." She nuzzled his hair. "But you belong to me. And Daddy. And we belong to you." The toddler considered this seriously, then nodded. Okay. Another. Shift. The room was darker now. The fire had burned low, and shadows clustered in corners. Lily sat in a chair, the toddler on her lap, a book open before them. And the brave knight faced the dragon. She read, not with sword or shield, but with his heart. Because he knew that some battles cannot be won with force, only with love. The toddler looked up at her. Love. Yes, my darling. Love is the most powerful magic of all. She kissed his forehead. Never forget that. The scene began to fade. Harry reached for it, tried to hold on. And woke in his four-poster bed, tears streaming down his face. Dash dash dash. He lay there for a long time, staring at the canopy above, the dream images playing over and over in his mind. His mother's face. His father's laugh. The warmth of a home he couldn't remember, a family he'd never known. They loved you, the voice whispered, but it wasn't the ancient serpent voice this time. It was something softer, kinder. They loved you so much. Harry pressed his palm to his scar. It was cool this morning, cooler than it had been in weeks. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that lived beneath his skin was quiet, as if even it respected the power of those memories. He didn't go to breakfast. He lay in bed until the other boys had left, then dressed slowly and made his way to the library. He needed answers, real answers, not dreams and guesses. He needed to know who he was. Dash dash dash. The genealogy section of the library was in a dusty corner near the restricted section, rarely visited by students more interested in practical magic than family trees. Harry spent hours there, pulling volume after volume, tracing the Potter line as far back as the records went. He found them, generation after generation of Potters, stretching back centuries. Some were famous. Linfred of Stinchcombe, who'd invented medicinal potions still used today. Others were obscure. Minor functionaries, squibs who'd married muggles, witches and wizards who'd lived quiet lives far from the centers of power. And then, buried deep in a crumbling volume titled The Sacred 28 and Other Notable Families, he found what he was looking for. The Potter family, though not included in the Sacred 28 due to their unfortunate tendency to marry muggles and muggle-borns, can trace their lineage back to the 12th century. The family's most notable ancestor is Linfred of Stinchcombe, whose potion innovations laid the groundwork for modern medicinal magic. However, recent genealogical research suggests an even more ancient connection, one that the Potters themselves may not have been aware of. Through the marriage of Euphemia Slytherin to Hardwin Potter in 1637, the Potter line absorbed the blood of Salazar Slytherin himself. Though the Slytherin family name died out with the Gounts in the 20th century, their blood continues to flow through numerous wizarding families, including the Potters. Harry traced the words with his finger. There it was. Proof, written in ink and bound in leather, that he was exactly what the Sorting Hat had claimed. But the book wasn't finished. It is worth noting that the Potter family has produced an unusual number of Parselmouths throughout history, though this trait was often hidden or explained away. The most recent known Parselmouth in the Potter line was Fleamont Potter, Harry's grandfather, who reportedly used the ability to communicate with garden snakes as a child, though he never spoke of it as an adult. Harry's breath caught. His grandfather. A Parselmouth. The gift ran in his blood, passed down through generations, hidden and suppressed until it emerged in him. You are not alone, the voice whispered. You never were. Dash dash dash. He was so absorbed in his reading that he didn't hear the footsteps approaching until a shadow fell across the page. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. Professor McGonagall stood before him, her expression unreadable. Professor, you missed breakfast. And your first class. Her eyes moved to the book in his hands, and something flickered in her expression. Genealogy. I was researching. Researching what, precisely? Harry hesitated. McGonagall was Gryffindor, his mother's head of house, his father's teacher. She'd known them both. If anyone could tell him about his family, it was her. But she was also watching him with that stern, assessing gaze that made him feel like a specimen under glass. My family, he said finally. I never knew them. I want to understand who I am. Something softened in McGonagall's eyes, just for a moment, quickly hidden. That's understandable. She sat in the chair across from him, her movements precise and economical. But be careful what you read, Mr. Potter. Not everything in books is true, and not everything true is helpful. You knew my parents. Yes, I knew them. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Your father was exuberant, talented, but reckless. He had a tendency to act first and think later, which got him into no end of trouble. Your mother was the opposite, brilliant, thoughtful, always considering consequences. They balanced each other. Harry absorbed this. Were they happy? McGonagall's expression flickered, pain, quickly controlled. Very. They loved each other deeply, and they loved you even more. You were the center of their world, Mr. Potter. Never doubt that. Then why did they leave me with the Dursleys? Why didn't anyone? He stopped, the words catching in his throat. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was gentler than he'd ever heard it. Your mother had a sister, Petunia. They were estranged. Lily's magic created a rift between them that never fully healed. But when your parents died, the protection of blood became crucial. Your mother's sacrifice, giving her life for yours, created a magical bond. As long as you could call Petunia's house home, that protection would hold. Harry stared at her. They left me there to protect me. Yes, it was the only way to keep you safe from those who would have hurt you. Her eyes met his. I know the Dursleys were not ideal. But the alternative was worse. Much worse. Harry thought about the cupboard. The hunger. The constant fear. And underneath it all, the knowledge that his parents had sent him there, had chosen that life for him. They should have found another way. Perhaps. McGonagall rose. But they did what they thought was best, with the information they had. That's all any of us can do. She paused at the table's edge. Be careful with your research, Mr. Potter. The past can be a dangerous place to dwell. She left, and Harry sat alone with his thoughts and his books and the weight of everything he'd learned. He found Draco in the common room that evening, surrounded by Quidditch strategy notes. You look terrible, Draco observed. What happened? Harry dropped into the chair across from him. I found out about my parents. About why I was left with the Dursleys. Draco's expression shifted, interest, carefully masked. And it was to protect me. My mother's sacrifice created some kind of magical protection that only works if I live with her blood relatives. Harry's voice was flat. So they left me there. In a cupboard. With people who hated me. Draco was silent for a moment. Then, unexpectedly, he leaned forward. My father's not exactly warm either, he said quietly. He has expectations. Standards. If I don't meet them. He shrugged, but his eyes betrayed him. We all have our burdens. Potter. Harry looked at him, really looked, for the first time. Draco Malfoy, with his perfect robes and his perfect hair and his perfect pure-blood pedigree. Underneath all that polish, was there a boy who understood? Who knew what it was like to be valued only for what you could become, not for who you were? Thanks, Harry said. For that. Draco nodded, looking slightly uncomfortable. Don't mention it. Ever. He gathered his notes. Now, are we going to practice, or are we going to sit around feeling sorry for ourselves? Harry almost smiled. Practice. The abandoned classroom on the third floor had become their sanctuary. Harry, Draco, Blaise, and Daphne gathered there most evenings, practicing spells far beyond their year level. Draco was competent, if not exceptional. Blaise had a natural talent for defensive magic. Daphne was quietly brilliant, mastering spells with an ease that suggested extensive practice at home. But Harry outpaced them all. The power in his blood responded to every spell, every incantation, as if it had been waiting all along for someone to unlock it. He cast charms that should have been beyond a first year, hexes that made even Daphne raise her eyebrows, curses that Blaise refused to learn. You're getting stronger, Daphne observed one evening. They'd been practicing for hours, and the others had gone to dinner, but Harry had stayed behind, unwilling to stop. Faster. It's like the magic knows you. Harry lowered his wand. It's the bloodline. The Slytherin heritage. It's waking up. And the other thing. Daphne's gray eyes were sharp. The piece of him that lives in your scar. Harry's hand went to his forehead. You know about that. I know enough to be concerned. The Dark Lord's soul fragment, if that's what it is, could be influencing you. Making you more susceptible to dark magic. She paused. Making you more like him. Harry's jaw tightened. I'm not like him. Not yet. But power corrupts, Harry. It's not just a saying, it's a truth of magic. The more power you wield, the more it changes you. She stepped closer. The question is whether you're changing it, or it's changing you. He wanted to argue. Wanted to tell her she was wrong, that he was in control, that the power was his to command. But the words died in his throat. Because sometimes, in the darkest part of the night, he felt something stirring in his scar, something that wasn't him. Something that wanted things he didn't want. Something that whispered of power and domination and the thrill of making others fear him. I don't know, he admitted. I don't know what's me and what's him. Daphne nodded slowly. Then we need to find out. The method was simple, but dangerous. Daphne produced a small vial of clear liquid from her pocket. Veritaserum. Truth potion. 1 drop, and you can't lie for an hour. Harry stared at it. Where did you get that? My family has connections. She held it out. Take it. I'll ask you questions, about your feelings, your desires, your experiences with the dark magic. You'll answer honestly. And then we'll know. Harry took the vial. It was warm in his palm, pulsing with a faint inner light. What if I don't like what we find? Then we deal with it. Together. Her eyes met his. That's what allies do, Harry. They face the truth, even when it's ugly. He uncorked the vial, raised it to his lips, and drank. The effect was immediate, a warm spreading sensation that started in his stomach and flowed outward, suffusing his body with a strange, liquid peace. When Daphne spoke, her words seemed to come from very far away. Harry, do you want power? Yes. The word came out without thought, without filter. I've been powerless my whole life. The Dursleys, they controlled everything. What I ate, where I slept, when I could speak. I never want to feel that way again. Do you enjoy using dark magic? A pause. Harry's mind raced, trying to find the right answer, the safe answer, but the potion wouldn't allow it. Yes. It feels right. Like I'm finally using something that's always been inside me. It's not the darkness I enjoy, it's the power. The control. Do you want to hurt people? No. This answer came faster, more certain. I don't want to hurt anyone. But I want them to stop hurting me. I want them to stop looking at me like I'm nothing. He stopped, struggling against the potion's pull. What do you want, Harry? I want to be seen. Really seen. Not as the boy who lived or the heir of Slytherin or any of those labels. Just, me, Harry. And I want, tears pricked at his eyes. I want someone to love me. Like my parents did. I want to matter to someone. The room was silent. Daphne's expression had softened, lost its usual sharp edge. The dark magic, she said gently. Does it make you feel loved? No. It makes me feel powerful. But power isn't the same as love. Harry's voice cracked. I know that. I've always known that. Daphne reached out and took the empty vial from his hand. The potion will wear off in an hour. You won't remember most of what you said. She paused. But I'll remember. And I'll tell you this, Harry, you're not like him. Not even close. He wanted power because he couldn't love. You want power because you've never been loved enough. That's different. Harry blinked, his eyes heavy. Different. Yes. It means you can still choose. Still change. Still become something better. She squeezed his hand briefly. Rest now. I'll watch over you. Harry's eyes closed. The last thing he saw was Daphne's gray eyes, watching him with something that looked almost like hope. When he woke, the classroom was empty and dark. He lay on the cold stone floor, his head pounding, his memories fuzzy. He remembered taking the potion. Remembered Daphne's questions. But the answers, what had he said? What had he revealed? The door opened, and Daphne slipped inside. You're awake. Good. You've been out for 2 hours. Harry sat up slowly. What did I say? Nothing you need to worry about. She handed him a glass of water. Drink this. You'll feel better. He drank, and slowly the fog in his mind began to clear. Daphne, you're not him. She met his eyes steadily. That's what matters. You're not Tom Riddle, and you never will be. But you have to be careful, Harry. The power in your blood, and the fragment in your scar, they're real. They can be used for good or ill. The choice is yours. Harry nodded slowly. I understand. Do you? She knelt beside him. Because understanding isn't enough. You have to act on it. Every day. Every choice. When you feel the darkness calling, you have to choose light. When you want to hurt someone, you have to walk away. When you're afraid, she paused. When you're afraid, you have to reach out. To us. To people who care about you. I don't know if anyone cares about me. I care. Her voice was quiet but firm. Draco cares, in his own selfish way. Blaise cares, though he'd never admit it. We're your allies, Harry. Your friends. And friends don't let friends fall into darkness. Harry stared at her. In the dim light, with her gray eyes earnest and her guard down, Daphne Greengrass looked almost vulnerable. Why? He asked. Why do you care? She considered the question seriously. Because I've seen what happens to people who walk the dark path alone. My family, we stay neutral, we survive, but we don't thrive. We don't change anything. You could be different. You could be someone who actually makes a difference. She stood. And because, underneath all the power and the prophecy and the scar, you're just a boy who wants to be loved. That's not something to be ashamed of. That's something to protect. She left before he could respond, her footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Harry sat alone in the darkness, her words echoing in his mind. You're just a boy who wants to be loved. Asterisk. It was true. It had always been true. And maybe, just maybe, that was enough to keep him from becoming what everyone feared. That night, he dreamed of his mother again. She was older now, her red hair streaked with gray, her green eyes crinkled with laugh lines. She sat in a garden, watching a child play, a child with black hair and bright green eyes. Harry. She looked up, directly at him. You're growing up so fast. Asterisk. Mum, I know you're scared. I know the power in you feels overwhelming sometimes. But remember what I taught you. Love is the most powerful magic of all. Not because it defeats darkness, but because it gives you something to fight for. Asterisk. She rose and crossed to him, her steps leaving no prints in the grass. Your father and I, we didn't die for nothing. We died so you could live. So you could choose. Don't waste that, Harry. Don't let the darkness take you. Asterisk. I'm trying, he whispered. I'm trying so hard. I know, my love. I know. She pressed a kiss to his forehead, right where his scar was, and for one perfect moment, Harry felt her warmth, her love, her presence. Then she faded, and he woke alone. But the warmth remained, and for the first time in weeks, Harry's scar was cool. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, New Allegiances. The winter thaw came suddenly, as if the castle itself had decided that enough was enough. Ice melted from the windows, revealing grounds that had transformed from white to brown to the first tentative green of early spring. The black lake lost its frozen crust and rippled with renewed life. And in the corridors, students shed their heavy cloaks and emerged from their hibernation like creatures waking from a long sleep. Harry felt the change in his bones. The power that had built in him over the winter months now hummed with a constant, steady presence, not overwhelming, not demanding, but simply there. Waiting. He'd learned to control it, to channel it, to use it without being consumed. Daphne's words had become a mantra. Choose. Every day, choose. Asterisk. But choosing was getting harder. Because the wizarding world, Harry was discovering, ran on allegiances. And now that he'd established himself as something more than just another first year, now that whispers of his heritage had spread beyond Hogwarts, people wanted to claim him. It started with a letter. The owl arrived at breakfast, a magnificent creature with golden eyes and feathers so pale they were almost white. It dropped a letter in front of Harry and waited, clearly expecting a response. Harry turned the envelope over. The wax seal bore a crest he didn't recognize, a serpent coiled around a wand, with stars scattered in the background. What is that? Draco leaned over, his eyes widening. That's the Greengrass crest. Harry looked across the table at Daphne, who was watching him with an expression he couldn't read. Your family. Open it, she said. He did. Dear Mr. Potter, I have followed your progress at Hogwarts with great interest. The whispers of your heritage have reached even those of us who prefer to remain outside the political fray, and I find myself curious about the boy who carries Slytherin's blood. Asterisk. My daughter speaks highly of you. She tells me you are more than the rumors suggest, more than the boy who lived, more than the heir of Slytherin. She tells me you are someone worth knowing. Asterisk. I would like to meet you. Not as a potential ally or a political pawn, but as someone who understands the weight of legacy. The Greengrass family has survived centuries by staying neutral, but neutrality has its limits. There are times when one must choose. Asterisk. If you are willing, I will arrange a visit to Hogsmeade during the next weekend trip. We can talk privately, without the pressures of the castle. Asterisk. Yours in curiosity. Cyrus Greengrass. Harry read the letter twice, then looked at Daphne. Your father wants to meet me. I know. I wrote to him. She didn't flinch under his gaze. You need allies, Harry. Real allies, not just children playing at politics. My father can introduce you to people who matter. And what does your family get out of it? Connection to the most powerful wizard of your generation. Her honesty was brutal. Don't pretend you don't understand how these things work. We help you, you remember us when you're in a position to help back. That's how allegiances are formed. Harry thought about it. Thought about the Dursleys, who had used him without offering anything in return. Thought about Draco, whose friendship came with expectations. Thought about Daphne herself, who had watched over him after the Veritaserum, who had told him he was worth protecting. Okay, he said. I'll meet him. The Hogsmeade weekend arrived faster than Harry expected. He walked through the village with Draco and Blaise, past shops he'd only read about, Honeyduke's with its displays of colorful sweets, Zonko's joke shop with its windows full of tricks and novelties, the Three Broomsticks with its warm glow and inviting smell of butterbeer. But he didn't stop at any of them. Daphne led the way to a small tea shop tucked away on a side street, the kind of place tourists never found, where the clientele were clearly magical and clearly wealthy. Cyrus Greengrass was waiting at a corner table. He was tall and elegant, with Daphne's gray eyes and the same controlled expression. His robes were simple but expensive, and when he rose to greet them, his movements had the fluid grace of someone who'd never known physical labor. Mr. Potter. His voice was warm, genuine. Thank you for coming. Harry shook his offered hand. Thank you for inviting me, sir. Please, sit. Cyrus gestured to the chairs around the table. Daphne, Draco, Blaise, you may explore the village. This conversation is for Harry and me. Daphne nodded, unsurprised. Draco looked like he wanted to argue, but one look from Cyrus silenced him. They left, and Harry found himself alone with Daphne's father and a pot of tea that steamed invitingly. You've done well, Cyrus said, pouring. The whispers about you, they're not just rumors. You really have claimed Slytherin's legacy. Harry tensed. How do you know about that? I have my sources. The same way I know you've been practicing dark magic in an abandoned classroom, and that you've formed a small council of your own within Slytherin. Cyrus pushed a cup of tea toward him. Don't look so alarmed. I'm not here to expose you. I'm here to help. Why? Because I believe in preparation. Because the Dark Lord may be gone, but his followers aren't. Because Dumbledore's influence is waning, and someone will need to fill the power vacuum. Cyrus's gray eyes were steady. Why not you? Harry's scar prickled. I'm 11. Age is irrelevant. Power is power. Cyrus sipped his tea. You have the bloodline. You have the talent. You have the name. All you lack is the network, the connections that turn a powerful wizard into an influential one. And you want to provide those connections. I want to introduce you to people who can help you. Families like mine, families who've stayed neutral because we had no better option. Families who might be persuaded to support someone who represents a new way forward. Cyrus set down his cup. Not the Dark Lord's way. Not Dumbledore's way. Something new. Something better. Harry thought about it. Thought about the power in his blood, the fragment in his scar, the serpent waiting in the chamber. Thought about Daphne's words. You could be someone who actually makes a difference. Asterisk. What would I have to do? For now, nothing. Meet people. Let them see you. Let them decide for themselves whether you're worth following. Cyrus smiled slightly. You'd be surprised how much can be accomplished just by being seen in the right places with the right people. The first introduction came that same afternoon. Cyrus led Harry to a private room above the Three Broomsticks, where a woman waited by the fire. She was older than Cyrus, with silver-streaked black hair and the kind of beauty that age only enhanced. Her robes were deep purple, and her eyes, dark and sharp, assessed Harry in a single glance. Mr. Potter. She rose, extending her hand. I'm Narcissa Malfoy, Draco's mother. Harry's surprise must have shown on his face, because she smiled slightly. Yes, I know my son has been cultivating you. He's been writing home about little else. Her eyes softened. He's found a purpose in you, Mr. Potter. A direction. For that alone, I'm grateful. I'm not trying to. I know. She gestured for him to sit. Draco is impressionable. His father has high expectations, and Draco struggles to meet them. In you, he's found someone who understands pressure. Who carries expectations of his own. She paused. That's valuable. More valuable than you know. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd assumed the Malfoys would be like Draco, arrogant, dismissive, hungry for power. Narcissa was none of those things. She was maternal, concerned, real. Your son is my friend, he said carefully. I won't hurt him. I believe you. Narcissa's eyes met his. But friendship isn't enough, Mr. Potter. Not in the world we live in. Allegiances must be forged and tested. Draco has chosen you. Now the question is, will you choose him back? I don't understand. You will. She rose. When the time comes, remember this conversation. Remember that Draco chose you before you were powerful. Before you were the heir of Slytherin. He chose you because he saw something in you worth choosing. She paused at the door. That kind of loyalty is rare. Don't waste it. She left, and Harry sat alone with Sirius, his mind spinning. Every family has its politics, Sirius observed. The Malfoys are no exception. Narcissa is the heart of that family, Lucius is the head, but she's the one who holds them together. He refilled Harry's cup. She'll be a valuable ally. I don't want allies who use me. Then don't let them. Sirius's gray eyes were serious. That's the key, Harry. Power isn't about controlling others, it's about controlling yourself. Knowing what you want, what you'll accept, what you'll fight for. If you're clear about that, no one can use you. Harry thought about the Dursleys, who had used him for years. Thought about Draco, who wanted him for his name. Thought about Daphne, who wanted him for his potential. What did he want? He still wasn't sure. The introductions continued over the following weeks. Cyrus Greengrass proved as good as his word. Through him, Harry met representatives of families he'd only read about. The Abbotts, the Macmillans, even a distant cousin of the Bones family. Some were wary, watching him with suspicion. Others were curious, asking questions about his heritage and his plans. A very few, seemed genuinely interested in him as a person, not just a symbol. The most surprising meeting came. In early March, Harry was in the library, alone, when a tall boy with sandy hair and a prefect's badge sat down across from him. Potter. His voice was calm, measured. I'm Cedric Diggory. Harry knew the name. Everyone knew the name. Cedric Diggory was Hufflepuff's golden boy, a sixth-year prefect, captain of the Quidditch team, and universally liked in a way that seemed almost impossible. I know who you are. Harry's voice came out more defensive than he intended. What do you want? Cedric didn't take offense. I want to talk. Man to man, not house to house. He leaned forward. There are rumors about you. About what you're doing in Slytherin. About the dark magic and the secret meetings. Harry's jaw tightened. They're just rumors. Are they? Cedric's eyes were kind but searching. I'm not here to judge you, Potter. I'm here to offer you something, an alternative. An alternative to what? To going down a path you can't come back from. Cedric's voice was quiet. I've seen it happen. Brilliant people, consumed by their own power. Convinced they're different, that they can control it, that they're special. And then, he spread his hands. They're not. They never are. Harry stared at him. You don't know me. No. But I know what it's like to carry expectations. To have people watch you, waiting for you to fail. To feel like you have to be something more than just yourself. Cedric smiled slightly. Hufflepuff isn't just about loyalty, you know. It's about fairness. About giving people chances. I'm giving you one. A chance to do what? To be more than just the heir of Slytherin. To be Harry Potter, the person, not the symbol. Cedric stood. If you ever want to talk, really talk, without politics or agendas, find me. I mean it. He left, and Harry sat alone with the echo of his words. That night, he dreamed of the chamber. Serafina was waiting, her massive form coiled at the base of Slytherin's statue. Her yellow eyes gleamed in the darkness. You are troubled, little heir. Asterisk. Harry nodded. Everyone wants something from me. Draco wants power. Daphne wants influence. Her father wants connections. Even Diggory, he wants to save me, I think. To prove that Hufflepuff kindness matters. And what do you want? Asterisk. I don't know. The admission hurt. I thought I wanted power. To never be helpless again. But now I have power, and I'm still empty. Still alone. Serafina was silent for a long moment. You are not alone. You have never been alone. The blood of Slytherin flows in your veins, 1,000 years of magic, of power, of legacy. That is not nothing. Asterisk. But it's not enough. Number. The serpent's voice was gentle. It is not. Power without purpose is hollow. Legacy without love is empty. You must find what gives your life meaning, what makes you want to wake in the morning, what makes you fight when everything seems lost. Asterisk. How? That is a question only you can answer. Serafina began to retreat. But I will tell you this, the people who offer you things, power, influence, salvation, they are not the ones who matter. The ones who matter are the ones who offer nothing but themselves. Who sit with you in silence. Who see your pain and don't try to fix it. Who love you not for what you are, but for who you are. Asterisk. Harry thought of Daphne, holding his hand after the Veritaserum. Of Draco, admitting his own burdens. Of Diggory, offering an alternative without demanding anything in return. Find those people, asterisk Serafina whispered. Hold on to them, they are your true allies. Asterisk. She disappeared into the darkness, and Harry woke with the first light of dawn painting his window green. The next day, he sought out Daphne. She was in the common room, reading, her expression its usual controlled mask. When Harry sat across from her, she looked up with raised eyebrows. You're up early. I've been thinking. Harry met her eyes. About what you said. About choosing. Daphne set down her book. And I've decided. I'm not going to be anyone's symbol. Not the boy who lived, not the heir of Slytherin, not anyone's political pawn. He held her gaze. I'm going to be me. Harry. And if people want to follow that, fine. But I'm not going to change who I am to suit them. Daphne studied him for a long moment. Then, slowly, she smiled. A real smile, not the controlled expression she usually wore. Good, she said. That's good, Harry. That's exactly right. Will you still help me? Not as a political ally, but as a friend. She reached across and took his hand, a gesture so unexpected that Harry nearly pulled away. I was never your political ally, she said quietly. I was your friend. I just needed you to figure that out for yourself. Harry looked at their joined hands. At Daphne's gray eyes, warm with something that looked almost like affection. At the green light from the lake, painting them both in underwater hues. For the first time in weeks, the power in his blood was quiet. For the first time in weeks, he felt almost at peace. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. Dursley's return. The letter arrived on a gray Tuesday morning, carried by an owl Harry didn't recognize, a scruffy brown creature with a grumpy expression and one talon bandaged. It dropped the envelope in his porridge and flew off without waiting for a response. Draco snorted. Charming. Harry fished the letter out of his breakfast, wiping porridge from the envelope. The handwriting on the front was immediately recognizable. Aunt Petunia's tight, precise script, the same loops and lines that had appeared on his occasional school reports and never on anything else. His stomach clenched. What is it? Daphne asked, watching his expression. Harry didn't answer. He tore open the envelope and read. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. *COH. Potter. Harry. Your uncle and I have been contacted by the school regarding a parent-teacher meeting scheduled for this Friday. Despite our reservations about your current educational situation, we have been informed that attendance is mandatory for the guardians of all first-year students. We will arrive at this, Hogsmeade, village on Friday morning and expect you to meet us there. Do not be late. Do not cause any scenes. And for goodness sake, dress appropriately, none of those ridiculous robes. Your uncle has made it clear that this visit does not indicate approval of your magical lifestyle. We are fulfilling an obligation, nothing more. Aunt Petunia. P.S. Dudley will be accompanying us. He has been unwell and the fresh air may do him good. Harry read the letter twice, then set it down carefully, as if it might explode. My relatives, he said flatly. They're coming to Hogsmeade for the parent-teacher meeting. Draco's eyebrows shot up. The Muggles. The ones who, he stopped, remembering Harry's confidences about the cupboard. The same. Harry's voice was hollow. They want to see me on Friday. Daphne reached across and took the letter, reading it quickly. Her expression darkened. This is not ideal. That's one word for it. Harry stared at his cooling porridge. I haven't seen them since Professor McGonagall took me away. I hoped, I'd never have to see them again. Blaise, who'd been listening silently, spoke up. You don't have to go. You could be sick. Or just, not show up. They'd find me. They'd come to the castle. Harry shook his head. No, I have to go. I have to face them. Draco's eyes narrowed. We'll come with you. What? You heard me. We'll come to Hogsmeade. Not to the meeting, that's just for guardians, but afterward. We'll be waiting. His pale eyes were fierce. They won't try anything with us there. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to say he could handle the Dursleys alone, that he didn't need protection, that he'd survived them for 11 years and could survive one more meeting. But the thought of facing them alone, of standing in front of Aunt Petunia's pinched face and Uncle Vernon's purple rage and Dudley's greedy eyes, made something in his chest go cold. Okay, he said quietly. Okay. The days until Friday passed in a blur of anxiety. Harry couldn't concentrate in classes. His dreams were filled with images of number 4, Privet Drive, the cupboard, the hunger, the constant fear. He woke gasping, his scar throbbing, the power in his blood surging with a rage he could barely contain. Daphne stayed close, her calm presence an anchor in the storm of his emotions. Draco made grand pronouncements about what he'd do if the Dursleys so much as looked at Harry wrong. Even Blaise, usually so detached, offered quiet words of support. But nothing could prepare Harry for the moment when he actually saw them. Hogsmeade Village on a Friday morning was bustling with students and parents. Harry stood outside the Three Broomsticks, where the meetings were being held, and watched the crowd for familiar faces. He saw them before they saw him. Uncle Vernon had somehow become even larger in the months since Harry had left. His purple face gleamed with sweat as he pushed through the crowd, muttering about freaks and unnatural places. Aunt Petunia followed, her neck craning at impossible angles as she tried to see everything without appearing interested. And Dudley had grown, not just wider, though he was certainly that, but taller, thicker, more menacing. His small eyes scanned the crowd with the predatory awareness of someone used to getting what he wanted. When they landed on Harry, his face split into a grin that held no warmth. There you are, boy. Uncle Vernon's voice carried across the street, drawing stares from nearby witches and wizards. We've been looking everywhere. This blasted village is a maze. Vernon. Aunt Petunia's voice was sharp. Remember what we discussed. Vernon's mouth snapped shut, but his eyes promised later retribution. Harry stepped forward, his heart pounding. Aunt Petunia. Uncle Vernon. Dudley. Dudley's grin widened. Living in a castle now, Potter. Think you're better than us. No. The word came out steady, controlled. I don't think that. Good. Dudley stepped closer, looming. Because you're not. You're still the same freak who lived in our cupboard. Don't forget it. The power in Harry's blood surged. For a moment, just a moment, he imagined what it would feel like to curse Dudley. To watch that smug expression dissolve into fear. To finally fight back. But Daphne's voice echoed in his mind. Choose. Every day, choose. I won't forget, Harry said quietly. The meeting's inside. Professor McGonagall is waiting. He turned and led them into the Three Broomsticks, feeling their eyes on his back the whole way. The meeting was every bit as awful as Harry had feared. Professor McGonagall sat behind a small table, her expression professionally neutral as the Dursleys squeezed into chairs clearly not designed for their bulk. Harry sat to one side, watching, waiting. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, McGonagall began, thank you for coming. As Harry's guardians, it's important that you're informed of his progress at Hogwarts. Uncle Vernon snorted. Progress. The boy's been gone 5 minutes and you expect us to believe he's made progress. Vernon. Aunt Petunia's voice was tight. Let her speak. McGonagall's eyes flickered, surprise, quickly hidden, before continuing. Harry has shown remarkable aptitude in his studies. His professors speak highly of his potential. He's made friends, adapted to our world, and generally exceeded our expectations. Expectations, Uncle Vernon repeated. You mean you expected him to be a freak, and he's exceeded that? I mean, McGonagall said coolly, that we expected a boy raised without knowledge of our world to struggle. Harry has not struggled. He has thrived. Dudley, who'd been slouched in his chair picking at something under his fingernails, looked up. Thrived. Potter. That's a laugh. Be quiet, Dudley. Aunt Petunia's voice was sharper than Harry had ever heard it. She was watching McGonagall with an expression he couldn't read. What exactly are you telling us? That Harry is doing well. Exceptionally well. McGonagall's eyes met Harry's for a brief moment. He has a gift for magic that we don't often see. With proper guidance, he could become one of the most powerful wizards of his generation. Uncle Vernon's face went from purple to something closer to magenta. Powerful. The boy. You're telling me he's. Yes, Mr. Dursley. Harry is powerful. Very powerful. McGonagall's voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. The magic that lives in him is rare and valuable. It deserves to be nurtured, she paused. Not hidden away. The silence that followed was heavy with things unsaid. Aunt Petunia broke it. We did what we thought was best. Her voice was quiet, almost defensive. We took him in when no one else would. We gave him a home. A cupboard, Harry said. The words came out before he could stop them. You gave me a cupboard under the stairs. And hand-me-downs that were too big. And scraps from the table when you remembered to feed me. All three Dursleys turned to stare at him. You ungrateful, Uncle Vernon began. No. Harry stood, his chair scraping back. I'm not ungrateful. I'm honest. For the first time in my life, I can be honest about what you did to me. And you know what? I'm done pretending it didn't happen. I'm done pretending you were anything but cruel. The power in his blood surged, not with rage this time, but with something else. Certainty. Clarity. Freedom. I'm not your burden anymore. I'm not your freak. I'm Harry Potter, and I'm more than you ever let me be. He looked at each of them in turn, Uncle Vernon's apoplectic fury, Aunt Petunia's pale shock, Dudley's confused anger. You can't hurt me anymore. You'll never be able to hurt me again. He turned and walked out of the room, leaving the Dursleys and McGonagall in stunned silence behind him. Draco, Daphne, and Blaise were waiting outside, their expressions shifting from concern to admiration as Harry emerged. Did you? Draco started. I told them. Harry's voice was steady. I told them everything. And I walked out. Daphne's eyes widened. Harry, that's incredible. It felt incredible. He looked at his hands. They weren't shaking. For the first time in his life, when he thought about the Dursleys, his hands didn't shake. It felt like I finally broke free. Blaise nodded slowly. That's what happens when you face your fears. They lose their power over you. They stood together in the Hogsmeade Street, 4 Slytherins in the spring sunshine, and Harry felt something he'd never felt before. Not power. Not rage. Not hunger. Peace. The peace lasted exactly until they returned to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall was waiting at the entrance to the castle, her expression unreadable. Mr. Potter. A word. Harry's stomach dropped. He glanced at his friends, who gave him encouraging nods, and followed McGonagall into a small side chamber. What happened in there, McGonagall began, was unexpected. I'm sorry if I caused a scene. Don't apologize. Her voice softened slightly. I'm not angry, Harry. I'm impressed. It takes courage to stand up to those who've hurt you. More courage than most people have. Harry blinked. Then why did you want to talk to me? Because your aunt asked me to give you something. McGonagall reached into her robes and produced a small photograph. She said you should have it. Harry took it carefully. The photo showed a young woman with red hair and green eyes, laughing as she pushed a small boy on a swing. Behind them, a young man with messy black hair watched with an expression of pure adoration. His mother. His father. Him. Your aunt kept this, McGonagall said quietly. All these years. She never threw it away. Harry stared at the photograph. His mother's laugh. His father's love. His own baby face, scrunched with joy. Why? He whispered. She hates me. She's always hated me. McGonagall was silent for a long moment. I think, she said finally, that hate and love are sometimes closer than we'd like to admit. Your aunt lost her sister, her only sister, in the most terrible way. Grief does strange things to people. It twists them, makes them cruel when they don't mean to be. Harry looked up. Are you defending her? No. I'm explaining her. There's a difference. McGonagall's eyes were kind. What she did to you was wrong. Unforgivable, perhaps. But she kept this photograph for 11 years. She could have destroyed it. She didn't. Harry looked back at the photo. At his mother's laugh. At his father's love. At the baby who had no idea what was coming. "Thank you," he said quietly. "For giving me this." McGonagall nodded. "Take care of yourself, Harry. And remember, you're not alone. You never were." She left, and Harry stood alone in the chamber, holding the photograph, feeling something shift in his chest. That night, he dreamed of his mother again. She was in the garden from the photograph, pushing him on the swing. But this time, when she looked up, her eyes were sad. "Harry." Her voice was soft. "I'm sorry. For what? For leaving you with them. For not being there to protect you. For all the pain you suffered." She stopped pushing the swing and came to kneel before him. "I would have done anything to spare you that. Anything. I know." And somehow, he did know. "I'm okay now. I have friends. I have power. He touched his chest. "I have you. In here." "Yes." She smiled, and it was like sunshine breaking through clouds. "You'll always have us. No matter what." She faded, but the warmth remained. Harry woke with the photograph clutched to his chest and tears on his face, but for the first time, they weren't tears of pain. They were tears of healing. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13. A fortuitous meeting. Spring settled over Hogwarts like a blessing. The grounds transformed into a canvas of green and gold, with wildflowers blooming in patches across the lawns and the forbidden forest budding with new life. Students shed their winter layers and sprawled by the lake, studying, or pretending to study, in the warm sunshine. Harry found it hard to focus on anything. The confrontation with the Dursleys had unlocked something in him, not the power that lived in his blood, but something deeper. Something that felt like freedom. He walked through the corridors with a lighter step, spoke with more confidence in classes, even laughed at Draco's jokes without the usual wariness. But freedom, he was learning, came with its own challenges. Because now that he'd stopped fearing the Dursleys, he had to figure out what to fear instead. And the answer, as far as he could tell, was everything. The prophecy that hung over his head. The fragment of Voldemort's soul that lived in his scar. The expectations of everyone who looked at him and saw not a boy but a symbol. The dark magic that called to him in the night, promising power without price. And beneath it all, the simple terror of becoming what everyone feared, of turning into the very thing he'd been raised to hate. "You're brooding again," Daphne observed. They were sitting by the lake, textbooks open but unread, while Draco and Blaise argued about Quidditch tactics in the background. "I'm thinking," Harry corrected. "Same thing, with you." She leaned back on her elbows, gray eyes squinting against the sun. "What is it this time?" Harry hesitated. Daphne had become his closest confidant, the one person who seemed to see him clearly, without the haze of expectation or ambition. But some thoughts were hard to share. "The future," he said finally. "What's going to happen to me?" "That's a broad category. Narrow it down." He pulled a blade of grass, shredding it between his fingers. "Everyone expects me to be something. The boy who lived. The heir of Slytherin. The next Dark Lord or the next Dumbledore. But I don't know what I want to be. I don't know who I am." Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, "Do you know what my family expects of me?" Harry shook his head. "To marry well. To produce heirs. To continue the Greengrass line without scandal or incident." Her voice was flat, matter of fact. "I'm not a person to them, I'm an asset. Something to be invested in and traded for maximum return." Harry stared at her. "That's horrible." "It's normal. For pure-blood families, anyway." She shrugged, but her eyes betrayed her. "The point is, I understand expectations. I've lived with them my whole life. And the only way to survive them is to decide for yourself what matters." "And what matters to you?" Daphne met his gaze. "Freedom. Choice. The ability to decide my own future, not have it decided for me." She paused. "That's why I'm here, with you. Because you're the most unexpected thing in the wizarding world. The boy who lived, sorted into Slytherin, claiming dark magic while refusing to become dark. You're proof that nothing is predetermined. That we can choose." Harry absorbed this. "So I'm a symbol to you too." "No." Her voice was firm. "You're a person. But you're also proof. Proof that the path isn't fixed. That I don't have to become what my family expects. She reached out and touched his hand briefly. That's not the same as using you. That's drawing strength from you. There's a difference. Harry thought about it. Thought about the photograph of his parents, tucked safely in his trunk. Thought about Serafina's words, find those people. Hold on to them. Asterisk. I think, he said slowly, that might be the nicest thing anyone's ever said to me. Daphne smiled, that rare, real smile that transformed her controlled features. Don't let it go to your head. The meeting happened 3 days later. Harry was in the library, alone, researching obscure Parseltongue etymology for a paper he didn't actually need to write. The book was ancient, its pages crumbling at the edges, and he was so absorbed that he didn't notice the shadow that fell across his table until a voice spoke. Harry Potter. He looked up. The man standing before him was tall and pale, with sharp features and eyes so dark they seemed to absorb light. He wore expensive robes in deep green, and his smile, when he smiled, was the smile of someone who knew exactly what effect he had on people. I apologize for disturbing you. His voice was smooth, cultured, utterly without warmth. My name is Augustus Rookwood. I'm an old associate of your head of house. Harry's scar prickled. He knew that name. Rookwood, he'd seen it in the history books, in the accounts of Voldemort's followers. A Death Eater. A spy. One of the ones who'd escaped Azkaban by claiming imperious influence. What do you want? His voice came out steadier than he felt. Rookwood's smile widened slightly. Direct. I like that. He pulled out the chair across from Harry and sat without waiting for permission. I've been watching your progress with great interest, Mr. Potter. The whispers about your heritage have reached even those of us who prefer to remain discreet. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you? Rookwood's dark eyes gleamed. The heir of Slytherin, they're calling you. The boy who speaks Parseltongue, who commands the loyalty of the Serpent House, who carries the blood of the founders in his veins. He leaned forward. I knew your parents, Mr. Potter. Your father was a fool, brave, but a fool. Your mother, though, your mother had potential. Real potential. It's a shame she wasted it on Gryffindor ideals. Harry's hands clenched under the table. Don't talk about my parents. I mean no disrespect. Rookwood's tone suggested he meant exactly that. I'm simply stating facts. Your mother could have been great, truly great, if she'd chosen a different path. Instead, she died for love. Such a waste. The power in Harry's blood surged. The book in front of him began to smoke, its pages curling. Rookwood noticed. His eyes flickered to the smoking book, then back to Harry's face, and something like satisfaction crossed his features. Yes, he murmured. Yes, I see it now. The power, the rage, the control you're barely maintaining. He leaned back. You're exactly what I hoped you'd be. Who are you? What do you really want? I told you. My name is Augustus Rookwood. I work for the Department of Mysteries, or I did, before the Ministry decided I was too dangerous to keep. His smile turned bitter. Now I'm a free agent, so to speak. Consulting, advising, and occasionally, seeking out promising young talent. I'm not interested in what you're selling. Aren't you? Rookwood's eyes were hypnotic. You're sitting in a library, researching Parseltongue, when you could be learning from someone who actually understands it. I'm a Parselmouth too, Mr. Potter. Have been since I was a child. The gift runs in my family, distantly related to the Gounts, though we don't advertise it. Harry's breath caught. You can speak to snakes. As easily as I'm speaking to you now. Rookwood demonstrated, a short hiss that made Harry's scar throb in recognition. The language of the serpent. The original tongue of magic. You've barely scratched its surface. Why would you teach me? Because I believe in legacy. In passing knowledge from one generation to the next. Rookwood's eyes were unreadable. And because I think you're going to need all the help you can get. Dumbledore watches you. Snape watches you. The Ministry watches you. Sooner or later, someone's going to make a move. When they do, you'll want allies who understand the game. Harry thought about it. Thought about Cyrus Greengrass, offering connections. About Narcissa Malfoy, offering maternal concern. About all the people who wanted something from him, who saw him as a means to an end. What do you really want? He asked again. Rookwood was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was quieter, less performative, more genuine. I want to see what you become, he admitted. I served the Dark Lord. I believed in his vision, Pure blood supremacy, magical dominance, the old ways restored. But I watched him destroy himself, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but hunger and rage. He could have been great. Instead, he became monstrous. And you think he'll be different? I think you have a choice he didn't. You have people who care about you, real friends, not just followers. You have a heart that hasn't been hardened by years of isolation and pain. Rookwood's eyes met his. I want to see if that's enough. If love really can conquer darkness, or if it's just another pretty lie we tell ourselves. Harry stared at him. The man was honest, brutally, unexpectedly honest. He wasn't pretending to be good. He wasn't pretending to care. He was simply curious. I'll think about it, Harry said. Rookwood nodded, rising. That's all I ask. When you're ready, if you're ready, find me in Hogsmeade. The Hogs Head Inn. I'm always there on weekends. He paused at the table's edge. One piece of advice, free of charge, the power in your scar, the fragment of him that lives there, it's not just a passive mark. It watches. It learns. It waits. Be careful what you show it. He left, and Harry sat alone with smoking book and the echo of his words. Harry didn't tell his friends about Rookwood. Not because he didn't trust them, he did, more than he'd ever trusted anyone. But because Rookwood's visit had stirred something in him that he didn't know how to explain. A curiosity. A hunger. A need to understand the darkness that lived in his blood, not just control it. Daphne would tell him to be careful. Draco would want to use the connection. Blaise would analyze it to death. So Harry kept it to himself, turning it over in his mind like a puzzle he couldn't solve. The dreams changed after Rookwood's visit. Now, when Harry slept, he didn't just see Slytherin's chamber or his mother's garden. He saw Voldemort, not as a memory, but as a presence. A consciousness that lurked at the edge of his awareness, watching, waiting. You're curious about me, the presence whispered. You want to understand. No. Harry's dream self stood firm. I want to understand the power. Not you. They're the same thing. You can't have one without the other. The presence coalesced into a shape, not Riddle's handsome features, but something darker. More serpentine. I am what power becomes when it's not tempered by love. I am your future, if you're not careful. I won't become you. Everyone says that. Everyone believes it. And then they take one step, then another, and another, until one day they look in the mirror and don't recognize themselves. The presence laughed, a cold, terrible sound. You're already further along than I was at your age. The dark magic calls to you. The power sings in your blood. How long before you stop resisting? Harry woke gasping, his scar blazing, the echo of that laughter lingering in his mind. He went to the chamber. Serafina was waiting, as always, her massive form coiled at the base of Slytherin's statue. Her yellow eyes studied him with ancient wisdom. You are troubled, little heir. A man came to see me. Rookwood. He was a Death Eater. Harry paced before her, unable to stay still. He offered to teach me. To help me understand the power in my blood. And part of me, he stopped. Part of me wants to say yes. Why? Because I need to understand. The fragment in my scar, it's getting stronger. I can feel it watching me, learning from me. If I don't understand it, how can I control it? Serafina was silent for a long moment. The last heir, Tom Riddle, he also sought understanding. He studied the dark arts obsessively, convinced that knowledge would give him power over his own darkness. Her voice was heavy. Instead, the darkness consumed him. I'm not him. But you carry a piece of him. That fragment will try to influence you, to guide your choices, to shape your desires. You must be stronger than it. Harry stopped pacing. How? By remembering who you are. By holding on to the people who love you. By choosing, every day, to be more than just power. Serafina's eyes softened. Rookwood can teach you things I cannot. But he is also dangerous, his motives are his own, and they may not align with yours. If you choose to learn from him, do so with open eyes. And never forget, the power is yours to command, not the other way around. Harry absorbed this. You're not going to tell me not to go. Would you listen if I did? He thought about it. Probably not. The hunger for understanding was too strong. the need to know what lived in his blood, what waited in his scar. No, he admitted. Probably not. Then I will give you what wisdom I have, and trust you to use it. Serafina began to retreat. Be careful, Harry Potter. The path you're walking is narrow, and the fall on either side is very deep. Asterisk. She disappeared into the darkness, leaving Harry alone with his choice. He waited 2 weeks before going to Hogsmeade. 2 weeks of dreams and doubts and conversations with Daphne that circled around the truth without quite touching it. 2 weeks of watching his friends, memorizing their faces, storing up their warmth against the cold that waited. Then, on a Saturday afternoon, he slipped away from the group and made his way to the Hog's Head Inn. The inn was nothing like the Three Broomsticks. It was dim and dusty, with the patrons who looked like they'd rather not be seen. The barman, an old man with long white hair and shifty eyes, watched Harry enter but said nothing. Rookwood was waiting in a corner booth, a fire whiskey untouched before him. Mr. Potter. He smiled, that same cold, assessing smile. I wasn't sure you'd come. I'm not sure either. Harry slid into the booth across from him. But I need answers. Answers to what? To everything. The power in my blood. The fragment in my scar. The darkness that calls to me in the night. Harry met his eyes. You said you could teach me. Show me what you know. Rookwood studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I can. But knowledge has a price, Mr. Potter. What are you willing to pay? Harry thought about it. Thought about the Dursleys, and the cupboard, and all the years of powerlessness. Thought about Voldemort, waiting in his scar, hungry for control. Thought about his friends, Daphne's steady presence, Draco's fierce loyalty, Blaze's quiet intelligence. I'll pay whatever it costs, he said. As long as it doesn't cost me them. Rookwood's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or something like respect. Love, he murmured. Always love. The one thing the Dark Lord never understood. He raised his glass in a mock toast. Very well, Harry Potter. I'll teach you what I know. And we'll see if love really is stronger than darkness. He drank, and Harry felt something shift in the air between them. An alliance had been formed. A path had been chosen. Now he just had to walk it. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. The Slytherin Alliance. The Slytherin common room hummed with a new energy in the weeks following Harry's meeting with Rookwood. It started subtly, a shift in the way older students looked at him, a new respect in the prefects, nods, a willingness among the upper years to share secrets they'd never offered before. Harry noticed, but didn't understand. It was Draco who finally explained. You're not just the heir of Slytherin anymore, Draco said one evening. They were sitting by the fire, the green flames casting dancing shadows across their faces. You're something more. Someone with connections. With power beyond the castle. Harry frowned. You mean Rookwood? I mean Rookwood, and Greengrass, and my mother. Draco's pale eyes were serious. The families are talking, Harry. About you. About what it means that you're building alliances outside the usual channels. About what might happen when you're older. I'm 11. Age doesn't matter. Blood matters. Power matters. And you have both. Draco leaned forward. The older students, the ones whose families have been watching from the sidelines, they're starting to see you as someone worth following. Not just because of your name, but because of what you're doing with it. Harry thought about that. Thought about the meetings with Rookwood, the lessons in Parseltongue and dark magic theory. Thought about Cyrus Greengrass's introductions, Narcissa Malfoy's approval. Thought about the way Daphne looked at him now, not just as a friend, but as something more. What did they want from me? Leadership. Direction. A reason to believe that the old ways aren't dead. Draco's voice dropped. There are families who supported the Dark Lord, Harry. Families who lost everything when he fell. They've been waiting, hoping, for someone to rally behind. Someone who could restore what was lost. Harry's scar prickled. I'm not him. No. You're better. Draco's eyes were fierce. You're not tainted by the things he did. You're not consumed by the same hunger. You could be what he should have been, a leader who actually cares about his followers, not just himself. Harry stared into the green flames. The fire crackled and spat, casting strange shapes on the walls. Outside the windows, the black lake shifted in the currents, its depths hiding secrets no one had ever found. I don't know if I want to be a leader. Doesn't matter. Leaders aren't chosen, they're recognized. Draco sat back. The question isn't whether you want it. The question is what you'll do when it's offered. The offer came 3 days later. Harry was walking back from the library when a sixth-year prefect fell into step beside him. Gemma Farley was tall and elegant, with sleek black hair and the kind of confident bearing that came from years of wielding authority. Potter. Her voice was cool, but not unfriendly. Walk with me. Harry fell into step beside her, curious. Gemma rarely spoke to first years. There's been talk, she said without preamble. About you. About the alliances you're building. About what it might mean for Slytherin. I'm just a first year. Don't play dumb. It doesn't suit you. Gemma's dark eyes flicked to him. You've met with Rookwood. You've cultivated the greengrasses. You've got Malfoy eating out of your hand and half the pure blood families watching your every move. That's not just a first year behavior. Harry said nothing. The prefects have been discussing you. Gemma's voice dropped. Some are concerned. They think you're dangerous, that you'll bring trouble down on Slytherin the way the last heir did. Others. She paused. Others think you're exactly what we need. What do you think? Gemma considered him for a long moment. I think you're young. I think you're powerful. I think you're surrounded by people who want to use you for their own ends. She stopped walking, turning to face him. And I think you need protection. Not from the other houses, from the people in our own who would exploit you. Harry's eyes narrowed. What kind of protection? The kind that comes with official backing. The prefects, the ones who trust you, we could form a council. A group of older students who watch your back, advise you, keep the more ambitious players in line. Gemma's expression was serious. In exchange, when you come into your power, and you will, Potter, sooner than you think, you remember who helped you along the way. Harry thought about it. Thought about the network of alliances he was building, Rookwood, the Greengrasses, Narcissa Malfoy. Thought about the older students who watched him with calculating eyes, weighing his potential against his risk. Thought about what Daphne had said. Power isn't about controlling others, it's about controlling yourself. Asterisk. I'll think about it, he said. Gemma nodded, unsurprised. Do that. But don't think too long. Opportunities like this have a way of disappearing. She walked away, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with the weight of her words. The council formed anyway, with or without Harry's explicit approval. Gemma Farley and a few other prefects, Terence Higgs, Adrian Pusey, and a quiet sixth-year named Marcus Flint, began appearing at Harry's study sessions, offering advice and protection with a casualness that felt anything but casual. They steered younger students away when Harry needed privacy. They intercepted questions from curious professors. They made it clear, without ever saying it directly, that Harry Potter was under their protection. It's smart, Daphne observed. They were in the library, supposedly studying, but mostly watching the dynamics play out. The prefects are positioning themselves as your first line of defense. When you're older and more powerful, they'll be able to claim they were there from the beginning. Harry frowned. So they're using me. Everyone uses everyone, Harry. That's how politics works. Daphne's voice was gentle but firm. The question isn't whether they're using you, it's whether you're using them back. Whether the relationship is mutual. Is it? Ask yourself, do they protect you? Did they offer genuine help, or just empty promises? Did they treat you like a person or a symbol? She met his eyes. The answers will tell you everything. Harry thought about it. Thought about Gemma, who'd been honest about her concerns and her hopes. Thought about Marcus Flint, who'd grunted approval at Harry's potions work and offered to spot him in dueling practice. Thought about the way they all looked at him, not with hunger, exactly, but with something like investment. They're not bad, he said slowly. They're just playing the game. Exactly. And you need to learn to play it too. Daphne returned to her book. The sooner you accept that, the sooner you'll stop being a pawn and start being a player. The game intensified over the following weeks. Word spread that Harry had the backing of the Slytherin prefects, that he wasn't just a curiosity, but a real power within the house. The whispers changed tone, from speculative to respectful. Younger students sought his attention. Older students offered favors. Even the professors seemed to treat him differently, Snape with something approaching approval, McGonagall with watchful concern, Flitwick with barely concealed fascination. Harry moved through it all with careful awareness, remembering Daphne's lessons. He accepted help but didn't owe favors. He listened more than he spoke. He watched the dynamics play out, learning who trusted whom, who owed whom, who could be relied upon and who would sell their own mother for advantage. It was exhausting, but it was also, in a strange way, exhilarating. For the first time in his life, Harry wasn't just surviving. He was building something. The first real test came in late April. Harry was walking through the corridors with Draco when a group of Gryffindors blocked their path. At their head stood a stocky fifth year with a squashed nose and mean eyes, a boy Harry recognized as one of the beaters on the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Well, the boy's voice was thick with contempt. If it isn't the little snake prince. Out for a stroll without his bodyguards. Harry's jaw tightened. Move. Make me. The boy stepped closer, his friends fanning out behind him. I've heard about you, Potter. The dark magic. The secret meetings. The way you've got the Slytherins eating out of your hand. He smiled, an ugly expression. Sounds like you're following in someone's footsteps. Someone we don't name. The power in Harry's blood surged. His wand was in his hand before he consciously drew it. Last warning, he said quietly. Move. The boy laughed. What are you going to do, curse me? Prove everyone right. Go ahead, I'd love to see you try. Harry's scar blazed. The words of a dozen curses rose to his lips, dark, terrible things he'd learned from Rookwood's lessons. One word, and this boy would never threaten anyone again. One gesture, and, Harry. Daphne's voice cut through the red haze. She stepped out from a side corridor, flanked by Gemma Farley and two other Slytherin prefects. Her gray eyes were calm, steady, unafraid. Don't, she said quietly. He's not worth it. The Gryffindor boy sneered. Running to Mummy, Potter. Hiding behind girls and prefects. Gemma moved before Harry could respond. Her wand was out, her expression cold. Marcus Fletcher, she said evenly. 5th year, Gryffindor. 3 detentions last term for bullying younger students. 1 suspension for hexing a Hufflepuff prefect. She smiled, a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I wonder what Professor McGonagall would say if she knew you were threatening students again. Fletcher's face reddened. This doesn't concern you, Farley. Everything that concerns Slytherin concerns me. Gemma stepped forward, her wand still raised. Now, you have 3 seconds to get out of our way before I decide to test some of the new hexes I've been practicing. For a long moment, Fletcher didn't move. His eyes flickered from Gemma to Daphne to Harry, calculating his odds. Then he stepped aside. This isn't over, he muttered as Harry passed. Harry didn't respond, but he memorized Fletcher's face, his name, his house. Not for revenge, for knowledge. For the game. Because Daphne was right, it was all a game. And Harry was finally learning to play. That night, the Slytherin common room was buzzing. News of the confrontation had spread quickly, and by evening, everyone knew that Harry had faced down a Gryffindor bully without lifting his wand. The interpretation varied. Some said he'd shown restraint, others said he'd shown weakness, but the consensus was clear. Harry Potter was someone worth watching. Draco was practically glowing with pride. You handled that perfectly. Fletcher's a thug, everyone knows it. By not cursing him, you made him look like the aggressor and you look like the victim. I didn't plan it that way. Doesn't matter. Perception is reality. Draco clapped him on the shoulder. You're learning, Potter. You're really learning. Daphne was more subdued. She found Harry by the windows, staring out at the dark water, and stood beside him in silence for a long moment. You wanted to curse him, she said quietly. I could see it. Harry didn't deny it. Yes. What stopped you? He thought about it. Thought about the red haze of rage, the surge of power, the words on his lips. Thought about Daphne's voice, cutting through it all. You did. Your voice, it reminded me who I am. Daphne was silent for a moment. Then, softly, thank you for listening. Thank you for speaking. He turned to face her. I mean it, Daphne. Without you, without all of you, I don't know what I'd become. She met his eyes. In the green light from the lake, her gray eyes looked almost silver. You'd become yourself, she said. That's what matters. Not what anyone else wants you to be, just yourself. She paused. And for what it's worth, I think that self is pretty remarkable. Harry didn't know what to say. So he said nothing, just stood there, by the windows, with his friend beside him and the weight of his choices light on his shoulders. For now, that was enough. The alliance solidified after that night. Gemma Farley officially introduced Harry to the Slytherin Council, an informal group of upper-year students who coordinated house strategy, settled disputes, and presented a united front to the other houses. Harry wasn't a member, he was too young, but he was granted observer status, allowed to attend meetings and offer opinions. It was an education unlike anything Hogwarts provided. He learned about the complex web of family connections that governed pure-blood society. He learned about debts and favors, about the careful balance of power between houses, about the way information could be weaponized and silence could be gold. He learned that every interaction was a negotiation, every word a potential weapon, every friendship a potential alliance. And through it all, he kept meeting with Rookwood. The Death Eater's lessons continued in secret, hidden from even his closest friends. Parseltongue advanced quickly. Harry could now hold basic conversations with Serafina without conscious effort. Dark magic theory came more slowly, weighted with moral questions that Rookwood dismissed as irrelevant. Morality is a luxury, Rookwood said during one lesson. The weak worry about right and wrong. The strong simply act. Is that what Voldemort believed? Rookwood's expression flickered, pain, quickly hidden. The Dark Lord believed many things. Most of them destroyed him in the end. He met Harry's eyes. Learn from his mistakes, Potter. Power without purpose is emptiness. Strength without compassion is tyranny. If you remember nothing else from our lessons, remember that. Harry filed the words away, adding them to the growing collection of advice from people who claimed to want what was best for him. By May, Harry had changed. Not in obvious ways, he was still the same boy with the same face and the same scar. But something in his bearing had shifted. He walked differently now, more deliberately, more aware of the space he occupied. He spoke differently, choosing words with care, measuring their impact before they left his mouth. He watched differently, seeing not just people, but dynamics, relationships, opportunities. Draco noticed, and approved. Blaise noticed, and analyzed. Daphne noticed, and worried. You're becoming someone, she said one evening. They were alone in the common room, the fire crackling low, the lake dark beyond the windows. Someone I'm not sure I recognize. Harry looked at her. Is that bad? I don't know. She met his eyes honestly. The Harry I met in September was scared and angry and desperate for connection. The Harry I'm seeing now is controlled and strategic in building an empire. She paused. Both versions are you, but I miss the first one sometimes. Harry absorbed this. Thought about the boy who'd sat in the train compartment with Neville, who'd caught the Remembrall, who'd stood up to the Dursleys with nothing but words. He's still there, Harry said quietly. He's just learning to protect himself. Protection is good. Fortresses are not. Daphne reached out and touched his hand. Don't wall yourself in so completely that no one can reach you. Her hand was warm. Her eyes were kind. And for a moment, just a moment, Harry let himself feel something other than strategy and calculation. I won't, he promised. I'll try not to. Daphne smiled, that rare, real smile. That's all I ask. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, a test of friendship. The first week of May brought warmth that felt like a blessing after the long winter. Students sprawled on the grounds. Between classes, their laughter carrying across the lawns like birdsong. The forbidden forest hummed with new life, and even the lake seemed more alive, its surface dancing with reflected sunlight. Harry noticed none of it. The confrontation with Fletcher had stirred something in the castle's dynamic, something that had been building all year, waiting for a spark. Gryffindor and Slytherin had always been rivals, but the tension now felt different. Sharper, more personal. And at the center of it all was Harry. You're a target, Draco explained during one of their strategy sessions. They'd taken to meeting in the abandoned classroom, away from listening ears. The Gryffindors see you as a symbol of everything they hate about Slytherin. The Slytherins see you as proof that they're right to hate Gryffindor. Either way, you're the focus. Harry stared out the window at the sunlit grounds. I didn't ask for this. Doesn't matter. You have it. Draco's voice was pragmatic. The question is what you do with it. What can I do? I'm 11. You can stop pretending you're just another first year. Draco's pale eyes were intense. You have power, Harry. Real power. Not just magic, influence. People watch you. They listen to what you say. They adjust their behavior based on what they think you want. He leaned forward. That's leadership. Use it. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to say he didn't want to be a leader, didn't want the responsibility, didn't want to be watched and judged and followed. But Draco was right. Whether he wanted it or not, he had it. The only choice was what to do with it. The opportunity, or the crisis, depending on perspective, came 3 days later. Harry was walking back from the library when he heard voices raised in anger. They were coming from a side corridor, the same one where Fletcher had confronted him weeks ago. He approached cautiously, keeping to the shadows. Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger stood in the center of the corridor, facing off against a group of Slytherin upper years. Marcus Flint led the group, his squashed face twisted with contempt. Think you can just walk through our corridor like you own the place? Flint's voice was loud, deliberately provocative. This is Slytherin territory, Granger. You're not welcome here. It's a school corridor, Hermione said evenly. It belongs to everyone. Does it? Flint smiled, an ugly expression. Funny. I don't remember anyone asking your opinion, Mudblood. The word hung in the air like poison. Ron's face went red. Take that back. Or what, Weasley? You'll cry to your mummy. Flint's friends laughed. Go on, then. Defend her. Show everyone what a brave little Gryffindor you are. Ron's wand was out before Harry could blink. Expelliarmus. Flint deflected the spell easily, his smile widening. Temper. You know, attacking a prefect is worth 50 points. And attacking without provocation. He glanced at his friends. That could be detention for a month. You provoked him, Hermione said. Everyone heard you. Did they? Flint looked around at his companions, who shook their heads with theatrical innocence. Funny. I didn't hear anything. Harry stepped out of the shadows. I did. All heads turned. Flint's expression flickered, surprise, then calculation, then something that looked almost like respect. Potter. His voice was neutral. This doesn't concern you. Everything that happens in Slytherin corridors concerns me. Harry moved forward, placing himself between Flint's group and the Gryffindors. Let them go. Flint's eyes narrowed. You're giving me orders. I'm giving you a choice. Harry's voice was calm, calmer than he felt. Let them go, and this ends here. Don't, and I'll have to tell Gemma that. You're harassing students in our territory. She won't be pleased. The mention of the prefect gave Flint pause. Gemma Farley's authority was absolute among Slytherins, challenging her was not something anyone did lightly. This isn't over, Flint said finally. He gestured to his friends, and they melted away into the corridors, leaving Harry alone with Ron and Hermione. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Ron stepped forward, his expression a complicated mix of gratitude and suspicion. Why? He demanded. Why did you help us? Harry met his eyes. Because it was the right thing to do. Right thing. Ron's voice rose. You're a Slytherin. You spend all your time with Malfoy and his cronies. You're practically, he stopped, but the word hung in the air. Practically what? Nothing. Ron looked away. Thanks, I guess, for the help. He grabbed Hermione's arm and pulled her away, leaving Harry alone in the corridor. Harry didn't expect anything to come of it. He'd done what he'd done because it was right, because no one deserved to be called that word, because Flint was a bully, because Daphne's voice in his head had whispered choose at exactly the right moment. But Hermione Granger, it turned out, was not the sort of person who let things go. She found him 3 days later in the library, alone, researching obscure Parseltongue texts for his next lesson with Rookwood. Harry. He looked up. She stood before him, her bushy hair even more disheveled than usual, her expression determined. Hermione. I want to talk to you. She sat across from him without waiting for permission. About what happened. About why you helped us. Harry closed his book. I told you. It was the right thing to do. That's not a reason. That's a result. Her brown eyes were sharp, assessing. I want to know what made you choose that result. What's going on in your head? Harry studied her for a long moment. Hermione Granger was clever, everyone knew that. But she was also brave in a way that had nothing to do with fighting. Brave enough to sit across from a Slytherin and demand answers. You wouldn't understand, he said finally. Try me. He thought about it. Thought about the Dursleys, and the cupboard, and the hunger. Thought about the sorting hat, and Serafina, and Rookwood's lessons. Thought about Draco's ambition and Daphne's steadiness and the weight of 1,000 years of legacy. I grew up with muggles, he said slowly. They hated me, locked me in a cupboard, starved me, made me believe I was worthless. Hermione's expression flickered, shock, quickly hidden. When I came here, I thought I'd found a place where I belonged. Slytherin, they welcomed me, embraced me, made me feel like I mattered. He met her eyes. But they also expect things from me. Want me to be someone. To lead, to fight, to choose sides. And you don't want to choose sides. I don't want to choose based on fear. On what other people tell me is right. He leaned forward. Flint was wrong. What he said to you, that word, it was wrong. Not because of politics or houses or any of that. Just, wrong. So I stopped him. Hermione was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was softer than he'd ever heard it. You're not what I expected. What did you expect? Someone like Malfoy. Arrogant, cruel, convinced of his own superiority. She smiled slightly. Instead, I get someone who saved Neville's Remembrall, stood up to his own house for people he doesn't even know, and quotes philosophy at me in the library. Harry almost smiled back. I'm not quoting philosophy. You are, actually. You just don't realize it. She stood. Thank you, Harry, for what you did, and for what you just told me. She paused. If you ever need someone to talk to, someone outside Slytherin politics, I'm here. She left, and Harry sat alone with the echo of her words. The next day, Ron Weasley found him. It happened in the Great Hall at breakfast. Harry was sitting with Draco and Daphne when a shadow fell across the table. He looked up, and there was Ron, red-faced and uncomfortable, shifting from foot to foot. Potter. Ron's voice was gruff. Can I talk to you? Alone. Draco's eyes narrowed. Whatever you have to say, Weasley, you can say in front of us. It's fine. Harry stood. I'll be right back. He followed Ron to a quiet corner of the entrance hall. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Ron thrust out his hand. I was wrong about you. Harry stared at the offered hand. What? About you. About what you are. Ron's face was even redder now. Hermione told me what you said. About your relatives. About why you helped us. He met Harry's eyes. I've been a prat, judging you based on your house and your friends instead of your actions. I'm sorry. Harry looked at the hand. At Ron's earnest, uncomfortable face. At the olive branch being offered between houses that had been enemies for generations. He took it. Thanks, he said. That means a lot. Ron's grip was firm, surprisingly warm. So we're good. We're good. Ron grinned, that same friendly grin Harry remembered from the train platform, before everything got complicated. Brilliant. Maybe we could, I don't know, hang out sometime. In the library or something. Hermione says you're always there. Harry almost laughed. I am. She's not wrong. Great. Great. Ron stepped back, still grinning. I'll see you around, Potter. He walked away, leaving Harry standing in the entrance hall with the strangest feeling in his chest. Hope. Daphne was waiting when he returned to the table. That was interesting. Her gray eyes were curious. Weasley apologizing to a Slytherin. I never thought I'd see it. He's not so bad. Harry sat down, reaching for his toast. Just, misguided. And now he's your friend. Harry considered the question. I don't know. Maybe. Does that bother you? Daphne was silent for a moment. Then she shook her head slowly. No. It surprises me. But it doesn't bother me. She met his eyes. You collect unexpected people, Harry. That's not a weakness, it's a strength. Draco, who'd been listening with barely concealed suspicion, finally spoke. Weasley's a blood traitor. His whole family is. You can't trust him. I'm not trusting him with anything important. I'm just, not enemies with him anymore. Harry held Draco's gaze. Is that a problem? Draco's jaw worked. For a moment, Harry thought he'd argue, launch into one of his lectures about pure blood politics and family honor. But instead, Draco looked away. No, he said quietly. No problem. Something shifted in the air between them. Harry didn't know what it meant, but he filed it away for later. The real test came a week later. Harry was walking through the corridors when he heard raised voices, familiar ones. He rounded a corner to find Draco and Ron facing off, wands drawn, their faces inches apart. Think you can just walk up to him whenever you want? Draco's voice was shaking with rage. He's my friend. Mine. You don't get to just. Your friend. Ron's laugh was bitter. You mean your project. Your ticket to power. Don't pretend you actually care about him, Malfoy. Take that back. Make me. Harry stepped between them. Stop. Both of you. They turned to him, their expressions identical mixtures of anger and something else, something that looked almost like hurt. He started it, Draco said. I didn't start anything. I was just walking. Stop, Harry said again. Just. Stop. He looked at Draco first. At his friend's pale, furious face. At the fear beneath the anger, fear of being replaced, of losing the connection he'd worked so hard to build. Draco. You're my friend. You were my first friend here. Nothing changes that. Draco's expression flickered, relief, quickly hidden. But Weasley is also my friend. Or trying to be. Harry turned to Ron. And you can't just walk up to people and expect them to accept you. Draco's been with me since September. He's earned my trust. Ron's face fell. I wasn't trying to. I know. But that's how it looked. Harry stepped back, addressing them both. I don't know how to do this. I've never had friends before, real friends. I don't know the rules. He met each of their eyes in turn. But I know I don't want to lose either of you. So can we, I don't know, try to get along? For me. The silence stretched. Then Draco sighed, a long, defeated sound. Fine. For you. Ron nodded slowly. Yeah, for you. They didn't shake hands. Didn't smile. But they also didn't curse each other, which Harry counted as a victory. That night, in the Slytherin common room, Daphne found him by the windows. You're learning, she observed. Learning what? How to lead. How to hold people together. She stood beside him, watching the dark water. Draco and Weasley would have killed each other eventually. You stopped it. I didn't want to lose them. I know. She was quiet for a moment. That's what makes you different, Harry. You care. Not about power or politics or any of it, about people. About us. Harry looked at her. In the green light, her gray eyes looked almost silver. Is that bad? No. She smiled. That rare, real smile. It's everything. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16. The Dark Arts. The dreams came every night now. Not the green light. Not his mother's scream. Something else, darker, more intimate. Harry stood in the chamber, but Serafina was gone, and the statue of Slytherin had been replaced by something else. A throne of bones. A crown of shadows. And on that throne, a figure that wore his face but wasn't him. You're close, the figure whispered. So close to understanding. Understanding what? What you are. What you can become. The figure rose, descending the steps with a grace that made Harry's skin crawl. The power in your blood, it's not just Slytherin's. It's mine. And yours. We're connected, you and I. Bound by blood and magic. Voldemort. The figure smiled, his own smile, but wrong. You can say my name. I don't mind. Names have power, but so does acceptance. When you accept what you are, what we are, you'll be unstoppable. I'm not you. Not yet. The figure reached out, and its hand passed through Harry's chest, through flesh and bone and into the place where his heart beat. But you will be. It's only a matter of time. Harry woke gasping, his scar blazing, the echo of that touch burning in his chest. He didn't tell anyone about the dreams. Not Daphne, who would worry. Not Draco, who would see them as proof of power. Not even Serafina, who might understand but might also judge. He kept them to himself, buried deep, and tried to pretend they didn't affect him. But they did. The dark magic that had always called to him now sang with a new urgency. Rookwood's lessons, once theoretical, became practical. Harry learned curses he'd only read about, not the unforgivables, but things almost as dark. Spells that caused pain without killing. Hexes that lingered for days. Charms that manipulated memory and emotion. And with each lesson, the power in his blood grew stronger. It's remarkable, Rookwood observed during one session. They were in the Hog's head, the dim light casting strange shadows across his sharp features. You're absorbing this faster than any student I've ever taught. Faster than the Dark Lord himself, at your age. Harry didn't respond. He was staring at his hands, at the faint traces of dark magic that still clung to his fingers. Does it bother you? Rookwood asked. The power. No. The answer came automatically, a reflex. But even as he said it, Harry wondered if it was true. Rookwood's eyes narrowed. Liar. But he didn't push. Come, we have more to cover. The first sign that something was wrong came in potions class. Harry was brewing a simple shrinking solution, a recipe he'd mastered weeks ago, when his wand slipped. The potion, which should have been clear, turned a murky purple. Smoke rose from the cauldron. And for just a moment, Harry felt something surge through him, a wave of dark magic that had nothing to do with intention. Snape was at his side instantly. Mr. Potter. His voice was soft, dangerous. What just happened? Harry stared at the ruined potion. I don't know. I wasn't trying to. Come with me. Snape's hand closed around his arm, firm and unyielding. The rest of you, continue brewing. Mr. Malfoy, you're in charge. He pulled Harry out of the dungeon and into the corridor, not stopping until they reached an empty classroom. Then he released Harry's arm and turned to face him, his black eyes unreadable. The potion reacted to dark magic, Snape said flatly. Not intentional casting, accidental leakage. Like an uncontrolled release. Harry's scar prickled. I didn't do anything. No. But something inside you did. Snape's gaze bored into him. The fragment. It's getting stronger. Harry's breath caught. You know about that. I know many things, Potter. More than you realize. Snape moved to the window, staring out at the grounds. The piece of the Dark Lord's soul that lives in your scar, it's not passive. It grows. Feeds on your emotions, your power, your connection to dark magic. And if you're not careful, it will consume you. How do you know? Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. Because I've seen it happen. Because I watched him destroy himself, piece by piece, until there was nothing left but hunger and rage. He turned back to Harry. You're not him, but you carry him inside you. That's a burden no child should bear. Harry didn't know what to say. Snape, who'd hated him since the moment they met, was looking at him with something that almost resembled compassion. What do I do? He asked. Control it. Master it. Don't let it master you. Snape moved toward the door. And be careful who you trust. Not everyone who offers help has your best interests at heart. He left, and Harry stood alone in the empty classroom, the echo of his words hanging in the air. Rookwood's next lesson was different. Harry could feel it the moment he walked into the Hog's Head, a tension in the air, a watchfulness in Rookwood's eyes that hadn't been there before. Sit down, Potter. Rookwood gestured to the booth. We need to talk. Harry sat, his heart pounding. About what? About what's happening to you. Rookwood leaned forward, his dark eyes intense. The fragment. It's waking up. I can see it in you, the way you move, the way your magic responds. It's getting stronger. You said that would happen. I said it might. I didn't expect it to happen so fast. Rookwood's voice was grim. Something's accelerating the process. Something, or someone. Harry thought about the dreams. The figure on the throne. The whispers in the dark. There are dreams, he admitted. He's in them. Talking to me. Rookwood's expression didn't change, but something in his eyes sharpened. What does he say? That we're connected. That I'll become him eventually. Harry's voice was barely a whisper. That it's only a matter of time. He's lying. Rookwood's voice was firm. The fragment wants you to believe that, wants you to give up, to stop fighting. Because as long as you fight, it can't win. How do you know? Because I've studied the Dark Lord's magic for decades. Because I know how his mind worked. Rookwood leaned back. He was terrified of death, obsessed with it. That's why he created Horcruxes, why he split his soul. But each piece he carved away made him less human, less capable of understanding the things that make life worth living. Harry thought about that, thought about love, and friendship, and the warmth of Daphne's hand in his. So the fragment, it doesn't understand those things. No, it can't. It's just power, hunger, fear. Everything else, everything human, was carved away. Rookwood's eyes met his. That's your advantage, Potter. You're still human. You still feel. As long as you hold on to that, the fragment can't control you. Harry absorbed this. It made sense, more sense than anything he'd heard so far. But it also raised a terrifying question. What if I stop feeling? What if the dark magic, what if it changes me? Rookwood was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, that's the risk. That's always the risk. Power demands sacrifice. The question is whether you're willing to pay the price. Harry walked back to Hogwarts in a daze. The grounds were beautiful in the evening light, the lake rippling gold, the forest dark against the sky, the castle rising like a dream. But Harry saw none of it. His mind was churning with Rookwood's words, with Snape's warnings, with the dreams that haunted his nights. He needed to talk to someone. Someone who would understand. He found Daphne in the common room, alone by the fire. "You look terrible," she observed. "Thanks." He dropped onto the sofa beside her. "I need to tell you something. Something I should have told you weeks ago." Daphne's gray eyes sharpened. "Go on." So Harry told her. About Rookwood. About the lessons. About the dreams and the fragment and the fear that he was losing himself. When he finished, Daphne was silent for a long moment. "You've been carrying all this alone. I didn't want to worry you, Harry." Her voice was soft but firm. "That's what friends are for. To worry together. To carry burdens together." She reached out and took his hand. "You don't have to do this alone." He looked at their joined hands. At her steady gray eyes. At the firelight dancing across her face. "I know," he said. "I'm learning." The next day, Harry made a decision. He would continue Rookwood's lessons, the knowledge was too valuable to abandon. But he would also be more careful. More guarded. He would watch for signs that the fragment was influencing him, and he would fight it with everything he had. And he would stop hiding. He told Draco about the dreams, not everything, but enough. Draco's reaction surprised him. "The Dark Lord's soul fragment," Draco breathed. "In your scar. That's incredible. It's terrifying." Both. Draco's eyes were alight with something that looked almost like awe. "Don't you see? You carry his power, but you're not him. You could use that power, control it, become something greater than either of you alone." Harry shook his head. "I don't want to become anything. I just want to survive. Surviving isn't enough. Not for someone like you." Draco leaned forward. "You have a choice, Harry. You can let the fragment consume you, or you can master it. Use it. Become the most powerful wizard since." He stopped. "Since him. Yes." Draco met his eyes. "But better. Different. You could be what he should have been." Harry thought about it. Thought about the dreams, the darkness, the hunger that sometimes rose in his chest. Thought about Daphne's steady presence, Ron's unexpected friendship, the warmth of people who cared about him. "I don't know if I can," he said. "Be better, I mean. I know you can." Draco's voice was certain. "That's why I follow you." The weeks that followed were a balancing act. Harry continued his lessons with Rookwood, learning dark magic at a pace that would have horrified his professors. But he also spent time with Daphne, letting her steady presence ground him. He met Ron in the library, talking about nothing and everything. He even sat with Hermione once, discussing a book on magical theory she'd found. And through it all, he watched himself. Watched for signs that the fragment was gaining ground. Watched for moments when the darkness felt like home. They came more often than he wanted to admit. But each time, he fought back. Remembered Daphne's hand in his. Remembered Ron's awkward apology. Remembered the photograph of his parents, tucked safely in his trunk. Remembered that he was more than the sum of his parts. The final test came at the end of May. Harry was practicing in the abandoned classroom, alone, as he often was now, when the door burst open. Ron stood there, breathless, his face pale. "Harry, you need to come. Now." Harry's wand was in his hand instantly. "What happened?" "It's Malfoy. He's hurt. Bad." Ron's voice shook. "We were arguing, I don't even remember what about, and then he just collapsed." Screaming. "Hermione's with him, but she doesn't know what to do." Harry ran. He found Draco in the corridor outside the library, writhing on the ground, his face contorted with pain. Hermione knelt beside him, her wand out, trying spell after spell with no effect. "Move." Harry pushed past her, dropping to his knees beside Draco. Draco, look at me." Draco's eyes were wild, unfocused. His hands clawed at his chest, at something Harry couldn't see. "It hurts," he gasped. "Make it stop, please." Harry reached out, not with his hands but with his magic. The power in his blood surged, responding to his friend's pain. He felt something, a dark presence, coiled around Draco's chest like a serpent, and he struck at it without thinking. The presence recoiled. Draco screamed. And then, suddenly, it was gone. Draco lay still, his eyes closed, his breathing shallow but steady. Harry collapsed beside him, exhausted, his scar blazing with agony. What was that? Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. Harry didn't answer. He couldn't. Because he knew with a certainty that went deeper than thought, that the presence he'd fought had come from him. From the fragment. From the darkness he'd been trying so hard to control. It had escaped. It had hurt his friend. And Harry had no idea how to stop it. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17. The Chamber of Secrets. The hospital wing was cold and white, lit by the pale glow of enchanted candles that never flickered. Harry sat in a hard wooden chair beside Draco's bed, watching his friend sleep. Draco's face was pale, his blonde hair plastered to his forehead with sweat, his breathing shallow but steady. Madame Pomfrey had done everything she could. Magical exhaustion, she'd pronounced, her lips thin with disapproval. Severe dark magic exposure. He'll recover, but he needs rest. Complete rest. She hadn't asked how it happened. Her eyes when she looked at Harry said she already knew. Hermione had stayed until visiting hours ended, her presence a quiet comfort. Ron had lingered in the doorway, his face a mixture of guilt and confusion. Even Daphne had appeared, gray eyes sharp with worry, before Madame Pomfrey shooed her away. Now Harry was alone with Draco and his thoughts. You did this. The voice in his head wasn't the fragment, it was his own. His own guilt, his own fear, his own certainty that whatever had attacked Draco had come from him. He replayed the moment over and over. The surge of power. The dark presence. The way it had coiled around Draco's chest like a serpent, feeding on his pain. Harry had fought it, driven it away, but only after it had already hurt his friend. And he still didn't know what it was. Dawn came slowly, painting the hospital wing in shades of gray and gold. Harry hadn't slept. He'd just sat there, watching Draco breathe, waiting for answers that wouldn't come. At 7, Madame Pomfrey returned with a tray of breakfast. She took one look at Harry and her expression softened. You need to eat, Mr. Potter. And then you need to rest. I can't leave him. He won't wake for hours yet. The potions I gave him are designed to promote deep healing sleep. She set the tray on the bedside table. Eat. Rest. Come back this afternoon. He'll still be here. Harry wanted to argue, but exhaustion weighed on him like a physical force. He ate mechanically, toast, eggs, pumpkin juice, and then stumbled back to the Slytherin common room, where he collapsed onto his bed and slept dreamlessly for 8 hours. When he woke, it was late afternoon. He found Daphne waiting in the common room, her expression grave. Draco's awake. He's asking for you. Harry was on his feet instantly. Draco looked better, paler than usual, with dark circles under his eyes, but alert. He was sitting up in bed, arguing with Madame Pomfrey about being released, when Harry walked in. Potter. His voice was weak but recognizable. Tell this woman I'm fine. You're not fine. Harry pulled up the chair and sat. You nearly died. Draco's bravado flickered. It felt like dying. Like something was. He stopped, his eyes meeting Harry's. What was it? Harry glanced at Madame Pomfrey, who had retreated to the other end of the ward but was clearly listening. He lowered his voice. I don't know. But I think, he hesitated. I think it came from me. Draco's eyes widened. From you. The fragment. In my scar. It's been getting stronger, and when you were in pain, Harry swallowed. It reached out. Tried to. I don't know. Feed, maybe. Or just hurt. Draco was silent for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed, a weak, shaky sound. Of course the Dark Lord's soul fragment would try to kill me. Why wouldn't it? He shook his head. This is insane, Potter. Completely insane. I know. So what do we do about it? Harry met his eyes. I need to go back to the chamber. Serafina might know what's happening, how to stop it. The chamber. Draco's expression shifted, fear, quickly hidden. Alone. I don't have a choice. The fragment responds to me. If I bring anyone else, it might hurt them too. Draco reached out and grabbed his wrist, a surprisingly strong grip for someone who'd nearly died hours ago. Come back, he said quietly. Whatever happens in there, come back. Harry nodded. I will. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was empty when Harry arrived. The ghost was elsewhere, for once, leaving the space silent except for the drip of leaky taps. Harry approached the sink with the serpent carving, placed his hand on the cold metal, and spoke. Open. The sink slid aside. Harry lowered himself into the pipe and slid down into darkness. The chamber felt different this time. The air was heavier, charged with something that made Harry's scar throb with every step. The serpent pillars seemed to watch him as he passed, their carved eyes following his movement. And at the far end, where the statue of Slytherin loomed, something waited. Serafina emerged from the shadows, her massive form coiling toward him with that terrible grace. But her eyes, those ancient yellow eyes, were troubled. You carry darkness, little heir. More than before. The fragment. It's getting stronger. Harry stopped before her, tilting his head back to meet her gaze. It hurt, my friend. I don't know how to control it. Serafina was silent for a long moment. Then she spoke, her voice heavy with something that sounded like grief. The fragment is not merely a piece of soul. It is a piece of him, of his hunger, his rage, his will to dominate. It wants to consume you, to make you its vessel. And it is winning. Harry's heart clenched. How do I stop it? I do not know if you can. The words fell like stones. The last heir, Tom Riddle, he created this fragment intentionally, through darkest magic. It was part of him, willingly given. Yours was forced upon you, unwilling. That may make a difference. What kind of difference? The fragment is not fully integrated with your soul. It is a parasite, feeding on you without becoming you. If you can find a way to separate it, to remove it, you might survive. Remove it. How? Serafina's eyes met his. There are ways. Ancient magics. Sacrifices. But they come with costs, terrible costs. And I do not know if you are strong enough to pay them. Harry thought about it. Thought about Draco, lying in the hospital wing. About Daphne's steady presence. About Ron's awkward friendship and Hermione's sharp intelligence. About everyone who would be hurt if the fragment consumed him. Show me, he said. Show me what I need to do. The ritual was inscribed on the walls of the chamber, hidden beneath layers of magic that only Serafina could reveal. Harry traced the ancient symbols with his fingers, reading them in Parseltongue, understanding them with a depth that went beyond language. To separate that which has been joined, blood must be spilled. The vessel must offer a sacrifice, not of life, but of self. A memory, a joy, a piece of what makes them human. In exchange, the fragment is drawn out, bound, contained. Harry's hand trembled. I have to give up a memory. A precious one. One that defines who you are. The ritual will take it from you, erase it completely, and use it as anchor for the fragment. He thought about his memories. The few good ones he had. The photograph of his parents, laughing in the garden. The feel of Daphne's hand in his. Ron's awkward apology. Draco's fierce loyalty. I don't want to lose any of them. Then do not perform the ritual. Serafina's voice was gentle. The choice is yours, little heir. Always yours. Harry stood in the chamber, surrounded by ancient magic and the weight of 1,000 years of legacy, and tried to decide what part of himself he was willing to sacrifice. He didn't decide that night. He returned to the castle, to Draco's bedside, to Daphne's worried questions. He told them he was still searching for answers, which was true, even if it wasn't complete. But the ritual haunted him. Every memory that surfaced, every moment of joy or connection or simple happiness, became a question. Would he give this up? Could he? The answer, every time, was no. The fragment grew stronger. Harry felt it now, a constant presence at the edge of his awareness, watching, waiting, hungering. It whispered to him in dreams, offered him power without price, promised him everything he'd ever wanted if he would only let go. You could control it, the fragment whispered. You could use it. Become stronger than anyone. Never be hurt again. No. Harry said it aloud, in the darkness of his four-poster bed. I won't become you. You already are me. You just haven't accepted it yet. The words burned. 3 days after Draco's attack, Harry made his choice. He returned to the chamber, alone, and faced Serafina. I can't give up a memory, he said. Any memory. They're all I have, all that makes me me. Serafina nodded slowly. I understand. But without sacrifice, the fragment cannot be removed. Asterisk. Then I'll find another way. There has to be another way. Perhaps. Serafina's eyes were thoughtful. The founders created this castle with magic deeper than any of us understand. There may be secrets here, rituals, protections, ways of binding darkness that do not require sacrifice. If you seek them, I will help. Asterisk. Harry felt a flicker of hope. Where do we start? At the beginning. Serafina turned, leading him deeper into the chamber than he'd ever gone. Come, little heir. It's time you learned what your heritage truly means. Asterisk. The deeper chamber was a library. Not like Hogwarts. Library, this was older, stranger, lined with shelves carved directly into the stone. Books bound in dragon hide and something that looked like human skin. Scrolls that unrolled themselves as Harry passed. Crystals that glowed with inner light, casting strange shadows on the walls. This was my master's private collection, Serafina explained. Things he did not trust to the castle. Things only the heir may access. Harry moved through the shelves, trailing his fingers along ancient spines. The books seemed to respond to his touch, some warming, some glowing, a few whispering in languages he didn't recognize. What am I looking for? Something that calls to you. The magic will know. Harry walked. Let his instincts guide him. Stopped when a book bound in pale green leather seemed to pulse with light. He pulled it from the shelf. The title was in Parseltongue, The Binding of Shadows. He opened it, and the words flowed into his mind like water. When darkness attaches itself to light, the soul may be cleansed through union, not sacrifice, but integration. To bind the shadow is to accept it as part of oneself, to make it serve rather than dominate. This is the hardest path, for it requires the bearer to acknowledge their own darkness without being consumed by it. Harry read on, his heart pounding. Integration. Not removal, acceptance. Making the fragment part of himself without letting it control him. The ritual requires three things: acceptance of one's own darkness, willingness to bear the burden of another's evil, and the presence of those who love the bearer unconditionally. With these, the shadow may be bound. Harry looked up at Serafina. Is this real? Can it work? I do not know. Her ancient eyes were troubled. This magic is older than my master, older than Hogwarts. I have never seen it performed. But if it can be done. Then I have to try. Harry closed the book, holding it against his chest. I have to try. The next weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry studied the ritual obsessively, learning its every detail. He meditated on his darkness, the rage, the hunger, the fear, and tried to accept them as part of himself without letting them define him. And he thought about the third requirement, the presence of those who love the bearer unconditionally. Did anyone love him that way? Daphne cared, but was it unconditional? Draco was loyal, but his loyalty came with expectations. Ron and Hermione were new friends, untested. There was only one person Harry was sure of. He found Serafina in the chamber, waiting as always. The third requirement, he said. Those who love me unconditionally. I don't know if anyone does. Then you must ask them. Serafina's voice was gentle. Love that is not tested is not proven. If they truly care, they will come. If they do not, she paused. Then you must find another way. Harry thought about it. Thought about asking his friends to witness his darkest moment, to stand by him while he faced the fragment that had nearly killed Draco. They might say no. They might. But you will never know unless you ask. Harry nodded slowly. Okay. I'll ask. He asked them one by one. Daphne first, because she was his anchor. She listened without interrupting, her gray eyes steady, and when he finished, she took his hand. Of course I'll come. Wherever and whenever you need me. Draco next, still pale from his ordeal but fierce with loyalty. You think I'd let you face that thing alone? After what it did to me? I'll be there. Then Ron, in the library with Hermione. He didn't hesitate. You helped me when you didn't have to. I've got your back, mate. And finally Hermione, her brown eyes thoughtful. This is incredibly dangerous. The magic is ancient and untested. But if you're determined to do it, I'll be there. To document it, if nothing else. Harry looked at them, his unlikely collection of friends from different houses, different backgrounds, different worlds. They were here. They'd chosen him. Thank you, he said quietly. For everything. Daphne squeezed his hand. That's what friends are for. The ritual was set for the night of the full moon. Harry stood in the chamber with his friends around him, Daphne, Draco, Ron, Hermione, their faces illuminated by the glow of ancient crystals. Serafina coiled in the shadows, watching, waiting. Are you sure about this? Hermione whispered. We could still find another way. There is no other way. Harry looked at each of them in turn. But I need you to know, if something goes wrong, if the fragment takes over, you have to get out. Promise me. No, Daphne said flatly. We're not leaving you. Daphne. No. Her gray eyes blazed. We're in this together. All of us. That's the point. Harry looked at the others. Draco nodded firmly. Ron's jaw was set. Even Hermione, despite her fear, didn't move. Okay, he breathed. Okay, let's do this. He opened the book and began to read. The words of the ritual were in Parseltongue, ancient and powerful. As Harry spoke them, the chamber responded, the crystals flared with light, the serpent pillars seemed to writhe, and deep in the stone, something ancient woke. The fragment in his scar surged. What are you doing? Its voice was panicked for the first time. Stop. You can't. Harry kept reading. The words burned in his throat, in his chest, in his very soul. Around him, his friends held hands, forming a circle of light and love and loyalty. I'll destroy you, the fragment screamed. I'll tear you apart from the inside. Do it. Harry's voice was steady. I'm not afraid of you anymore. The fragment attacked. Pain exploded through Harry's body, worse than anything he'd ever felt. He screamed, but he kept reading, kept speaking, kept fighting. Behind him, he felt his friends, their warmth, their presence, their love, holding him together. You can't win, the fragment howled. I am part of you now. No, you're a parasite, and parasites can be removed. Harry spoke the final words. Light exploded, blinding, searing, absolute. For one eternal moment, Harry felt himself torn apart, scattered across the universe, nothing but consciousness in an endless void. Then, slowly, painfully, he came back together. He was lying on the chamber floor. His friends were around him, their faces pale with fear. Serafina loomed above, her ancient eyes gleaming. And his scar was cool. Cooler than it had been since he was a baby. Is it? Daphne's voice broke. Is it gone? Harry touched his forehead. The skin was smooth, unmarked. But he knew, somehow, that the fragment wasn't gone. It was bound, chained within him, unable to escape, unable to control. Part of him now, but mastered. Contained. It's done, he whispered. It's done. His friends gathered around him, holding him, crying and laughing at once. And in the shadows, Serafina watched with ancient eyes. You have done what no heir before you could, she said silently. You have mastered the darkness without becoming it. You are truly Salazar Slytherin's heir, and something more. Harry closed his eyes, surrounded by warmth and love and the first true peace he'd ever known. For now, that was enough. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18. Battle lines drawn. The aftermath of the ritual left Harry changed in ways he was only beginning to understand. His scar remained, a pale line against his forehead, neither warm nor cold, simply there. But the presence that had lurked beneath it for 11 years was gone. Bound, contained, rendered powerless. Harry could feel it sometimes, at the edges of his awareness, a shadow chained in the depths of his soul, but it no longer whispered. No longer tempted. No longer threatened. For the first time since he could remember, his mind was his own. The freedom was intoxicating. But freedom, Harry was learning, came with its own costs. Because while he had been fighting his internal battle, the world outside had been changing. And the changes were not for the better. It started with small things. A Gryffindor third year found her books hexed to scream whenever she opened them. A Hufflepuff prefect woke with his hair turned bright pink, and permanently so, according to Madame Pomfrey. A Ravenclaw's quill began writing insults instead of essays, forcing her to redo a month's worth of work. No one claimed responsibility. No one was caught. But everyone knew, or thought they knew, who was behind it. People are saying it's Slytherin, Hermione reported. They were in the library, surrounded by books that none of them were reading. A coordinated campaign against the other houses. Harry frowned. That's ridiculous. We would know if something like that was happening. Would we? Daphne's gray eyes were troubled. The upper years, they don't always tell us what they're planning. And with the way things have been escalating between the houses. She didn't finish the thought, but she didn't need to. The tension that had been building all year had finally reached a breaking point. And everyone was waiting for someone to strike first. The strike came 3 days later. Harry was walking through the entrance hall with Draco when they heard it. A scream, high and terrified, echoing from the corridor leading to the Great Hall. They ran toward it, wands out, and found a scene of chaos. A first-year Hufflepuff boy lay on the ground, petrified, frozen solid, his eyes wide with terror, his skin gray and stony. Around him, students clustered, their faces pale with shock. Teachers pushed through the crowd, Snape, McGonagall, Flitwick, their wands raised, their expressions grim. What happened? McGonagall demanded. No one answered. No one knew. But everyone's eyes, Harry noticed, flickered toward the Slytherin students in the crowd. The next week was the worst of Harry's life. The petrified boy didn't wake. Madame Pomfrey tried everything, countless spells, potions, even a desperate Alta Saint. Mungos, but nothing worked. He remained frozen, trapped in a moment of terror, his eyes staring at something no one else could see. And the whispers began. It's Slytherin. It has to be. They've been planning this all year. That Potter boy, everyone knows he's been practicing dark magic. Probably his doing. The Heir of Slytherin, they call him. The Chamber of Secrets. It's all connected. Harry heard the whispers everywhere, in corridors, in classes, even in the Great Hall where the food tasted like ash in his mouth. His friends tried to shield him, but the whispers found him anyway. It's not true. Daphne's voice was fierce. You were with us when it happened. We all were. It doesn't matter. Harry stared at his plate, unable to eat. They've already decided I'm guilty. Then we prove them wrong. Ron's jaw was set. We find out who really did it. How? We don't have any clues. No one saw anything. Hermione, who'd been silent throughout the conversation, suddenly spoke. That's not entirely true. Everyone turned to look at her. I've been researching, she said quietly. The petrification, it's not a normal curse. It's something older. Something dark. She met Harry's eyes. Something that matches descriptions of basilisk victims. The word hung in the air like smoke. Basilisk, Draco breathed. You mean, the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione's voice was steady. If the stories are true, if there really is a basilisk hidden somewhere in the castle, then petrification makes sense. Basilisks don't kill with a glance if the victim doesn't meet their eyes directly. They petrify. Harry's mind raced. Serafina, the basilisk in the chamber. Could she have? No. She was bound to him, to his blood. She wouldn't hurt anyone without his command. Unless someone else had commanded her. There's another Parselmouth in the castle, he said slowly. Someone who can open the chamber. Everyone stared at him. How do you know? Hermione asked. Harry hesitated. He hadn't told them about Serafina, not all of it. But now, with everything falling apart, secrets felt like luxuries he couldn't afford. I've been to the chamber, he admitted. There's a basilisk there, ancient, powerful. She's bound to the Heir of Slytherin. To me. He met their eyes. But she won't act without my command. If someone's using her, it means there's another heir. Someone with enough blood to open the chamber. Another heir. Draco's voice was sharp. That's impossible. The line died out with the Gounts. Apparently not. Harry stood. I need to go back. Talk to Serafina. Find out if anyone else has been in the chamber. We're coming with you. Daphne's voice left no room for argument. No. It's too dangerous. If there's another Parselmouth, they could be watching. Then we watch your back. Ron crossed his arms. You're not doing this alone, mate. That's not how it works anymore. Harry looked at them, Daphne's steady gray eyes, Draco's fierce loyalty, Ron's stubborn courage, Hermione's quiet determination. His friends. His allies. His family, in every way that mattered. Okay, he said quietly. Okay, let's go. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was empty when they arrived. Harry approached the sink with the serpent carving, aware of his friends watching from the doorway. Open. Asterisk. The sink slid aside. The pipe gaped below, dark and cold. This is it, Harry said. The entrance to the chamber. Hermione peered into the darkness. How far does it go? I don't know exactly. It's a long slide. He turned to face them. Last chance to back out. No one moved. Then follow me. And stay close. He lowered himself into the pipe and slid into darkness. The chamber was different with others present. Harry felt it as they landed, a tension in the air, a watchfulness that hadn't been there when he was alone. The serpent pillars seemed to study his companions with ancient suspicion. The crystals glowed brighter, casting harsher shadows. Merlin's beard, Ron breathed. This is incredible. Stay together. Harry led them through the pillars, toward the statue of Slytherin. Serafina, I need you. The basilisk emerged from the shadows, her massive form coiling toward them. His friends froze. Hermione let out a small scream. Ron raised his wand. Draco grabbed Harry's arm. Little heir. Serafina's ancient eyes swept over the group. You bring others to my sanctuary. Asterisk. They're my friends. They can be trusted. Harry stepped forward, placing himself between Serafina and the others. Someone's been using the chamber. A student was petrified. I need to know, has anyone else been here? Serafina was silent for a long moment. Yes. Her voice was heavy. Another came. One who carries enough blood to open the passage, though not enough to command me. They could not enter the inner chamber, but they reached the outer hall. Asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. Who? I do not know their name. But I know their purpose. Serafina's eyes gleamed. They seek to reopen old wounds. To restart the war between houses. And they will use your name to do it. Asterisk. The walk back to the castle was silent. Harry's mind churned with possibilities. Another heir. Someone with enough Slytherin blood to open the chamber but not enough to command Serafina. That meant a distant relative, someone from a branch of the family that had intermarried with other lines. Could it be a Gaunt? He asked. I thought they died out. The last Gaunts were Tom Riddle's mother and uncle, Hermione said quietly. But there could be others, distant cousins, illegitimate lines. Pure blood families intermarried constantly. The blood could have spread further than anyone knows. So we're looking for someone with Slytherin blood who wants to cause chaos. Draco's voice was tight. That narrows it down to about half the pure blood families. Not half. The blood has to be concentrated enough to open the chamber. Harry thought hard. Serafina said they couldn't command her. That means they have the blood, but not the power. They're a distant relative, maybe generations removed. A descendant of a cadet branch, Hermione murmured. Someone whose family intermarried with Slytherin lines centuries ago and never knew it. Or knew it and kept it secret. Daphne's gray eyes were sharp. There are families who've always claimed connections to the founders. Most of it's rubbish, wishful thinking. But some of it might be real. Harry stopped walking. We need to find out who's been spreading rumors about me. Who benefits from making Slytherin look guilty. Who wants the houses to turn on each other. Everyone looked at each other. That could be anyone, Ron said. Half the school already hates Slytherin. Not hates. Fears. Harry's voice was cold. There's a difference. Hating is easy. Fearing takes work. Someone's been working hard to make people afraid. The investigation consumed them. They split into pairs, Harry with Daphne, Draco with Hermione, Ron floating between groups, and began asking questions. Who had been spreading rumors? Who had been seen near the scene of the attack? Who had motive to make Slytherin look guilty? The answers were frustratingly vague. Everyone's heard the rumors, but no one remembers who started them. Hermione threw down her quill in frustration. It's like they materialized out of thin air. That's not possible. Daphne frowned. Rumors have sources. Always. Unless the source is hiding behind magic. Harry's eyes narrowed. Could someone be using a spell to spread whispers? Something that makes people think they heard something when they didn't. Hermione's face lit up. A mimetic charm. They're incredibly rare, illegal, actually, but they exist. They plant suggestions in people's minds that spread like infections. Can you trace one? I can try. She was already reaching for books. If I can find the right counter charm, we might be able to track the source. 3 days later, they had a name. Hermione's counter-charm worked, not perfectly, but well enough. It led them through the castle, through corridors and classrooms, past staring students and suspicious professors, until they stood before a door in the dungeons that Harry knew well. The Slytherin common room. It's one of us, Draco breathed. Someone in our own house. Harry pushed open the door. The common room was empty, or nearly empty. In the corner by the fire, a figure sat alone, watching them with cold, calculating eyes. Blaise Zabini. You. Harry's voice was flat. It was you all along. Blaise rose gracefully, his dark face expressionless. Harry, I wondered how long it would take you to figure it out. Why? Why? Blaise laughed, a cold, empty sound. Because someone has to restore order. Because you've been playing at power without understanding what it really means. Because the houses need to remember their places, and you've been blurring the lines. I trusted you. Yes, that was your mistake. Blaise's wand was in his hand, moving too fast to follow. But don't worry, I won't hurt you. You're still useful. A symbol, even if you don't want to be. The spell hit before anyone could react. Harry fell. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19, The Prophecy. Harry woke to darkness. Not the comfortable darkness of sleep, but something else, a thick, pressing blackness that seemed to absorb light and sound and thought. He tried to move, but his body wouldn't respond. Tried to speak, but his mouth wouldn't open. Tried to reach for his magic, but it slipped away like water through fingers. You're trapped. The voice was his own, but distant, like hearing himself from the end of a long tunnel. Blaise trapped you. Your friends are gone. You're alone. Panic surged, then faded, swallowed by the darkness. Harry floated in nothing, aware but not conscious, present but not active. Time lost meaning. Space lost meaning. Everything lost meaning except the endless, waiting dark. When light finally came, it was blinding. Harry gasped, his body jerking back to life with a violence that left him shaking. He was lying on a cold stone floor, his head pounding, his scar was warm again. Not hot, not painful, but warm. Present. He's waking. The voice was familiar, Serafina. Harry forced his eyes open and found himself in the chamber. His friends were around him, Daphne, Draco, Ron, Hermione, their faces pale with worry. And beyond them, Blaise stood with his wand trained on Harry's heart. Welcome back. Blaise's voice was calm, almost kind. I was beginning to worry I'd overdone it. Harry tried to stand. His legs wouldn't hold him. What did you do? Put you in a controlled coma. Quite legal, actually, in certain circumstances. Self-defense, protecting others, that sort of thing. Blaise smiled. I'm claiming I thought you were going to attack me. Given your reputation, people will believe it. You're insane. No, I'm practical. Blaise moved closer, his wand never wavering. You've been a useful symbol, Harry. The heir of Slytherin, the boy who defeated the Dark Lord, the leader of a new generation. But symbols have to be controlled. And you've been slipping. Slipping how? Making friends outside the house. Questioning the old ways. Refusing to embrace the power that's rightfully yours. Blaise's eyes hardened. The families who support you, the ones who see you as their future, they're worried. They asked me to intervene. Harry's blood ran cold. The families. Greengrass. Malfoy. Not even some of the Blacks. Blaise ticked them off on his fingers. They've invested a lot in you, Harry. They expect returns. Daphne stepped forward, her gray eyes blazing. My father would never. Your father is exactly who I'm talking about. Blaise's smile turned cruel. Did you think Cyrus Greengrass introduced you to all those people out of the goodness of his heart? He was building an investment. And investments need management. Harry looked at Daphne. The shock on her face told him she hadn't known, hadn't suspected. But the doubt in her eyes told him she believed it now. What do you want? Harry's voice was steady, though his heart raced. Right now. Just to talk. Blaise gestured, and chains erupted from the floor, wrapping around Harry's friends, pinning them to the pillars. You and me. Alone. No. Daphne struggled against her bonds. Harry, don't listen to him. Quiet. Blaise waved his wand, and a silencing charm cut off her words. He turned back to Harry. There's something you need to know. Something about why you're here. Why you survived that night. Harry's scar pulsed. What are you talking about? The prophecy. Blaze's eyes gleamed. Did you really think you defeated the Dark Lord by accident? That your mother's love was enough to destroy the most powerful dark wizard in centuries? He laughed. No, Harry. There's more. So much more. The story Blaze told changed everything. It started years before Harry was born, a prophecy made to Dumbledore by a woman named Sybil Trelawney. The words had been recorded, preserved, hidden away in the Department of Mysteries. But whispers had escaped. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. Asterisk. The prophecy marked you, Blaze said. You and the Dark Lord both. You were destined to face each other, to fight until one destroyed the other. Harry shook his head. That doesn't make sense. I was a baby. How could I fight anyone? You couldn't. That's why the Dark Lord tried to kill you first. Blaze's voice was calm, explanatory. He heard the prophecy, knew it threatened him, and acted. But your mother's love, and the ancient magic it triggered, protected you. The curse rebounded, and gave me this. Harry touched his scar. Yes, and gave you that. Blaze nodded. But the prophecy didn't die with the Dark Lord. It's still active, still waiting. And now, with the fragment bound inside you, it's complicated. Complicated how? Blaze leaned forward, his dark eyes intense. The prophecy says you have power the Dark Lord knows not. Everyone assumed that was love, your mother's sacrifice, the protection it gave you. But what if it's more? Harry's scar throbbed. What if it's the fragment? What if the power I have is him? That's one theory. Blaze sat back. Another is that you're meant to absorb his power, to become something new. Something that combines the best of both of you. That's insane. I don't want anything to do with him. Doesn't matter what you want. Prophecies don't care about desire. Blaze's voice hardened. The families understand this. That's why they're watching you so closely. That's why they need you to be what they expect. And what's that? The next Dark Lord. But better. Controlled. Usable. Blaze met his eyes. They want to rule through you, Harry. They always have. The silence that followed was absolute. Harry sat on the cold stone floor, his friends bound and silenced around him, and tried to process what he'd heard. A prophecy. A destiny. A future that wasn't his to choose. The fragment, he said slowly. You knew about it. You knew what it was doing to me. We all did. The families have been watching since you arrived at Hogwarts. Blaze's voice was matter of fact. Every move you made, every choice, every friendship, we tracked. It all. When you went to the chamber, we knew. When you bound the fragment, we celebrated. Celebrated. Because you proved you could control it. That's what we needed to see. Blaze smiled. You're not just powerful, Harry. You're disciplined. You can master darkness without being consumed by it. That's rare. That's valuable. Harry's stomach turned. I'm not anyone's tool. No, you're not. Blaze's voice softened, just slightly. That's what makes this conversation necessary. The families see you as an investment. I see you as something else. What? A friend. Blaze met his eyes. A real friend, not a political ally. That's why I'm telling you this, why I'm warning you. They'll try to control you, Harry. They'll use your friends, your loyalties, your fears. They'll make you think their way is the only way. And you, what do you want? Blaze was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. I want you to be free. To choose your own path. To become whatever you're meant to become. Not what they want, not what the prophecy demands, but what you choose. He looked away. I know that sounds strange, coming from someone who just trapped you and threatened your friends. But I had to make you listen. I had to make you understand. Harry stared at him. The boy who'd been his ally all year, who'd sat beside him in classes and strategized with him in the common room, he was something else entirely. A friend. A warning. A mystery. Release them, Harry said quietly. Release my friends, and we'll talk. Blaze nodded. A gesture, and the chains fell away. The silencing charms lifted. Daphne was at Harry's side instantly, her hand gripping his. Are you okay? Her voice shook. What did he do to you? I'm fine. Harry stood, pulling her up with him. He faced Blaze, really faced him, seeing him clearly for the first time. You said you want me to be free. Prove it. How? Help us find out who's really behind the attacks. Help us stop the fighting. Harry met his eyes. Be my friend, really my friend, and I'll trust you. Blaise considered this for a long moment. Then, slowly, he nodded. Okay, I'll help. He glanced at the others. But they won't trust me. Not after this. They'll learn. Harry turned to his friends, Daphne, still gripping his hand, Draco, pale with fury, Ron, jaw set with suspicion, Hermione, eyes sharp with calculation. We all will. The next days were strange. Blaise moved among them like a ghost, present but separate, helpful but guarded. He shared information about the families, about their plans, about the web of manipulation that had surrounded Harry since his first day at Hogwarts. He didn't apologize for what he'd done, but he didn't defend it either. He simply was. And slowly, grudgingly, the others began to accept him. He's useful, Draco admitted. And his information checks out. He's dangerous, Daphne countered. But so are we. He's sorry, Hermione observed. Even if he can't say it. He's a git, Ron concluded. But he's our git now. Harry listened to these assessments and filed them away. Blaise was a puzzle, one he hadn't known he needed to solve. But with the prophecy hanging over him, with the families circling like sharks, with the castle teetering on the edge of war, he needed all the help he could get. Even from unexpected sources. The prophecy haunted him. Not the words, he didn't know the full text, only fragments. But the idea of it, the weight of it, pressed on him constantly. Destiny. Fate. A future chosen before he was born. You can choose. Asterisk. The voice was Serafina's, echoing from their last conversation. He'd visited the chamber alone, seeking wisdom, and she'd given it freely. Prophecies are not commands. They are possibilities, paths that may be walked or avoided. The future is not written, little heir. It is chosen, moment by moment, choice by choice. Asterisk. But everyone acts like it's fixed. Everyone is afraid. Fear makes people believe in certainties. But the only certainty is that you will make choices, and those choices will shape what comes. Her ancient eyes had been kind. Trust yourself, Harry. Trust your heart. It has not led you wrong yet. Asterisk. Harry held onto those words as the days passed. Trust himself. Trust his heart. Make choices. It was all he could do. The attack came on the last day of May. Harry was in the Great Hall, surrounded by his friends, when the doors burst open and a terrified student stumbled in. She was covered in dust, her robes torn, her face streaked with tears. The chamber, she gasped. Someone opened the chamber. There's a monster. Chaos erupted. Students screamed, ran, collided with each other in their panic. Teachers shouted orders, trying to restore order. And through it all, Harry sat frozen, his mind racing. The chamber. Open. But he hadn't opened it. Serafina hadn't acted without his command. Which meant someone else had found a way in. Harry. Daphne's voice cut through the chaos. Harry, look at me. He looked. Her gray eyes were steady, calm, certain. Whatever's happening, we'll face it together. All of us. She gestured, Draco, Ron, Hermione, even Blaise, standing together despite their differences. We're with you. Harry looked at them. His friends. His family. His choice. Then let's go, he said. Let's end this. They ran. End of chapter 19. Chapter 20, Betrayal. The corridors were chaos. Students streamed past in every direction, their screams echoing off the ancient stones. Prefects shouted orders that no one followed. Teachers ran toward the dungeon entrance, their wands raised, their faces grim. And through it all, Harry and his friends pushed against the current, fighting their way toward the source of the terror. Wait. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. We can't just run in blind. We need a plan. The plan is stopping whoever opened the chamber. Harry shook free. Serafina won't hurt anyone unless commanded. Whoever's controlling her. Controlling. Draco's voice was sharp. You said only the heir could command the basilisk. The true heir. But if someone else has enough blood to open the chamber, they might be able to influence her. Confuse her. Harry's mind raced. She'd recognize my command above anyone else's, but if I'm not there, then she follows whoever speaks first. Daphne finished the thought. We need to get you to the chamber. Now. They ran. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was destroyed. The sinks had been ripped from the walls, the mirrors shattered, the floors covered in water and debris. The entrance to the chamber gaped open, not the careful sliding of stone Harry had always used, but a violent rupture, as if someone had blasted their way through. Merlin's beard, Ron breathed. What did this? Someone with more power than sense. Harry approached the opening, peering into the darkness. I have to go down. We're coming with you. Daphne's voice left no room for argument. Not all of you. Someone needs to stay here, guard the entrance, make sure no one else gets hurt. Harry looked at each of them in turn. Hermione, you're the brains. Stay here, coordinate, send help if we don't come back. Ron, I'm going with you. Ron's jaw was set. You need someone who can fight. Draco, I'm going. Draco's pale eyes were fierce. That thing nearly killed me once. I want to see it finished. Daphne, I go where you go. Her gray eyes met his. Don't argue. Harry looked at Blaise, who hadn't spoken. The dark boy met his gaze steadily. I'll stay with Granger, Blaise said quietly. Guard the entrance. Make sure no one follows who shouldn't. A pause. And if you don't come back, I'll make sure everyone knows what happened here. Harry nodded. Let's move. Dash dash dash. The pipe was worse than Harry remembered, darker, colder, somehow more threatening. He slid down first, landing on the stone floor with his wand raised. Daphne landed beside him a moment later, then Draco, then Ron. The chamber stretched before them, its serpent pillars looming in the dim light. But something was wrong. The crystals that usually glowed with soft light were dark. The air was thick with a strange, suffocating pressure. And in the distance, Harry could hear sounds, hissing, crashing, the grind of stone against stone. Serafina. Harry's voice echoed through the chamber. Serafina, it's me. No response. They moved forward, staying close together, wands raised. The pillars seemed to close in around them, their carved serpents writhing in the shadows. Harry's scar pulsed, not with pain, but with awareness. Something was happening. Something terrible. They found Serafina at the base of Slytherin's statue. The basilisk was coiled protectively around something, someone. Her massive body hid the figure from view, but Harry could see blood on the stones. Dark, glistening, fresh. Serafina. Harry approached slowly, his voice soft. It's me, Harry. Let me see. The basilisk's head turned, her yellow eyes meeting his. They were wild, confused, angry, terrified. Little air. Her voice was strained. I tried to stop them. I tried. I know. Harry kept moving forward, step by careful step. Let me see who's hurt. Let me help. Serafina hesitated. Then, slowly, she uncoiled. Blaise lay on the stones. Not the Blaise who'd stayed behind. Another Blaise, older, harder, with cold eyes and a cruel smile. He was bleeding from a wound in his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps, but his eyes were open and aware. Harry. His voice was weak but steady. I was wondering when you'd get here. Harry stared. You're not. Your Blaise is fine. Still upstairs, guarding the entrance with Granger. The older Blaise smiled, a terrible smile. I'm his father. And I've been waiting a long time to meet you. Dash dash dash. The revelation hit like a physical blow. Harry's wand wavered. You're Blaise's father. But Blaise said many things. Most of them true. The man, Zabini, struggled to sit up, pressing his hand to his wound. He didn't know about me. Didn't know I was still alive. I made sure of that. Why? Why all of this? Because the families needed to test you. Needed to see what you'd do when pushed. Zabini's eyes gleamed despite his pain. You passed, by the way. Coming here, facing the basilisk, refusing to let your friends die, that's exactly what we needed to see. Harry's jaw tightened. You hurt people. You petrified a student. Collateral damage. Necessary for the test. Zabini waved a bloody hand. The boy will recover. The house tensions will fade. What matters is that you've proven yourself. Proven myself for what? Zabini's smile widened. To lead. To take your place as the true heir of Slytherin. To become what you were always meant to be. Harry's scar burned. The fragment, chained but not gone, stirred in response. No. Daphne's voice was sharp. He's not your puppet. He's not anyone's puppet. Of course not. Zabini's eyes never left Harry. That's the point. We don't want a puppet. We want a leader. Someone strong enough to stand alone, wise enough to know when to accept help, powerful enough to command respect. He struggled to his feet, swaying. "You're that person, Harry. You always were. The chamber fell silent. Harry stood frozen, his mind churning. Zabini's words echoed in his head, "Leader, heir, what you were always meant to be." The fragment stirred again, whispering promises of power. But beneath the whispers, beneath the temptation, something else stirred too. Memories. Faces. Daphne's steady gray eyes. Draco's fierce loyalty. Ron's awkward friendship. Hermione's sharp intelligence. Blaze's complicated honesty. They weren't tools. They weren't followers. They were friends. "I'm not your leader," Harry said quietly. "I'm not anyone's leader. I'm just me. That's exactly why you should be." Zabini's voice was soft now, almost kind. The Dark Lord wanted followers because he was empty inside. He needed others to fill the void. "You're not empty. You're full, of love, of loyalty, of hope. That's what makes you dangerous. That's what makes you valuable." Harry shook his head. "I don't want. It doesn't matter what you want." Zabini's voice hardened. "The prophecy doesn't care. The families don't care. The world doesn't care. You have power, Harry. Real power. And power demands to be used. Then I'll use it my way. Will you?" Zabini gestured at the chamber, at Serafina, at the ancient magic that surrounded them. "This is your heritage. This is your destiny. You can fight it all you want, but in the end, I choose." Harry's voice was steel. "I always choose. The standoff might have lasted forever, but Serafina moved. Her massive body uncoiled fully, rising to her full height, her yellow eyes fixed on Zabini with an intensity that made Harry's blood run cold. "This one, she hissed. "This one tried to command me. Spoke words of power. Used blood not his own. Harry's eyes widened. "You opened the chamber. You commanded Serafina. I tried." Zabini's voice was calm, despite the basilisk looming over him. "I have Slytherin blood, distant, but enough. I thought I could control her, use her to force your hand." He laughed bitterly. "I was wrong. He carries darkness, Serafina continued. "Not like yours, not bound and mastered. Wild darkness. Hungry darkness. He would have consumed you, little heir, given the chance." Harry looked at Zabini, really looked, seeing him clearly for the first time. The man was dangerous. Not just politically, but magically. There was something in his eyes that reminded Harry of Riddle. Something hungry. Something empty. "You need help," Harry said quietly. "Real help. Not power, healing." Zabini's eyes flickered, surprise, quickly hidden. "I don't need." "Yes, you do." Harry turned to Serafina. "Can you heal him? Use your magic." "I can. But why would I? He tried to use me. Tried to hurt you. Because he's still human. Still capable of choice." Harry met her ancient eyes. "And because showing mercy is stronger than showing power." Serafina was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she nodded. "You are truly Slytherin's heir, she said. And something more. Her magic flowed, warm, golden, utterly unlike the dark power Harry associated with the chamber. It wrapped around Zabini, sealing his wound, easing his pain. When it faded, the man stood whole, but changed. Something in his eyes had shifted. Something had broken. "Why?" he whispered. "Why save me?" "Because everyone deserves a second chance." Harry met his eyes. "Even you." They emerged from the chamber to chaos. Hermione and Blaze stood guard at the entrance, their wands raised, their faces pale with fear. Behind them, a crowd had gathered, students, teachers, even Dumbledore himself, his blue eyes sharp behind his half-moon spectacles. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice was calm, but Harry could hear the tension beneath it. "I'm glad to see you unharmed." "Professor." Harry stepped forward, his friends flanking him. "The chamber's secure. The person responsible," he glanced at Zabini, who stood silently behind him. "The person responsible has been dealt with." Dumbledore's eyes moved to Zabini, and something flickered in their depths, recognition, perhaps, or concern. "Xenophilius Zabini." His voice was soft. "I thought you were dead." "Everyone does." Zabini's voice was tired. "That's rather the point. You'll come with me." Dumbledore's tone left no room for argument. "We have much to discuss." Zabini nodded. As he passed Harry, he paused. You're stronger than you know, he murmured. Don't let them make you forget that. Then he was gone, escorted by Dumbledore and a contingent of teachers, leaving Harry and his friends standing in the ruined bathroom, surrounded by the wreckage of someone else's schemes. That night, Harry dreamed. Not of the chamber, not of Voldemort, not of prophecies or betrayals. He dreamed of his mother's garden, sun-drenched and peaceful, filled with flowers he couldn't name. She sat on a bench, watching him approach, her green eyes warm. You did well, she said. I'm proud of you. I didn't do anything special. I just chose. That's everything. She smiled. Choosing is everything. Your father and I, we chose each other. We chose to have you. We chose to fight, to love, to hope. And in the end, we chose to die for you. Not because we had to, because we wanted to. Harry's throat tightened. I miss you. I know, my love. I miss you too. She opened her arms, and he stepped into them, feeling her warmth, her love, her presence. But I'm always with you. In your heart. In your choices. In the person you're becoming. Who am I becoming? Someone good. She kissed his forehead, right where his scar was. Someone strong. Someone who can carry darkness without being consumed by it. Someone worthy of love. Harry held her tighter. I don't want to let go. You don't have to. She began to fade, but her warmth remained. I'll always be here. Whenever you need me. Just close your eyes and remember. He closed his eyes. When he opened them, he was in his four-poster bed, dawnlight painting the room in shades of gold. His scar was cool. His heart was full. And for the first time in weeks, Harry felt ready to face whatever came next. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21. The Shadow over Hogwarts. The days following Zabini's capture were strange and unsettled. Word spread quickly through the castle. The chamber had been opened, a basilisk unleashed, a plot uncovered. But details were scarce, and rumors filled the gaps with terrifying creativity. By the end of the first week, Harry had heard himself described as everything from a hero who'd saved the school to a villain who'd orchestrated the whole affair. The truth, as always, was somewhere in between. You need to be careful. Daphne's voice was quiet, urgent. They were in the Slytherin common room, surrounded by students who watched Harry with a new kind of attention, not curiosity anymore, but something closer to calculation. People are picking sides. The families are positioning themselves. And you're at the center of it all. Harry stared into the green fire. I didn't ask for this. No one ever does. She sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. But you have it anyway. The question is what you do with it. What can I do? I'm 12. Almost 12. And you've already done more than most wizards do in a lifetime. Her gray eyes met his. You faced a basilisk. You bound a piece of Voldemort's soul. You survived betrayal and manipulation and came out stronger. She paused. You're not just a first year anymore, Harry. You haven't been for a long time. Harry wanted to argue, but the words died in his throat. She was right. He knew she was right. The boy who'd arrived at Hogwarts 9 months ago, scared, hungry, desperate for belonging, was gone. In his place stood someone else. Someone stronger. Someone harder. Someone he wasn't sure he recognized. The first sign that something had shifted came from an unexpected source. Professor Snape called Harry to his office 3 days after the chamber incident. The room was exactly as Harry remembered from their first meeting, jars of preserved creatures lining the walls, dim lighting, an atmosphere of controlled menace. But Snape's expression, when Harry entered, was different. Less hostile. More assessing. Sit down, Potter. Harry sat. The chair was uncomfortable, deliberately so. You've had an eventful year. Snape's voice was soft, controlled. The chamber. The basilisk. The fragment of the Dark Lord's soul. He paused. And now, Xenophilius Zabini's revelations about the families. Harry's eyes narrowed. How do you know about that? I know many things, Potter. More than you realize. Snape moved around his desk, settling into his own chair. The Zabini situation has complications. Xenophilius was believed dead for years. His sudden reappearance has caused ripples in certain circles. What kind of circles? The kind that involve themselves in prophecy and power. The kind that see you as a piece on their chessboard. Snape's black eyes were unreadable. You've been marked, Potter. Not just by the Dark Lord, by everyone. They all want something from you. Harry's jaw tightened. I know. Do you? Do you truly understand what it means to be wanted by people who see you as a tool rather than a person? Snape leaned forward. I do. I've spent my entire life being used by one side or another. Dumbledore, the Dark Lord, the Ministry. They all have their plans, their expectations, their demands. And what do you want? Snape was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. I want to protect, to make amends, to ensure that no one else suffers the way. He stopped, something flickering in his eyes. The way I've seen others suffer. Harry thought about it, thought about the hatred that had always seemed to flow between them, the sharp words and colder silences. Underneath all that, was there something else? Something like concern. Why are you telling me this? Because you need to know. Because the game is changing, and you're not prepared. Snape stood, moving to the window. The families who've been courting you, the Greengrasses, the Malfoys, the Knots, they're not your friends. They're investors. They expect returns. And if I don't give them what they want, then they'll find someone who will. Snape turned back to face him. Or they'll destroy you to protect their investment. Either way, you lose. Harry absorbed this. It matched what Blaise had told him, what Zabini had confirmed. The families were circling, waiting for their moment. What do I do? Snape's eyes met his. Build your own alliances. Trust your instincts. And never, his voice hardened. Never let them see you bleed. The warning came too late. 3 days after Harry's conversation with Snape, the first attack happened. It wasn't physical, nothing so obvious. It was subtler, more insidious. Rumors, planted carefully, spread through the castle like poison. Did you hear? Potter's been meeting with Death Eaters. Plotting to take over the school. Asterisk. They say he can control the basilisk. That he almost killed Malfoy with it. Asterisk. His own friend. Can you imagine? Asterisk. Harry heard the whispers everywhere. In corridors, in classes, even in the great hall where the food tasted like ash in his mouth. His friends tried to shield him, but the whispers found him anyway. It's the families, Daphne said grimly. They were in the abandoned classroom, their only safe space. They're testing you, seeing how you react. How should I react? By not reacting. Her gray eyes were steady. That's what they want, a reaction. Proof that you're unstable, uncontrolled. If you lash out, they win. Harry's hands clenched. So I just let them spread lies about me. For now. Until we figure out who's behind it. She reached out, touching his arm. Patience, Harry. This is a game. Learn to play it. The game got harder. Whispers turned to actions. Harry's belongings started disappearing. Books, quills, even his spare robes. His potions' ingredients were tampered with, ruining a week's worth of work. A hex hit him in the corridor, turning his hair green for an entire day. Each incident was small. Each could be explained away. But together, they formed a pattern, a campaign of harassment designed to break him. It's not just the families, Hermione said during one of their meetings. It's students too. People who believe the rumors. People who've always hated Slytherin and now have an excuse. Can we trace the hexes? Find out who's responsible? I've tried. They're using untraceable magic, old spells, probably from family grimoires. Hermione's expression was frustrated. Whoever's behind this knows what they're doing. Ron slammed his fist on the table. So we just take it. Let them push us around. No. Harry's voice was quiet, but everyone turned to look at him. We don't take it. And we don't fight back, not yet. But we start watching, learning, building our own network. What kind of network? The kind that knows things, sees things, reports back. Harry met each of their eyes in turn. We have friends in every house now. Ron in Gryffindor, Hermione everywhere, Daphne and Draco in Slytherin. We can use that. You want us to spy on our own houses. Draco's voice was sharp. I want us to survive. If that means knowing what people are saying before they say it, then yes. That's exactly what I want. Silence. Then, slowly, nods of agreement. The network took weeks to build. It started small, a Hufflepuff who owed Ron a favor, a Ravenclaw who admired Hermione's intelligence, a handful of younger Slytherins who looked up to Harry. They reported whispers, observations, suspicions. Nothing concrete, but patterns emerged. The harassment was coordinated. The same names kept appearing, students from families with old money and older grudges. The Greengrasses weren't involved, Daphne was certain of that, but other families were. The Knots, the Carrows, even a distant branch of the Blacks. They're using their children, Daphne explained. Sending them to Hogwarts with instructions. Test Potter. See what he's made of. And if I fail the test, then they write you off. Find another investment. Her gray eyes were sad. That's how these families work, Harry. People are assets. Nothing more. Harry thought about that. Thought about the Dursleys, who'd treated him as less than an asset, as a burden, a nuisance, a thing to be hidden. Thought about the wizarding world, which seemed determined to turn him into something he wasn't. I won't be anyone's asset, he said quietly. I won't. Then don't be. Daphne took his hand. Be yourself. That's enough. The breaking point came in mid-June. Harry was walking back from the library, alone for once, when a group of older students blocked his path. He recognized them, Knot, Carrow, and a few others from families that had been circling for weeks. Potter. Knot's voice was smooth, cultured, utterly without warmth. We need to talk. About what? About your future. About the choices you're making. Knot stepped closer, his wand in his hand, not raised, but present. The families have been watching you. They're concerned. Concerned about what? About your attachments, your friendships. Knot's eyes flickered, to the Slytherin common room, where Harry's friends waited. You've surrounded yourself with questionable people. A blood traitor. A muggle born. A greengrass who's forgotten her place. Harry's jaw tightened. They're my friends. Friends. Knot laughed softly. You think friends matter in the game we're playing. Friends are liabilities. Weaknesses. The Dark Lord understood that. The Dark Lord is dead. Is he? Knot's eyes gleamed. His followers aren't. His ideology isn't. And you carry his mark. His power. His legacy. He stepped closer still, close enough that Harry could smell the expensive cologne he wore. You could be great, Potter. Truly great. But not with them holding you back. Harry's scar pulsed, not with pain, but with something else. Awareness. Recognition. You're wrong, he said quietly. They're not holding me back. They're holding me up. Knot's expression flickered, surprise, then contempt. Sentiment. Weakness. No. Strength. Harry met his eyes. The kind of strength you'll never understand. He walked past them, through their circle, out into the corridor beyond. No one stopped him. No one tried. But he felt their eyes on his back all the way to the common room. That night, Harry dreamed. He stood in the chamber again, but Serafina wasn't there. Instead, the statue of Slytherin had come to life, stone eyes watching him, stone lips curved in a knowing smile. You did well today, little heir. I just told them the truth. The truth is often the most powerful weapon. The statue's voice was ancient, vast, echoing. But truth alone is not enough. You must also have the courage to speak it, and the strength to face the consequences. What are the consequences? You have made enemies tonight. Powerful enemies. They will not forget, and they will not forgive. The statue's eyes seemed to bore into his soul. But you have also made friends. True friends. The kind who will stand with you against anything. Is that enough? It must be. Because soon, very soon, you will face a choice. A choice that will define everything you become. The statue began to fade. Choose wisely, Harry Potter. The shadows are gathering. Harry woke with a gasp, his heart pounding, the echo of those words hanging in the air. The shadows are gathering. The next morning, Harry gathered his friends. We need to be ready, he said. Something's coming. I don't know what, but I can feel it. Ready how? Ron asked. Ready to fight. Ready to protect each other. Ready to choose, he met each of their eyes in turn. Ready to choose what matters. Daphne reached for his hand. Draco nodded, his pale eyes fierce. Ron grinned, the expression sharp with anticipation. Hermione's face was pale but determined. We're with you, Daphne said quietly. Whatever comes. Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, his choice. Then let's face it together. End of chapter 21. Chapter 22, The Confrontation. June at Hogwarts was supposed to be beautiful. The grounds blazed with color, roses climbing the castle walls, wildflowers carpeting the lawns, the lake sparkling like liquid sapphire under the warm sun. Students sprawled in the shade, studying for exams or simply soaking in the last days of freedom before summer. Harry noticed none of it. The shadows Nott had warned about were gathering, and he could feel them pressing closer every day. The whispers had grown louder, the harassment more brazen. His friends reported similar experiences: hexes in corridors, books stolen, insults carved into desk surfaces. "They're escalating," Hermione said during one of their meetings. They'd abandoned the abandoned classroom, too easily watched, and now gathered in a hidden corner of the library, surrounded by shelves of ancient texts. "The families are using their children to test our defenses. Then we stop defending." Harry's voice was quiet, but everyone heard him. "We start pushing back." "Pushing back how?" Draco asked. "By finding out who's leading them. Who's coordinating the attacks." Harry met each of their eyes. "Nott's involved. Caro. A few others. But someone's pulling their strings, someone older, more powerful." "You think a teacher's involved?" Ron's eyes widened. "I think anyone could be involved. That's the problem." Harry leaned forward. "We need information. Real information. Not rumors, proof." Hermione's eyes lit with that familiar spark. "I might be able to help with that." The plan was simple in theory, complex in execution. Hermione had developed a variation of the mimetic charm that had been used against them, a spell that could trace the origin of whispers by following their magical signature backward through the chain of transmission. It required samples from multiple sources, careful calibration, and absolute secrecy. "We'll need to collect whispers from all over the castle," she explained. "Not just the ones about Harry, all of them. The spell needs a broad sample to work properly." "That's thousands of whispers," Draco protested. "Which is why we need help." Hermione looked at Harry. "Your network. The younger students who report to you. Can they collect whispers without being noticed?" Harry thought about it. The network had grown over the past weeks, a web of informants stretching across all 4 houses, loyal to him for reasons he still didn't fully understand. They were young, mostly, overlooked by the older students who thought them insignificant. "They can try. The collection took a week. Harry's informants spread through the castle like mice, listening at doors, lurking in corridors, memorizing every whisper they heard. They reported back to Hermione, who catalogued and sorted the information with her usual precision. By the end of the week, she had what she needed. "The spell works." She sounded exhausted but triumphant. "I've traced the origin of most of the rumors. They're coming from—" She paused, her face pale. "From where?" Harry prompted. "From the staff." Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. "The whispers originated with teachers. Multiple teachers." The silence that followed was absolute. The list was devastating. Snape, though Harry suspected his motives were more complicated than simple malice. Flitwick, surprisingly, though the whispers attributed to him were mild, almost accidental. And at the top of the list, with more than half the total, Professor Quirrell, the defense against the dark arts teacher. Ron's voice was incredulous. Stuttering, nervous, "Can't look anyone in the eye, Quirrell." "The same." Hermione's voice was grim. "He's been spreading rumors about Harry since September. Planting seeds of doubt and fear. Coordinating with the families to test Harry's reactions." Harry's mind raced. Quirrell. The man who flinched at shadows, who stammered through every lesson, who seemed incapable of harming a fly. It made no sense, unless... "There's more." Hermione's voice was even quieter now. "I traced some of the whispers further. Beyond Quirrell. Beyond the castle." She met Harry's eyes. "They're connected to someone outside. Someone powerful. Who? I don't know. The trail goes cold at the boundaries of the school grounds. But whoever it is, they're using Quirrell as a puppet." Harry thought about that. Thought about the fear in Quirrell's eyes, the way he jumped at sudden noises, the purple turban he always wore. Was it all an act? Or was he as much a victim as anyone? "We need to confront him," Harry said. "Confront a teacher." Draco's voice was sharp. "That's insane. Even if he is involved, we're students. We can't do nothing." Harry stood. "Not anymore. The shadows are gathering, remember. It's time to face them." They planned carefully. Quirrell's office was on the 3rd floor, near the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. According to Hermione's research, he spent every evening there, emerging only for meals. His wards were minimal, surprisingly so for someone with secrets to hide. He's either incredibly confident or incredibly stupid, Ron observed. Or he wants to be caught. Daphne's gray eyes were thoughtful. Sometimes people leave doors open because they're desperate for someone to walk through them. Harry considered that. Could Quirrell be a victim, not a villain? Someone coerced into serving darker powers. It was possible, but until they knew for certain, they had to assume the worst. Tonight, he said. After dinner, we go together. The third-floor corridor was empty when they reached it. Quirrell's office door was plain oak, unremarkable, exactly like every other door on the corridor. But Harry could feel something wrong about it, a tingle in his scar, a whisper of dark magic that made his skin crawl. He's using protection spells, Hermione murmured, her wand tracing patterns in the air. Dark ones. Really dark. Can you break them? I can try. She set to work, her brow furrowed with concentration. The rest of them stood guard, watching the corridor for any sign of movement. It took 20 minutes. When the last ward fell, the door swung open on its own, revealing a room that made Harry's breath catch. The office was normal enough, desk, bookshelves, a small fireplace. But the walls were covered in something that made his stomach turn. Newspapers clippings, photographs, handwritten notes, all of them about him. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Asterisk. Potter's scar, mark of the chosen. Asterisk. New photos, Potter at Hogwarts. Asterisk. And in the center of it all, a single word written in blood-red ink. Mine. Asterisk. What the? Ron's voice died in his throat. Harry moved forward, his legs carrying him despite his horror. The clippings covered every surface, his first day at Hogwarts, his Quidditch match, even photographs taken through windows, showing him sleeping in his 4-poster bed. He's been watching you, Daphne breathed. For months. Years, maybe. A sound behind them made everyone whirl. Quirrell stood in the doorway, his face pale, his eyes wild. The turban was gone, revealing a bald head and something else, something that made Harry's scar blaze with agony. A face. A second face, growing from the back of Quirrell's skull, its features twisted and serpentine, its eyes burning red. Harry Potter. The voice came from both mouths at once, Quirrell's stammer and something else, something cold and terrible. We've been waiting for you. The confrontation that followed would haunt Harry's dreams for years. Voldemort, because it was Voldemort, the fragment of his soul that had survived, clinging to Quirrell like a parasite, spoke of prophecies and power, of destiny and death. He offered Harry everything, his parents back, his freedom, his heart's desire. All in exchange for loyalty. For service. For submission. No. Harry's voice was steady, though his scar blazed with agony. I won't serve you. I'll never serve you. Brave words. The red eyes gleamed. But bravery without power is just stupidity. You're alone, Potter. Your friends can't help you. Your teachers can't save you. It's just you and me. Harry's friends moved to stand beside him. Not alone, Daphne said quietly. Never alone. Draco's voice was fierce. Get stuffed, you snake-faced freak. Ron raised his wand. You're outnumbered. Hermione's wand was steady. Voldemort laughed, a cold, terrible sound. Children, playing at heroics. You have no idea what you're facing. Then show us. Harry stepped forward, his wand raised. Show us what you've got. The battle was brief and brutal. Voldemort's magic was ancient, powerful, honed over decades of dark practice. But he was weak, clinging to Quirrell's failing body, sustained by stolen life force. And Harry's friends fought with a ferocity born of love and loyalty. Spells flew. Walls cracked. Books exploded. Through it all, Harry felt the fragment in his scar stirring, not to help Voldemort, but to watch. To learn. To wait. In the end, it was simple touch that decided everything. Harry grabbed Quirrell's face, his hand closing on flesh that burned like ice, and Voldemort screamed. The fragment in Harry's scar surged, responding to its other half, and for one eternal moment, two souls touched across the void. Then Quirrell crumbled to dust, and Voldemort was gone. Harry stood in the wreckage of the office, his friends around him, his hand still raised. The scar on his forehead pulsed once, twice, then fell still. Is it over? Ron's voice was shaky. For now. Harry looked at his hand. It was unharmed, though it should have been burned. The fragment had protected him, or used him. He wasn't sure which. Harry. Daphne's voice was soft. She took his hand, examining it. You're okay. I'm okay. He looked at her, at all of them. We're okay. They stood together in the ruined office, surrounded by the ashes of Voldemort's latest incarnation, and for a moment, just a moment, the shadows seemed to lift. The aftermath was chaos. Teachers arrived, drawn by the noise. Dumbledore appeared, his blue eyes grave as he surveyed the damage. Students were herded back to their common rooms. Questions were asked, statements taken, explanations demanded. Through it all, Harry and his friends stuck together. They told the same story. Quirrell had been possessed, Voldemort had returned briefly, they'd fought and won. They left out the fragment, the prophecy, the family's manipulations. Some secrets were too dangerous to share. Dumbledore listened, his expression unreadable. When they finished, he nodded slowly. You've done well, he said quietly. All of you. But this is not over. The Dark Lord's influence runs deeper than one possessed teacher. You must be vigilant. We know. Harry met his eyes. We'll be ready. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. Yes, he said. I believe you will. That night, Harry dreamed of his mother again. She stood in the garden, bathed in golden light, her green eyes warm with pride. You did it, she said. You faced him and won. Not alone. Harry moved to stand beside her. I had help. That's what makes you strong. Not the power, the people who love you. She touched his face, her hand cool and gentle. Never forget that. I won't. Good. She began to fade, but her smile remained. I'll always be watching, Harry. Always proud. Always loving you. Harry woke with the dawn, the echo of her words warm in his heart. Outside his window, the sun was rising over the black lake, painting the world in shades of gold and rose. A new day. A new beginning. And for the first time in weeks, Harry felt ready to face it. End of chapter 22. Chapter 23, Descent into Darkness. The days following Voldemort's defeat should have been peaceful. They weren't. Harry woke each morning with the echo of that final confrontation in his mind, the feel of Quirrell's flesh crumbling beneath his touch, the scream of the Dark Lord's fading spirit, the terrible moment when two fragments of the same soul had recognized each other across the void. The memories clung to him like cobwebs, impossible to shake. And with them came something else. Something darker. The fragment in his scar had changed. It was still bound, still chained in the depths of his soul, but the binding had shifted during that moment of contact. Harry could feel it now, not as a separate presence but as something integrated. Part of him. Like a shadow that moved when he moved, breathed when he breathed. You're stronger now, it whispered. Not with Voldemort's voice, with his own. Stronger than before. You can feel it, can't you? He could. Magic that had once required effort now came easily. Spells he'd struggled with now flowed like water. Even his thoughts seemed sharper, clearer, more focused. But the power came with a price. The first sign was small, almost unnoticeable. Harry was walking through the corridors when a first-year Hufflepuff accidentally bumped into him. The boy stammered an apology, his face pale with fear, and Harry felt something surge in his chest. Not anger, something worse. Satisfaction. The boy was afraid of him, and some part of Harry liked it. He pushed the feeling down, forced a smile, assured the boy it was fine. But the satisfaction lingered, a dark thread woven through his thoughts. That night, he dreamed of the chamber. Serafina was waiting, her ancient eyes troubled. You carry darkness, little heir. More than before. The fragment. It's changing me. Not changing. Awakening. The basilisk coiled closer. The part of you that is Slytherin, that is ambition, power, hunger, has always been there. The fragment simply amplifies it. Gives it voice. How do I control it? You don't. You accept it. Serafina's voice was gentle but firm. Fighting your own nature is like fighting the tide. You will exhaust yourself and drown. But accepting it, understanding it, that is how you stay afloat. Harry shook his head. I don't want to be dark. Dark is not evil. Dark is simply other. The night is dark, but it shelters. The earth is dark, but it nurtures. Darkness can be many things. Her yellow eyes met his. What matters is what you choose to do with it. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The choices got harder. Word of Harry's confrontation with Quirrell spread through the castle like wildfire. By the end of the first week, everyone knew that Harry Potter had faced Voldemort again, and won. The whispers changed, from suspicion to awe. Students looked at him differently now. With fear, yes, but also with something else. Respect, admiration, hunger. The families noticed. Nott approached him in the corridor, his manner completely different from their last encounter. Gone was the contempt, the condescension. In its place was something that looked almost like deference. Potter. His voice was smooth, respectful. I wanted to apologize. For before, I didn't understand what you were capable of. Harry's eyes narrowed. What do you want? To offer an alliance. Real this time, not tests or manipulation. Nott stepped closer, lowering his voice. The families have been watching you for years. Waiting to see what you'd become. Now we know. And what have I become? Someone worth following. Nott's eyes gleamed. You have the power, the name, the destiny. All you need is the support structure, people who can help you wield it. Harry thought about it. Thought about the network he'd built, the friends who stood with him. Thought about the power in his blood, the shadow in his soul. Thought about what Serafina had said. Darkness can be many things. Asterisk. I'll think about it, he said. Nott smiled. A predator's smile. Do that. But don't think too long. Opportunities like this don't wait forever. Dash dash dash. The offers kept coming. Caro approached him in the library, offering training in dark magic that went far beyond what Rookwood had taught. A older Slytherin named Parkinson, Pansy's cousin, offered introductions to families who'd been waiting in the shadows since Voldemort's fall. Even some of the teachers seemed different with him now, more respectful, more cautious, more aware. Harry navigated it all with careful precision, accepting nothing, refusing nothing, simply watching and learning. But each encounter left its mark. Each offer fed something in him that he didn't want to acknowledge. The power was intoxicating. Dash dash dash. Daphne noticed. They were in the common room, late at night, the only ones awake. The fire had burned low, casting long shadows across the stone floor. Harry sat staring into the flames, his mind churning, when Daphne's voice cut through his thoughts. You're changing. He looked at her. In the firelight, her gray eyes seemed almost silver. Everyone changes. Not like this. She moved closer, sitting beside him. You're pulling away. Building walls. Letting the power. She stopped. Letting the power what? Consume you. Her voice was quiet but firm. I've seen it before, Harry. In my family. In the families that circle you now. Power-hungry people who lost themselves in the chase. I'm not lost. Not yet. But you're heading that direction. She reached out, taking his hand. I'm not saying this to judge you. I'm saying it because I care about you. Because I don't want to watch you become something you'll regret. Harry looked at their joined hands. At her steady gray eyes. At the concern etched into her features. What should I do? Remember who you are. Remember what matters. She squeezed his hand. Remember us. Dash dash dash. Harry tried. He spent more time with his friends, deliberately pushing aside the politics and the power plays. He laughed at Ron's jokes, debated with Hermione, strategized with Draco, sat in comfortable silence with Daphne. For a few days, it almost felt like before. But the darkness was still there, waiting. It surfaced in small ways, a flash of irritation when a first year got in his way, a cold satisfaction when a rival Slytherin lost points, a hunger for more power, more respect, more fear. Each time, he pushed it down. Each time, it rose again. You're fighting yourself, asterisk, the shadow whispered. Stop fighting. Accept. Asterisk. No, you will. Eventually. They all do. Asterisk. Dash dash dash. The breaking point came in late June. Harry was walking through the corridors when he heard laughter, cruel, familiar laughter. He rounded a corner to find Draco and a group of Slytherins surrounding a first-year Gryffindor. The boy was on the ground, his books scattered, his face wet with tears. Think you can just walk through our corridor? This is Slytherin territory, mudblood. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. Draco. His voice was cold. What are you doing? Draco turned, his expression flickering, surprise, then something that looked almost like guilt. Harry, this doesn't concern you. It concerns me when my friend is acting like a bully. Harry moved forward, his wand still at his side. Let him go. It's just a mudblood. I said let him go. The temperature in the corridor seemed to drop. Draco's companions shifted nervously, looking between him and Harry. Draco himself stood frozen, his pale eyes conflicted. Then, slowly, he stepped aside. The first year scrambled to his feet and ran, not looking back. Harry faced Draco in the silence that followed. What was that? His voice was quiet, controlled. What was what? Teaching. A mudblood his place. Draco's chin lifted. That's how it works, Harry. You know that. No. That's not how it works. Harry stepped closer. Not with me. Not ever. Draco's eyes flickered, hurt, quickly hidden. You've changed. You used to understand. I understand that hurting people doesn't make you powerful. It makes you weak. Harry held his gaze. I thought you were better than this. For a long moment, neither spoke. Then Draco turned and walked away, his friends trailing behind him. Harry stood alone in the corridor, the echo of his words hanging in the air. That night, the shadow whispered constantly. You could have handled that better. You could have made him understand, really understand. Power isn't about words. It's about force. No. He'll do it again. They all will. Unless you stop them. Unless you make them stop. I won't become a tyrant. You won't become anything if you keep refusing what you are. Harry pressed his palms to his eyes, trying to block out the voice. But it was inside him now, part of him, and there was no escaping. Daphne found him in the common room at dawn. You didn't sleep. No. She sat beside him, not touching, just present. Want to talk about it? Draco. The first year. The way I handled it. Harry's voice was raw. I don't know if I did the right thing. What did your heart tell you? That hurting people is wrong. That power shouldn't be used to dominate. He looked at her. But part of me, a part one don't like, wanted to hurt him. Wanted to make him afraid. Wanted to prove that I could. Daphne was silent for a moment. Then, quietly, that's human, Harry. Everyone has dark thoughts. What matters is what you do with them. I don't know what to do with them. You live with them, acknowledge them, and then choose something else. She took his hand. That's what being good means. Not having no darkness, choosing light anyway. Harry looked at their joined hands. At her steady gray eyes. At the warmth of her presence beside him. Thank you, he whispered. For being here. For not giving up on me. I never will. Her voice was soft but certain. Never. The next day, Harry sought out Draco. He found him in an empty classroom, staring out the window at the grounds below. When Harry entered, Draco didn't turn. Come to finish what you started. No. Harry moved to stand beside him. Come to apologize. Draco's head snapped around. Apologize. I was harsh yesterday. Not about what you did, that was wrong. But about how I said it. Harry met his eyes. You're my friend, Draco. My first friend at Hogwarts. I don't want to lose that. Draco's expression flickered through several emotions, surprise, suspicion, something that looked almost like relief. I don't understand you, he said finally. You have all this power, more than anyone, and you waste it on being decent. Decency isn't a waste. It is if you want to survive. Draco turned back to the window. My father taught me that. The world is cruel. The only way to survive is to be crueler. Your father's wrong. Harry moved to stand beside him. I've seen cruel. Lived with it for 10 years. It doesn't make you strong, it makes you empty. Draco was silent for a long moment. Then, quietly, I don't know how to be anything else. Then learn. Harry looked at him, really looked, seeing the boy beneath the bravado. We'll learn together. Something shifted after that conversation. Not dramatically, the shadow still whispered, the power still called. But Harry felt different, lighter, more himself. He spent the last days of term with his friends, cherishing every moment. Laughing with Ron in the library. Debating with Hermione by the lake. Walking the grounds with Daphne. Even sitting in comfortable silence with Draco, the tension between them slowly fading. And through it all, he held onto what mattered. The power was still there. The shadow was still there. But they no longer defined him. He defined them. As the train carried them back to London, Harry looked out at the fading castle and made a promise to himself. I'll come back stronger, wiser, more myself. And I'll never forget what matters most. Beside him, Daphne's hand found his. He held on tight. End of chapter 23. Chapter 24, The Return of an Old Friend. The summer at number 4, Privet Drive, was the longest of Harry's life. Not because the Dursleys were worse, they were, if anything, more careful with him now, their cruelty tempered by fear of what he might become. Uncle Vernon's purple face no longer loomed quite so close. Aunt Petunia's sharp tongue no longer cut quite so deep. Even Dudley seemed to sense that something had changed, giving Harry a wide berth and muttering about freakishness under his breath. No, the summer was long because Harry was alone. His friends' letters came regularly, Daphne's careful observations, Draco's political analyses, Ron's scrawled accounts of Quidditch practice, Hermione's detailed study plans. But letters weren't the same as presents. They couldn't fill the silence of his room, couldn't chase away the shadows that gathered in the corners of his mind. The shadow was still there. It whispered less now, or perhaps Harry had simply learned to ignore it. But he felt it constantly, a weight in his chest, a presence at the edge of his awareness. The fragment was bound, but not gone. It was part of him now, for better or worse. You could use it, the shadow whispered on the darkest nights. You could be so much more. I am enough, Harry whispered back. I am enough. But the words felt hollow in the empty dark. The letter came on the last day of July. Harry's 12th birthday. He'd spent it as he spent every day, alone in his room, reading, waiting for something to happen. The Dursleys had ignored the occasion entirely, which was better than the alternative. The owl was unfamiliar, a sleek tawny with intelligent eyes and a leg covered in messages. It dropped a thick envelope in Harry's lap and waited, clearly expecting a response. Harry tore it open. Harry, I know you probably don't remember me. It's been a long time. But I remember you. I remember everything. I'm coming back to Hogwarts this year. I should have been there before, but things were complicated. I need to see you. Need to talk. There's so much you don't know, about your parents, about what happened that night, about the choices that lie ahead. Meet me at the Leaky Cauldron on September 1st, before the train. Come alone. Your father's best friend, Sirius Black. Harry stared at the letter, his heart pounding. Sirius Black. He knew the name, everyone knew the name. Sirius Black, the mass murderer who'd betrayed his parents to Voldemort, who'd killed 13 people with a single curse, who'd escaped from Azkaban and vanished into thin air. But this letter didn't sound like a mass murderer. It sounded like someone who cared. Your father's best friend. Harry read the words again. And again. And again. Then he folded the letter carefully and tucked it into his pocket. He had a lot to think about. The weeks until September 1st crawled past. Harry wrote to his friends, asking what they knew about Sirius Black. The responses were unsettling. He's dangerous, Draco wrote. My father says he was the Dark Lord's right hand. Killed more people than anyone except the Dark Lord himself. Stay away from him. The stories are confusing, Hermione wrote. Some say he was convicted. Without trial. Others say there were witnesses. It's hard to know what's true. My dad says there's more to the story, Ron wrote. He worked at the ministry back then. Says things didn't add up. But no one listens to him. Harry read the letters, weighed the information, and made his decision. He would meet Sirius Black. Alone. And he would find out the truth. The Leaky Cauldron was exactly as Harry remembered, dim and warm, filled with the smells of old wood and cooking food. He slipped through the Muggle entrance early on September 1st, before the crowds arrived, and found a quiet corner to wait. He didn't wait long. The man who approached him was nothing like Harry expected. Sirius Black was thin, painfully thin, with gaunt features and dark circles under his gray eyes. His hair was long and matted, his robes shabby and worn. But his smile, when he saw Harry, was warm enough to chase away shadows. Harry. His voice was rough, emotional. You came. Harry stood slowly, his wand in his pocket but his hand ready. Sirius Black. I know what they say about me. Sirius moved closer, stopping at a respectful distance. I know what you've heard. But I need you to listen, really listen, to the truth. Then tell me. Sirius took a breath, and began to speak. The story took hours. Sirius told Harry about his parents, James and Lily, the friends he'd loved like family. He told him about their time at Hogwarts, their marriage, their joy when Harry was born. He told him about the prophecy, and the secret, and the betrayal. Peter Pettigrew, Sirius said, his voice tight with old rage. He was the secret keeper. Not me. We switched at the last moment. I was too obvious, too expected. Peter was supposed to be safe. But he betrayed them. Yes. He sold them to Voldemort for power and glory. Sirius's gray eyes met Harry's. I went after him. Found him. And when I cornered him, he screamed, accused me of betrayal, blew up the street, killed 12 muggles. Then he transformed into a rat and escaped. A rat. Peter was an animagus. So was I. So was your father. Sirius's lips twisted. We did it in school, illegal, dangerous, but we didn't care. We wanted to help Remus during the full moon. Harry's head spun. Remus. Remus Lupin. Another friend. He'll be teaching at Hogwarts this year. Sirius leaned forward. Harry, I know this is a lot. I know you don't have reason to trust me. But I'm telling you the truth. Peter Pettigrew is alive. He's the one who betrayed your parents. And I've spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime I didn't commit. Harry stared at him. The man's eyes were desperate, pleading, but honest. Harry had learned to read honesty, living with people who had none. Why come to me now? Because you're in danger. Sirius's voice dropped. The Dark Lord's followers are regrouping. They know about the fragment in your scar, know it's bound, not gone. Some want to free it. Some want to destroy you before you become too powerful. He paused. And some want to use you. The families. Yes. The pure-blood families who've been circling you since you arrived at Hogwarts. Sirius's eyes were sharp. I know about them. Know their games, their manipulations. I grew up in that world. The Black family is one of the oldest, darkest pure-blood lines in existence. Harry thought about that. Thought about Narcissa Malfoy's careful kindness, Cyrus Greengrass's calculated introductions, the way everyone seemed to want something from him. What do you want from me? Nothing. Sirius's voice was firm. I want to protect you. To help you. To be the godfather I should have been all along. He reached into his robes and pulled out a photograph, old, worn, but clearly treasured. It showed 4 teenagers, laughing together, a messy-haired boy who looked like Harry, a serious girl with kind eyes, a thin boy with a haunted expression, and a dark-haired youth who grinned at the camera with reckless joy. Your parents, Sirius said softly. James and Lily. And Remus and me. We were family, Harry. Real family. And I want to be that for you, if you'll let me. Harry looked at the photograph. At his father's smile, his mother's laugh, the love that radiated from the image despite its age. Why should I trust you? Because I'm asking you to. Because I have nothing left to lose. Sirius met his eyes. And because, despite everything, I've never stopped loving you. You're all I have left of them. The words hung in the air between them. Harry thought about his dreams. His mother's voice, warm and loving. His father's laugh, bright and free. The family he'd never known, the love he'd never felt. Slowly, carefully, he reached out and took the photograph. Tell me more, he said. Tell me everything. Sirius talked for hours. He told Harry about James's pranks at Hogwarts, Lily's brilliance in potions, the way they'd fallen in love despite their differences. He told him about the war, the fear, the desperate hope that Voldemort would be defeated. He told him about the night everything changed, the secret, the betrayal, the screams. I should have been there, Sirius whispered. I should have protected them. Instead, I went after Peter. By the time I reached their house. He stopped, his voice breaking. Harry's throat tightened. It's not your fault. Feels like it is. Sirius wiped his eyes roughly. Feels like everything is. They sat in silence for a long moment. Around them, the leaky cauldron had filled with students and families, their laughter a strange contrast to the weight of the conversation. There's something else, Sirius said finally. Something you need to know about Hogwarts this year. Harry tensed. What? Dementors. Sirius's voice was grim. The Ministry is posting them at the entrances. They're searching for me, or so they say. But Dementors don't discriminate. They'll affect everyone in the castle. Dementors. What are they? Guards of Azkaban. Creatures that feed on happiness, leaving only despair. Sirius's gray eyes were dark. They're dangerous, Harry. More dangerous than you can imagine. And with the fragment in your scar, he paused. They'll be drawn to you. The darkness inside you will call to them. Harry's scar prickled. What do I do? Learn to fight them. There's a spell, the Patronus Charm. It's advanced magic, newt level, but you'll need it. Sirius reached into his robes again, producing a worn book. This belonged to your father. It has notes on the charm. Study it. Practice. And if you need help, he met Harry's eyes. Write to me. I'll find a way to respond. Harry took the book, its leather cover soft with age. Inside, he could see his father's handwriting, messy, exuberant, alive. Thank you, he whispered. For this. For everything. Sirius smiled, a real smile, warm and sad and hopeful all at once. Thank you for listening, for giving me a chance. He stood, pulling his shabby robes around him. I have to go. Can't stay in one place too long. But I'll be watching, Harry. Always watching. He turned to leave. Sirius, Harry's voice stopped him. Will I see you again? Sirius looked back. In the dim light of the pub, his gray eyes gleamed. Sooner than you think. I promise. Then he was gone, swallowed by the crowd, leaving Harry alone with a photograph, a book, and the first real hope he'd felt in months. The train ride to Hogwarts was strange. Harry sat with his friends, Daphne, Draco, Ron, Hermione, and tried to focus on their conversation. But his mind kept drifting to Sirius, to the things he'd learned, to the family he'd never known. You're distracted. Daphne's voice was quiet, meant only for him. Lot on my mind. Want to talk about it? Harry hesitated. Then, slowly, he told her. About Sirius. About the truth. About the Dementors and the Patronus Charm and everything else. Daphne listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. Sirius Black, she said finally. Your godfather. Who's been in Azkaban for 12 years for a crime he didn't commit. That's what he says. Do you believe him? Harry thought about it. Thought about Sirius's eyes, desperate and honest. Thought about the photograph, the love radiating from it. Thought about the way his heart had recognized something in the man, something familiar, something true. Yes, he said. I believe him. Daphne nodded slowly. Then we'll help you. Whatever you need. Harry looked at her steady gray eyes, her quiet strength, her unwavering loyalty. Thank you, he whispered. For everything. She smiled, that rare, real smile. That's what friends are for. Hogwarts rose before them as the train rounded the last bend, its towers gleaming in the setting sun. Harry pressed his face to the window, drinking in the sight. Despite everything, the danger, the darkness, the uncertainty, this place felt like home. And this year, he had something new. A godfather who loved him. A family he'd never known. A reason to hope. The Dementors would come. The shadow would whisper. The families would scheme. But Harry was ready. He had to be. End of chapter 24. Chapter 25, the final showdown. The Great Hall was alive with the buzz of students settling in for the start of term feast. Candles floated overhead, casting warm light on the enchanted ceiling's perfect autumn sky. The sorting had gone smoothly. New Slytherins, new Gryffindors, new faces that would soon become part of the endless dance of house rivalries and alliances. Harry barely noticed any of it. His eyes were fixed on the staff table, where a new face sat among the professors. A thin man with sandy hair, gentle eyes, and robes that were patched in several places. He looked nervous, out of place, as if he expected someone to tap him on the shoulder and tell him it had all been a mistake. Remus Lupin, Sirius's friend. His father's friend. The man who, according to Sirius, had been part of their inner circle, who knew the secrets of the Marauders, who had suffered through lycanthropy and loss and decades of loneliness. As if sensing Harry's gaze, Lupin looked up. Their eyes met across the hall, and something passed between them, recognition, perhaps, or the awareness of shared history. Lupin smiled, a small, sad smile, and nodded once. Harry nodded back. The feast passed in a blur. Harry ate mechanically, responding to his friend's comments with half his attention. His mind churned with questions, about his parents, about Sirius, about the Dementors that waited outside the castle walls. The shadow in his scar stirred restlessly, responding to his agitation. Calm, asterisk, it whispered. Patience, asterisk. I don't have patience, Harry muttered. Talking to yourself. Daphne's voice was light, but her eyes were concerned. Just thinking. About Lupin. Harry nodded. He knew my parents. He was their friend. Then talk to him. After the feast. Daphne squeezed his arm. He looks like he wants to talk to you too. The opportunity came sooner than expected. As students filed out of the great hall toward their common rooms, a soft voice called Harry's name. He turned to find Lupin approaching, his expression hesitant but determined. Harry. Lupin stopped a few feet away, as if afraid to come closer. I'm Remus Lupin. I am, a friend of your parents. And of Sirius. I know. Harry's voice was careful. Sirius told me. Lupin's eyes widened. You've seen him. At the Leaky Cauldron. Before term started. Harry studied the man's face, the kindness in his eyes, the sadness etched into every line. He said you could be trusted. He's right. Lupin stepped closer, lowering his voice. Harry, there's so much I need to tell you. About your parents, about what happened, about the dangers ahead. But not here, not now. He glanced around at the lingering students. Come to my office tomorrow. After classes. We'll talk properly. Harry nodded. I'll be there. Lupin smiled, that same sad, warm smile. You look so much like James. The same eyes, the same stubbornness. He reached out, then stopped himself. Good night, Harry. Sleep well. He walked away, leaving Harry standing alone in the emptying corridor. The Dementors came that night. Harry woke to cold, a cold deeper than any winter, a cold that seeped into his bones and stole his breath. The air in the dormitory was thick with it, heavy with despair. And in the distance, he could hear something, a whisper, a scream, the echo of his mother's voice. Not Harry, please not Harry. He was out of bed before he knew he'd moved, his wand in his hand, his feet carrying him toward the source of the cold. The corridor outside the dormitory was dark, the torches extinguished, the shadows alive with movement. And at the end of the corridor, a figure waited. Tall and hooded, cloaked in black, it hovered inches above the ground. Where its face should have been was only darkness, a void that seemed to suck the light from the air. As Harry watched, it turned toward him, and the cold intensified 100-fold. Harry. His mother's voice, screaming. Harry. His own voice, crying. Harry. The shadow in his scar surged, responding to the Dementor's presence. Harry felt himself falling into darkness, into despair, into the endless void where hope died. Then, suddenly, warmth. A Patronus, a shimmering silver shape, burst past him, charging at the Dementor. The creature recoiled, hissing, and fled into the night. Harry collapsed. He woke in the hospital wing, surrounded by white sheets and worried faces. Daphne was there, her gray eyes bright with unshed tears. Draco stood behind her, pale and shaken. Ron and Hermione hovered near the door, their expressions a mixture of relief and fear. You're awake. Daphne's voice cracked. Thank Merlin. What happened? Harry's voice was rough, unfamiliar. A Dementor got too close. You passed out. Madame Pomfrey appeared at his bedside, her expression grim. You're lucky Professor Lupin was nearby. His Patronus drove it off. Lupin. Harry's mind seized on the name. Is he? He's fine. Worried about you. Madame Pomfrey waved her wand over Harry, checking his vitals. You need rest. Complete rest. No classes for 2 days. I can't. You can and you will. Her voice brooked no argument. Your friends can stay for a few minutes, then everyone out. The minutes passed too quickly. Daphne held his hand, her presence steadying. Draco vowed revenge on the Dementors. Ron made awkward jokes that fell flat. Hermione promised to research Dementor protection spells. When they finally left, Harry lay alone in the dark, the echo of his mother's scream still ringing in his ears. Not Harry, please not Harry. He closed his eyes and tried to remember her smile instead. Lupin visited the next morning. He looked exhausted, dark circles under his eyes, but his smile was warm as he pulled up a chair beside Harry's bed. How are you feeling? Like I was sucked dry by a soul-sucking monster. Harry's voice was still rough. You saved me. I did what anyone would do. Lupin's eyes were serious. Harry, what you experienced, the Dementor forced you to relive your worst memories. For you, that's... He trailed off. My parents. The night they died. Harry's voice was flat. I hear it every time. Her screaming. His laugh. Lupin's face tightened with pain. I'm so sorry. So sorry you have to carry that. It's not your fault. It's not yours either. Lupin leaned forward. Harry, I know Sirius told you some of the truth. But there's more, things you need to know about the danger you're in. The fragment. Yes. And the people who want to use it. Lupin's eyes were grave. The families that have been circling you, they're not just political players. Some of them are connected to the old pure blood networks that supported Voldemort. They see you as a way to resurrect his power. Harry's scar prickled. I know. Blaise warned me. Blaise is smart, but even he doesn't know the full extent. Lupin paused, choosing his words carefully. There's a group, a council of old families, that's been meeting in secret since Voldemort's fall. They've been waiting for someone to rally behind. Someone with power, with name recognition, with the blood of Slytherin in their veins. That someone is me. Yes. Lupin met his eyes. They're going to approach you formally soon. Make you an offer. And when they do, you'll have to choose. Choose what? Whether to join them or fight them. Lupin's voice was quiet. There's no middle ground, Harry. Not with people like this. If you refuse, they'll see you as a threat, and they'll act accordingly. Harry thought about that. Thought about the power in his blood, the shadow in his soul, the friends who stood beside him. What would my parents want me to do? Lupin's eyes softened. Your parents would want you to be safe. Happy. Free. He paused. But they'd also want you to fight for what's right. To stand up to bullies and bigots. To protect the people who can't protect themselves. Fight how? By being yourself. By choosing love over hate, friendship over power, light over darkness. Lupin smiled. It sounds simple. It's not. But it's the only way that works. The offer came 3 days later. Harry was walking back from the library when a group of students fell into step beside him. They were older, 6th years, 7th years, their faces familiar from the family networks he'd been tracking all year. Potter. The leader was a tall boy with cold eyes and an easy smile. Theodore Nott. We've met. Briefly. Harry kept walking, not slowing. What do you want? To talk. Formally. Nott gestured, and his companions melted away, leaving them alone in the corridor. The families have been watching you for a long time. We're ready to make our position clear. And what position is that? We want you to lead us. Nott's voice was calm, matter of fact. Not immediately. You're young, you need training, you need to grow into your power. But eventually. When the time is right. Harry stopped walking. Lead you where? To power. To influence. To the future that's been waiting for you since the day you were born. Nott's eyes gleamed. You carry Slytherin's blood. You carry the Dark Lord's power. You're the most naturally gifted wizard of your generation. You could be anything, do anything, with the right support. And the price of this support? Loyalty. Commitment. A willingness to embrace what you are. Nott stepped closer. The families have resources, gold, connections, knowledge. They can give you everything you need to become the most powerful wizard since, he paused. Since Voldemort. Yes. Nott met his eyes. But better. Different. You could succeed where he failed. Harry thought about it. Thought about the power in his blood, the shadow in his soul. Thought about the Dementors, and his mother's scream, and the cold that never quite left him. Then he thought about Daphne's steady gray eyes. Ron's awkward loyalty. Hermione's fierce intelligence. Draco's complicated friendship. Sirius's desperate love. Lupin's quiet strength. No, he said quietly. Nott's expression flickered. No, no, I won't let you. I won't join you. I won't be anyone's tool. Harry met his eyes. Tell your families, find someone else to worship. I'm not interested. For a long moment, Nott just stared at him. Then, slowly, he smiled. A cold, dangerous smile. You're making a mistake, Potter. Maybe. But it's my mistake to make. Harry turned and walked away, leaving Nott standing alone in the corridor. The retaliation was immediate. Within days, the harassment that had plagued Harry's first year returned, but worse. Hexes in corridors. Poisoned food. Whispers that grew louder and more vicious. His friends were targeted too. Daphne's books disappeared, Draco's belongings were vandalized, Ron was cornered by a group of older students and hexed so badly he spent a night in the hospital wing. "This is war," Draco said grimly. They were huddled in the abandoned classroom, their only safe space. "The families are testing us. Seeing how much pressure we can take. How much can we take?" Ron asked, his voice tight with pain. "More than they think." Harry's voice was cold. "We need to fight back. Not with hexes, with information. We need to know their plans, their weaknesses, their secrets." Hermione nodded. "I've been working on something. A way to track magical signatures, trace them back to specific families. If we can prove who's behind the attacks, we can take it to Dumbledore." Daphne finished the thought. "Exactly." Harry looked at each of them in turn. "We just have to survive long enough to make it work." They survived. Barely. The attacks intensified. Harry was cornered twice more, escaping only through quick thinking and his friend's intervention. Daphne was caught in a hex meant for him, her arm temporarily paralyzed. Draco's family connections protected him from the worst, but even he looked worn, haunted. Through it all, Harry held onto what mattered. Lupin taught him the Patronus charm in secret sessions, and Harry learned to summon a shimmering silver shape that drove back the Dementor's influence. Sirius sent letters through roundabout channels, offering advice and encouragement. His friends stood by him, unwavering. And slowly, the tide began to turn. Hermione's tracing spell worked. She identified the students behind the attacks, names, families, patterns of behavior. She documented everything, building a case that would be impossible to ignore. "The ringleaders are not in Caro," she reported. "They're being directed by their families, but the attacks themselves are carried out by students. If we can expose them, then the families lose their deniability." Harry nodded slowly. "We need to catch them in the act. Something undeniable." "I have an idea," Ron said. Everyone turned to look at him. "What?" "I have ideas sometimes. The plan was simple, and dangerous. Ron would act as bait, wandering alone in corridors known for attacks. Harry and the others would hide nearby, ready to intervene. Hermione's modified trace would record everything, creating an unbreakable magical record. "It's risky," Daphne said. "If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong." Harry's voice was steady. "We'll be there. We'll protect him." Ron grinned. "Finally get to be the hero." The attack came on the third night. Ron was walking through a dark corridor when Nott and Caro emerged from the shadows, their wands raised. The hexes flew, but before they could land, Harry and the others were there, shields raised, spells ready. Expelliarmus. Harry's spell caught Nott's wand, sending it clattering across the floor. "It's over." Nott's face contorted with rage. "You think this changes anything? The families will never stop. They'll what?" Harry stepped forward, his wand steady. "Attack students. Terrorize children. We have proof, Nott. Everything. Your families can't deny it now." Nott's eyes flickered to Hermione, who held up her wand, the trace glowing bright. For a long moment, no one moved. Then Caro laughed, a bitter, broken sound. "It's over," he said. "He's right. It's over." The aftermath was swift. Dumbledore convened a hearing. The evidence was presented, the students named, the families implicated. Nott and Caro were expelled. Their families faced ministry investigation. The network that had been building for years crumbled overnight. But Harry took no satisfaction in it. As he watched Nott and Caro being led away, their faces pale with shock, he felt only emptiness. They were children, older than him, yes, but still children. Tools of their families, just as the families had tried to make him a tool. It had to be done. Daphne's voice was quiet beside him. "I know." Harry turned away. "That doesn't make it easier." "No, it doesn't." She took his hand. "But it makes it right." That night, Harry dreamed of his mother. She stood in the garden, bathed in moonlight, her green eyes warm with pride. "You did it, *, she said. "You stood up to them. You protected your friends. *. I didn't feel strong. Strength isn't a feeling. It's a choice. You chose right. *. Harry looked at her, really looked, memorizing every detail. "I miss you," he whispered. "I know, my love. I miss you too." She opened her arms, and he stepped into them. "But I'm always here. In your heart. In your choices. In the person you're becoming. *. Who am I becoming? Someone good. She kissed his forehead. Someone strong. Someone worthy of love. Asterisk. She faded, but her warmth remained. Harry woke with the dawn, ready to face whatever came next. End of chapter 25. Chapter 26, The Power of Choice. The days following Nott and Caro's expulsion were strange and unsettled. Hogwarts felt different, lighter, somehow, as if a weight had been lifted from the ancient stones. Students moved through corridors with less fear, laughed more freely, studied with renewed focus. The Dementors had been withdrawn from the entrances after Harry's encounter, their presence deemed too dangerous for the student body. But Harry felt no lightness. The shadow in his scar was quiet, had been quiet since the confrontation, but its silence felt like waiting. Like patience. Like the calm before a storm. You're brooding again. Daphne's voice cut through his thoughts. They were sitting by the lake, the autumn sun warm on their faces, the water sparkling like scattered diamonds. I'm thinking. Same thing, with you. She leaned back on her elbows, gray eyes studying him. What is it this time? Harry hesitated. The question that had been haunting him for weeks, months, felt too big to put into words. But Daphne had earned the right to ask. The fragment, he said finally. It's quiet. Too quiet. I don't know if that means it's gone, or if it's just, waiting. Waiting for what? For me to slip. To make a choice it can use. Harry pulled a blade of grass, shredding it between his fingers. Lupin says the fragment isn't just dark magic, it's a piece of a soul. A piece of Voldemort. And pieces want to become whole again. Daphne's eyes sharpened. You think it's trying to take over? I think it's trying to influence, to guide my choices toward darkness. He met her gaze. And I think it's working. Not openly, but in small ways. The satisfaction I felt when Nott was expelled. The coldness when I think about the families. The hunger for more power, more respect, more fear. Daphne was silent for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was soft. Those feelings are human, Harry. Everyone has them. Not everyone has a piece of Voldemort's soul amplifying them. No. But everyone has to choose what to do with their darkness. She reached out, taking his hand. You've been choosing light. Every day, every moment. That's what matters. Harry looked at their joined hands. At her steady gray eyes. At the unwavering faith she had in him. What if I stop choosing light? What if one day I'm too tired, too scared, too angry, and I just let go? Daphne's grip tightened. Then we'll be there to catch you. All of us. That's what friends do. The next test came sooner than expected. A letter arrived by Owl at breakfast, its envelope heavy with expensive parchment and sealed with wax bearing an unfamiliar crest. Harry opened it to find an invitation, formal, elegant, and deeply unsettling. The most noble and ancient house of Black requests the pleasure of your company at a gathering of the old families, to be held at Black Manor on the first weekend of November. Transportation will be provided. Your presence is eagerly anticipated. Asterisk. Regards. Walburga Black Matriarch. Harry read it twice, then passed it to Daphne. Her face paled as she read. The Blacks. Her voice was barely a whisper. They're the oldest, darkest family in Britain. More extreme than the Malfoys, more powerful than the Knotts. If they're reaching out, it's a trap. Draco's voice was sharp. He'd read over Daphne's shoulder. They want to test you. See if you're worth recruiting. Or they want to destroy me. Harry's voice was calm. Either way, I have to go. What? Several voices spoke at once. Think about it. If I refuse, they'll see it as weakness. If I go and fail, they'll see it as confirmation that I'm not worth their time. But if I go and succeed, he paused. If I go and succeed, I prove that I can't be intimidated. That I'm stronger than their games. That's insane. Ron's face was red. You'd walk into a nest of Death Eater sympathizers alone. Not alone. Harry met his eyes. I'm asking all of you to come with me. The silence that followed was absolute. Then, slowly, Daphne smiled, that rare, real smile. I'm in. Me too. Draco's voice was firm. If Harry's going, I'm going. Ron crossed his arms. I'll need to document everything. Hermione's eyes were bright with determination. Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, his choice. Then let's go to a party. Black Manor was everything Harry expected and nothing he could have imagined. The estate sprawled across acres of misty countryside, its grounds overgrown with dark gardens and stranger things, statues that seemed to move when viewed from the corner of the eye, topiaries shaped into creatures that had never existed, a fountain that flowed with something that looked like liquid shadow. The manor itself was vast and ancient, its stones black with age, its windows glittering like eyes. As Harry and his friends approached, the massive doors swung open on their own, revealing an entrance hall that took Harry's breath away. Portraits lined the walls, generations of blacks, their faces cold and proud, their eyes following the visitors with predatory interest. A chandelier of black crystal hung overhead, casting strange shadows. And at the far end, flanked by house elves in pristine uniforms, stood a woman who could only be Walburga Black. She was tall and severe, with iron-gray hair piled atop her head and eyes so dark they seemed to absorb light. Her robes were black velvet, embroidered with silver thread in patterns that writhed and shifted. When she smiled, it was the smile of a predator assessing prey. "Mr. Potter." Her voice was deep, resonant, perfectly controlled. "And friends. How delightful." Harry stepped forward, his friends fanning out behind him. "Thank you for the invitation, Madam Black. Please, call me Walburga. We're practically family." Her eyes flickered to his scar, then back to his face. "The blood of Slytherin runs in your veins, after all. And the Blacks have always been connected to the old ways." "Connected how?" Walburga's smile widened. "Come, let us walk. There's much to discuss. The tour of Black Manor was like walking through a museum of dark history. Walburga showed them galleries of portraits, ancestors who'd served as ministers of magic, advisors to kings, confidants to the most powerful witches and wizards of their age. She showed them libraries filled with books that made Hermione's eyes widen with longing and horror. She showed them artifacts, dark things, old things, things that pulsed with magic Harry could feel in his bones. And through it all, she talked. "The old families have always understood something the ministry refuses to acknowledge," she said as they walked. "Blood matters. Not just purity, though that's important, but lineage. Connection. The magic that flows through generations is stronger than anything a Muggle-born can muster." Harry's jaw tightened. "Hermione's Muggle-born. She's the best witch in our year." Walburga's expression flickered, annoyance, quickly hidden. "Exceptions prove the rule, Mr. Potter. But we're not here to debate blood status. We're here to discuss your future. My future. Your place in the world that's coming." Walburga stopped before a massive portrait, a man with wild eyes and unkempt hair, who watched them with desperate intensity. "My son, Sirius. I assume you've met." Harry's heart clenched. The man in the portrait was Sirius, younger, angrier, but unmistakably the same person who'd hugged him in the leaky cauldron. "He's told you lies about our family, I'm sure." Walburga's voice was cold. "About our traditions, our values, our place in the world. But consider this, Mr. Potter. Sirius chose to leave. He chose to abandon his heritage, his name, his family. And look where it got him, hunted, imprisoned, alone. He was innocent. Was he?" Walburga's eyes glittered. "The ministry thought otherwise. The world thought otherwise. Only you, it seems, believe in his purity." Harry met her gaze. "I believe in the truth. The truth is what we make it." Walburga turned away from the portrait. "Come, the other guests are waiting." The gathering was held in a vast ballroom, its walls lined with more portraits, its floor crowded with people in expensive robes. Harry recognized faces from his research, not Senior, gray and cold, Caro's father, built like a troll and twice as ugly, a dozen others whose names he'd memorized from Hermione's files. They watched him enter with the intensity of wolves assessing a potential rival. "Mr. Potter." A man approached, tall, elegant, with Malfoy's pale eyes and sharper features. "Lucius Malfoy. I've heard much about you." Harry inclined his head. "Mr. Malfoy. Draco speaks highly of you." Lucius's eyes flickered to where Draco stood with Harry's friends. "Unusually highly. He's changed since meeting you. For better or worse." Lucius's lips curved. "Time will tell." He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "I advise you to be careful tonight. These people," he gestured at the crowd. "They see you as an opportunity. A tool to be used. Don't let them." "Why are you warning me?" "Because my son loves you. Because my wife trusts you. Because," Lucius paused, something flickering in his eyes. Because I've spent my life being used by people like this. I wouldn't wish it on anyone. He walked away, leaving Harry stunned. The evening was a gauntlet. Family after family approached Harry, offering alliances, making demands, testing his responses. Not Senior probed for weaknesses. Caro's father made veiled threats. Others offered gifts, books, artifacts, promises of support, in exchange for vague commitments Harry refused to give. Through it all, his friends stood with him. Daphne fielded questions with cool precision, deflecting attempts to separate her from Harry. Draco used his family name to block the more aggressive approaches. Ron glared at anyone who got too close. Hermione took mental notes, cataloging every interaction for later analysis. And Harry simply existed. Present, aware, unbroken. By the end of the evening, something had shifted. The families had tested him. And he had passed. The final confrontation came as they were leaving. Walburga Black blocked their path, her expression unreadable. "You've done well tonight, Mr. Potter." Her voice was quiet, meant only for him. "Better than I expected. I'm full of surprises." Indeed. She studied him for a long moment. "I offered you this gathering as a test. You passed. But passing one test doesn't mean you've won the war. I know. The families won't stop. They'll find other ways to reach you, other pressures to apply. And eventually," she paused. "Eventually, you'll have to choose. Truly choose. Between the path they offer and the path you're walking now." Harry met her eyes. "I've already chosen. Have you?" Walburga's lips curved. "Choosing once isn't enough. You have to choose every day. Every moment. Every time the darkness calls." She stepped closer. "I know. I've been choosing for 60 years. Harry didn't know what to say to that. Walburga nodded, as if he'd answered something she hadn't asked. "Go, then. Take your friends and go. But remember this night, Harry Potter. Remember that choices have consequences, and that the hardest choices are the ones that define us." She turned and walked away, swallowed by the shadows of her ancestral home. The journey back to Hogwarts was silent. Harry sat by the window of the carriage, watching the dark countryside blur past, his friends dozing around him. His mind churned with everything he'd seen, everything he'd heard, everything he'd felt. "They're afraid of you, *, the shadow whispered. "You could use that, *. "No, they want to use you. Why not use them back? *. "Because that's not who I am. Yet, *. Harry closed his eyes and thought of Daphne's steady gaze. Ron's fierce loyalty. Hermione's brilliant mind. Draco's complicated love. Sirius's desperate hope. That was who he was. That was who he chose to be. Every day. Every moment. Every time the darkness called. End of chapter 26. Chapter 27, Redemption. The months after Black Manor passed in a blur of ordinary life. Harry attended classes, studied for exams, played Quidditch with Draco and Ron. He sat by the lake with Daphne, walked the grounds with Hermione, argued strategy with his growing network of allies. He wrote letters to Sirius, received careful replies through Lupin, and slowly built the relationship he'd never had with an adult who loved him. It should have been peaceful. It wasn't, because every quiet moment was haunted by the memory of Walburga's words, "Choosing once isn't enough. You have to choose every day. Every moment. Every time the darkness calls." And the darkness called constantly. Not loudly, not with the force it had used before, but in small ways. A flash of satisfaction when a rival Slytherin lost points. A cold pleasure when someone flinched at his approach. A hunger for more power, more respect, more fear. Each time, Harry chose against it. Each time, the choice cost him. "You're exhausted," Daphne observed one evening. They were in the common room, the fire crackling low, the lake dark beyond the windows. "More than usual." "I'm fine." "You're not." Her gray eyes were too sharp, too knowing. "You're fighting something. Something that's wearing you down." Harry hesitated. Then, slowly, he told her. About the shadow. About the choices. About the exhaustion of constant vigilance. Daphne listened without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a long moment. "You can't do this alone," she said finally. "No one can. What else can I do? Let us help." She took his hand. "Not with the fighting, that's yours. But with the rest. The watching. The waiting. The fear." She met his eyes. You don't have to carry everything by yourself, Harry. That's what friends are for. Harry looked at their joined hands. At her steady gray eyes. At the unwavering faith she had in him. Okay, he whispered. Okay. The help came in unexpected ways. Ron made him laugh, really laugh, for the first time in weeks. Hermione debated him into exhaustion, distracting his mind from darker thoughts. Draco challenged him to wizards' chess matches that lasted for hours. Even Blaise, still wary but present, offered quiet companionship when Harry needed it most. And through it all, Daphne was there. Steady, unwavering, present. Slowly, the exhaustion began to lift. The letter came on a frozen February morning. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, Sirius's scrawled, urgent script. He tore it open, reading quickly. Harry, I need to see you. There's something I didn't tell you, something I should have said from the beginning. It's about your parents. About what really happened that night. Come to Hogsmeade this weekend. The 3 broomsticks. I'll be waiting. Sirius. Harry's heart pounded. What hadn't Sirius told him? What secrets were still hidden? He showed the letter to Daphne, who read it with furrowed brows. This could be a trap, she said quietly. The families know about Sirius. They could be using him to lure you. It's his handwriting. I'd recognize it anywhere. Handwriting can be forged. But she didn't push. If you're going, I'm coming with you. Me too. Ron's voice came from behind them. He'd been listening, as he often did. You're not facing this alone, mate. And me. Hermione appeared at Ron's elbow. And me. Draco's voice was reluctant but firm. Harry looked at them, his friends, his family, his choice. Okay, he said. We all go. Hogsmeade was buried in snow when they arrived. The village looked like something from a Christmas card. Cottages with smoking chimneys, streets blanketed in white, lamplight glowing warm through frosted windows. But Harry felt no warmth. Only anticipation. Only fear. The 3 broomsticks was crowded, but Harry spotted Sirius immediately. He sat in a corner booth, his gaunt face even thinner than before, his gray eyes haunted. When he saw Harry, something in his expression shifted, relief, guilt, love. Harry. His voice was rough. You came. Of course I came. Harry slid into the booth across from him. What's this about? What didn't you tell me? Sirius glanced at Harry's friends, who had taken seats at nearby tables, close enough to help but far enough to give privacy. They can stay. His voice was resigned. They should hear this too. He took a breath, and began to speak. The story Sirius told changed everything. Not about the betrayal, Harry already knew about Pettigrew. Not about Azkaban, he'd heard enough of that to last a lifetime. No, Sirius told him about the choice. The choice James and Lily had made, knowing they might die. The choice that had saved Harry's life. Your mother had a premonition, Sirius said quietly. Not a prophecy, nothing so clear. Just a feeling, a certainty that something was coming. She told your father they needed to prepare. To make sure you'd be protected no matter what. Harry's throat tightened. Protected how? Blood magic. Ancient magic. The kind that requires sacrifice. Sirius's eyes met his. Lily knew that Voldemort would come for you. She knew that her love, her willing sacrifice, could create a protection that would last. She died for me, yes. But here's what you don't know. Sirius leaned forward. James wanted to die with her. He could have run, could have taken you and fled. But he knew that Voldemort would never stop hunting you. So he stayed, fought, gave Lily the time she needed to reach you. Harry's vision blurred. He died so she could save me. He died because he loved you both more than life itself. Sirius's voice cracked. They both did, Harry. They chose you. Every moment, every breath, every heartbeat, they chose you. The tears came then, hot and fast and impossible to stop. Harry buried his face in his hands and wept for parents he'd never known, for love he'd never felt, for the terrible beauty of their sacrifice. Sirius moved around the table, pulling Harry into an awkward embrace. His body was thin, his arms shaky, but his love was real. They chose you, he whispered. And I'd choose you too. In a heartbeat. Every time. The walk back to Hogwarts was silent. Harry's friends surrounded him like a protective wall, their presence wordless but unwavering. Daphne held his hand. Ron walked close enough that their shoulders brushed. Hermione and Draco flanked them, watching for danger. Harry felt emptied, scoured clean by grief and gratitude and the overwhelming weight of being so loved. But beneath the emptiness, something new was growing. Certainty. His parents had chosen him. Chosen to die for him. Chosen love over life, sacrifice over safety. They had given him everything. And he would honor that gift by living. By choosing. By becoming someone worthy of their sacrifice. That night, Harry dreamed of his parents. They stood together in the garden, bathed in moonlight, their faces young and full of love. James's arm was around Lily's waist. Lily's hand rested on her belly, on him, the child she carried. "We chose you," Lily said. "We always chose you, and we'd choose you again," James added. "Every time, I know." Harry's voice was steady. "I feel it, every day." "Then live," Lily said. "Live and love and choose. That's all we ever wanted." "Be happy," James added. "That's the best way to honor us." They began to fade, but their smiles remained. Harry woke with the dawn, tears on his face and peace in his heart. The weeks that followed were different. Harry still felt the shadow. Still made the choices. Still fought the darkness. But the fight felt lighter now, not easier, but more meaningful. Every choice was a tribute. Every victory a gift. His friends noticed the change. "You're different," Daphne observed. "Lighter." "I am." Harry smiled at her, a real smile, not the careful expression he usually wore. "I think I finally understand something." "What?" "That being loved doesn't mean being safe. It means being worth fighting for." He took her hand. "And I have people worth fighting for too." Daphne's eyes softened. "Yeah," she said quietly. "You do." The end of term approached with its usual chaos, exams, goodbyes, the bittersweet anticipation of summer. Harry moved through it all with a new kind of awareness, savoring every moment with his friends, every conversation with Lupin, every letter from Sirius. The shadow still whispered, but its voice grew fainter with each passing day. The choices still came, but Harry made them more easily now. The darkness still waited, but it no longer felt like destiny. It felt like a choice. And Harry chose light. On the last night of term, Harry stood on the astronomy tower, watching the stars wheel overhead. Daphne found him there, as she always did. Couldn't sleep. Didn't want to. He gestured at the sky. "Look at that. All those stars. All those possibilities." Daphne stood beside him, following his gaze. "It's beautiful." "It is." Harry turned to face her. "Thank you, Daphne. For everything. For being here. For not giving up on me." She met his eyes. "I never will. You know that." "I do." He reached out, taking her hand. "I just wanted to say it. Out loud." They stood together in silence, watching the stars, the future stretching before them like an unwritten book. Harry didn't know what the next year would bring. More challenges. More choices. More darkness to fight. But he knew one thing for certain. He wouldn't face it alone. End of chapter 27. Chapter 28, The Aftermath. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through the English countryside, its rhythmic clatter a counterpoint to the chaos of emotions inside Harry's compartment. His friends surrounded him, Daphne pressed close to his side, Draco sprawled across the opposite seat, Ron and Hermione squeezed in next to each other. They talked about summer plans, about Quidditch, about nothing at all. Normal conversation, ordinary words, but nothing felt ordinary. The year had changed them all. Harry could see it in the way Draco's eyes no longer held quite the same arrogance, in the steadiness of Ron's gaze, in the quiet confidence that had replaced Hermione's frantic need to prove herself. Daphne, especially, had transformed, from a careful observer to an active participant, from a bystander to a fighter. And Harry himself, he didn't know what he'd become. Stronger, certainly. More aware of the darkness in himself and others. More certain of what mattered. But also more aware of how fragile it all was, how easily the peace could shatter, how quickly the shadows could return. "You're thinking too much," the shadow whispered. It was fainter now, barely a presence at all. But still there. Still waiting. "Probably," Harry murmured. Daphne's hand found his. "What was that?" "Nothing. Just thinking." "About what?" He looked at her, at the concern in her gray eyes, the way she watched him like he was something precious. About how different everything is. How different we are. She nodded slowly. We've been through a lot. Too much, maybe. Maybe. She squeezed his hand. But we're still here. Still together. That's what matters. The train pulled into King's Cross as the sun began to set, painting the platform in shades of golden rose. Harry gathered his things slowly, reluctant to leave the cocoon of the compartment, the warmth of his friend's presence. On the platform, everything was chaos, parents reuniting with children, trunks being loaded onto trolleys, owls hooting in their cages. Harry scanned the crowd automatically, looking for threats, for watchers, for anyone who didn't belong. What he found instead made his heart stop. Sirius. His godfather stood at the edge of the platform, half hidden behind a pillar, his gaunt face barely visible beneath a hood. But his gray eyes were unmistakable, and they were fixed on Harry with an intensity that spoke of love and fear and desperate hope. Harry's feet moved. Before his mind caught up, he was running, pushing through the crowd, ignoring his friend's startled calls. Sirius met him halfway, pulling him into an embrace that was fierce and desperate and wonderful. "You came," Harry gasped. "You're here. I promised, didn't I?" Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. "I'll always come, Harry. Always." They held each other for a long moment, oblivious to the crowd swirling around them. When they finally pulled apart, Sirius's eyes were wet. "We need to talk," he said quietly. "There are things you need to know, about the summer, about the families, about what's coming." Harry nodded. "My friends. Bring them. All of them." Sirius glanced at the approaching group, Daphne, Draco, Ron, Hermione, and something like approval flickered in his eyes. "They've earned the right to know." They found an empty compartment on the train. The express would be heading back north soon, but for now it sat empty, waiting for its next journey. Sirius led them inside and sealed the door with a wave of his wand. "The families aren't done with you," he said without preamble. "The Blacks, the Knots, the Carrows, they've been quiet since the expulsions, but that's not surrender. That's regrouping." Harry's jaw tightened. What did they want? You. Your power. Your name. Sirius's gray eyes were grim. "The fragment in your scar, they know about it. No, it's bound, not gone. Some want to free it. Some want to destroy you before you become too powerful. And some," he paused. "Some want to use you as a symbol. A figurehead for a new movement. The old pure blood movement," Draco said quietly. "Yes. But worse." Sirius met each of their eyes in turn. The old movement was about blood purity, about keeping magic in certain families. This new movement is about power. Pure, simple, absolute power. They don't care about blood as much as they care about control. Hermione's face was pale. "That's terrifying." "It is. But it's also an opportunity." Sirius's voice shifted, became more strategic. "The families are divided. Some want to approach Harry directly. Others want to destroy him. Still others want to wait and see. If we can exploit those divisions, we can turn them against each other." Harry finished the thought. "Exactly." Sirius smiled, a wolf's smile, sharp and dangerous. "You've learned well." The conversation lasted hours. Sirius laid out everything he knew, the family alliances, the hidden agendas, the secret meetings and coded messages. He named names, drew connections, explained the complex web of loyalty and betrayal that had governed pure blood society for centuries. By the time he finished, Harry's head was spinning. "There's so much," he said. "So many pieces." "That's the point." Sirius leaned back, exhaustion visible in every line of his face. "The families want you to feel overwhelmed. To think you can't fight them alone. I'm not alone." Harry looked at his friends. "I have them." Sirius's expression softened. "Yes, you do." He stood, pulling his hood back up. "I have to go. Can't stay in one place too long. But I'll be watching, Harry. Always watching." "Sirius," Harry stopped him. "Thank you. For everything." Sirius smiled, a real smile, warm and sad and hopeful all at once. "That's what family's for." He slipped out of the compartment and was gone. The summer that followed was the strangest of Harry's life. He returned to the Dursleys, had to, for the blood protection to hold, but everything was different now. Uncle Vernon's threats were half-hearted, Aunt Petunia's silences more thoughtful, Dudley's bullying non-existent. They'd heard about what happened at Hogwarts, Harry realized. Heard about the Dementors and the basilisk and the fragment in his scar. And they were afraid. Good. Let them be afraid. But Harry didn't let the fear satisfy him. He remembered what Daphne had said. Satisfaction in others' fear is the first step toward becoming a bully yourself. So he was civil, distant, careful. He stayed in his room, read his books, wrote letters to his friends. And waited. The letters came regularly, Daphne's careful observations, Draco's political analyses, Ron's scrawled accounts of life at the Burrow, Hermione's detailed study plans. They kept him connected, kept him sane, kept him human. But at night, alone in the darkness, the shadow whispered. They're preparing, it said. The families. They won't wait forever. I know. You should strike first. Show them what you can do. No. Coward. Survivor. There's a difference. The shadow hissed and fell silent. August brought a letter that changed everything. It was from Daphne, but different from her usual careful missives. The handwriting was shaky, the words rushed. Harry. Something's happened. My father's been approached. By the Blacks, by the Knots, by others. They're making their move. Gathering support. Planning something big. I don't know what it is yet. But I know it involves you. They keep mentioning your name, your scar, your power. Be careful. Be ready. And whatever happens, remember that I'm with you. Always. Daphne. Harry read the letter 3 times, then burned it in the candle flame. The summer was over. The game was beginning. September 1st arrived with the inevitability of tides. Harry boarded the Hogwarts Express with a new kind of awareness, every face a potential threat, every stranger a possible enemy. His friends surrounded him, their presence a shield against the watching eyes. In their compartment, they talked strategy. The families will move this term, Hermione said. They've had months to plan. Then we need to be ready. Harry's voice was calm, controlled. We need information, allies, leverage. I've been working on something. Draco's voice was quiet, almost reluctant. My father, he doesn't know I know, but I've been listening. Taking notes. He meets with the others at the manor. I've heard things. What kind of things? Names, dates, plans. Draco met Harry's eyes. They're not just talking about you anymore. They're talking about the ministry. About Dumbledore. About taking control. The silence that followed was heavy. This is bigger than house rivalry, Ron said slowly. This is war. Not yet. Harry's voice was firm. But it could be. Which means we need to stop it before it starts. How? By being smarter than them. By knowing more than them. By using their own games against them. Harry looked at each of his friends in turn. We've been playing defense for a year. It's time to play offense. Hogwarts rose before them as the train rounded the last bend, its towers dark against the evening sky. Harry pressed his face to the window, drinking in the sight. This was his home, his sanctuary, his battlefield. The year ahead would test everything he'd learned, everything he'd become. The families would make their move. The shadow would whisper. The darkness would call. But Harry was ready. He had to be. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29, The New Heir. The Great Hall blazed with candlelight as students settled in for the start of term feast. Harry sat at the Slytherin table, surrounded by his friends, watching the sorting with half his attention. New faces filed past the stool, donned the hat, and were sorted into houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, Slytherin. Life continued. The wheel turned. But Harry felt the weight of the year ahead pressing on him like a physical force. The families were gathering. The shadow was waiting. And somewhere in the darkness, Voldemort's followers were plotting their next move. Stop brooding. Daphne's voice cut through his thoughts. You'll scare the first years. Harry almost smiled. I'm not brooding. I'm thinking. Same thing, with you. She reached under the table and squeezed his hand. We'll handle it. Together. He looked at her steady gray eyes, her quiet strength, her unwavering faith. I know. The first sign that something had shifted came 3 days into term. Harry was walking to defense against the dark arts when a first-year Hufflepuff approached him. The girl was tiny, nervous, her hands shaking as she held out a folded piece of parchment. For you, she whispered. Someone said to give it to you. Only you. Harry took the parchment carefully. Who gave it to you? I don't know. They were wearing a hood. They said, the girl swallowed. They said to tell you that the heir is waiting. The girl fled before Harry could ask more questions. He unfolded the parchment. The message was brief, written in a hand he didn't recognize. The chamber. Midnight. Come alone. Asterisk. A friend. Dash dash dash. Harry showed the note to his friends during their usual meeting in the abandoned classroom. It's a trap. Draco's voice was immediate, certain. Has to be. Probably. Harry's voice was calm. But I have to go. Why? Ron demanded. Why walk into something that's obviously a trap? Because if it's not a trap, if someone really does have information, I need to know what it is. Harry met his eyes. And because if it is a trap, I need to face it. Running from the families won't make them stop. Facing them might. That's insane. Hermione's voice was sharp. You can't just. I'm not going alone. Harry looked at each of them in turn. You'll be there. Hidden. Ready. If something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong. Daphne's voice was quiet but absolute. We won't let it. Dash dash dash. The chamber at midnight was exactly as Harry remembered. Vast and ancient, the serpent pillars looming in the darkness, the statue of Slytherin watching with stone eyes. But something felt different. Charged. Waiting. Harry moved forward slowly, his wand raised, his senses alert. Behind him, hidden in the shadows, his friends followed. Hello. His voice echoed off the stone. I'm here. Like the note asked. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, from the darkness beyond the statue, a figure emerged. It was a boy, tall and thin, with dark hair and pale skin. He moved with a grace that seemed almost unnatural, his steps silent on the stone floor. When he reached the edge of the light, he stopped and raised his head. Harry's breath caught. The boy had his face. Not exactly, the features were sharper, the eyes darker, the expression colder. But the resemblance was unmistakable. This could have been his brother. His twin. His mirror. Who are you? Harry's voice was steady, though his heart raced. The boy smiled, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Don't you know? Can't you feel it? He stepped closer, into the full light. I'm you. The you that could have been. The you that might still become. Harry's scar blazed. The shadow in his soul surged, recognizing something, someone. The fragment, he breathed. You're the part of Voldemort that lives in you. Given form. Given voice. The boy spread his hands. I've been waiting a long time for this moment. You're not real. You're just. I'm as real as you are. The boy's eyes glittered. We share a soul, you and I. Bound together by dark magic and destiny. You can't destroy me without destroying yourself. Harry's wand hand trembled. What do you want? To offer you a choice. The boy moved closer, circling him like a predator. The families are gathering. The war is coming. You can fight it alone, scared, uncertain, burdened by love and loyalty. Or you can embrace what you are. What we are. And win. Win at what cost? What cost? The boy laughed, a cold, terrible sound. What cost? He asks. The cost of power is always the same. Everything you love. Everyone you care about. But in exchange, he stopped, meeting Harry's eyes. In exchange, you get everything else. Harry thought about it. Thought about the faces of his friends, Daphne, Ron, Hermione, Draco. Thought about Sirius's desperate love, Lupin's quiet wisdom. Thought about his parents, who had died for him. No, he said quietly. I won't pay that price. The boy's expression flickered, surprise, then anger, then something that looked almost like respect. You're stronger than I thought. He stepped back. But strength isn't enough. The families are coming. The war is coming. And when they do, he paused. When they do, you'll need me. You'll see. He began to fade, his form dissolving into shadows. Wait. Harry reached for him, but his hands passed through empty air. Wait. What do you mean? When what happens? But the boy was gone, and Harry stood alone in the chamber, the echo of his words hanging in the air. Dash dash dash. His friends found him moments later, their faces pale with fear. Harry. Daphne was at his side instantly, her hands checking him for injuries. What happened? We saw something. You saw him. Harry's voice was hollow. The fragment. He's become something. Someone. He looked like you. Ron's voice was shaky. Exactly like you, but wrong. He is me. Part of me. Harry met their eyes. And he's right. The families are coming. The war is coming. And I don't know if I'm strong enough to face it alone. Daphne took his face in her hands, forcing him to meet her gaze. You're not alone, she said fiercely. You'll never be alone. We're with you. All of us. Always. Harry looked at her steady gray eyes, her fierce loyalty, her unwavering love. Looked at Ron, scared but determined. Hermione, pale but resolute. Draco, shaken but present. No, he said quietly. I'm not alone. The weeks that followed were a blur of preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, not just in magic, but in strategy, politics, the subtle arts of influence and alliance. His friends trained too, learning defensive spells and counter curses, building their own networks of informants and allies. The families made their moves, slowly at first, then faster. Students disappeared from classes, replaced by others with cold eyes and careful words. Teachers grew more watchful, more suspicious. The castle itself seemed to hold its breath. And through it all, Harry felt the shadow watching. Waiting, knowing that its moment would come. The moment came in November. Harry was walking back from the library when the corridor ahead of him filled with figures, students, older ones, their faces familiar from the family networks. Nott was there, back somehow despite his expulsion. Caro too. And others, dozens of them, blocking the path, their wands raised. Potter. Nott's voice was cold. Time to choose. Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously drew it. Behind him, he heard his friends moving into position, Daphne on his left, Ron on his right, Hermione and Draco covering their backs. Choose what? Harry's voice was steady. Your side. Your future. Your destiny. Nott stepped forward. The families have been patient. They've watched you grow, tested your strength, measured your potential. Now they want an answer. And if I refuse, then you're an enemy. Nott's eyes glittered. And enemies are dealt with. Harry looked at the crowd before him. At the students who had been turned into soldiers, tools of their families' ambitions. At the fear in some of their eyes, the hunger in others. At the machinery of war that had been building for years. Then he looked at his friends. At Daphne's steady presence. At Ron's stubborn courage. At Hermione's brilliant mind. At Draco's complicated loyalty. I've already chosen, he said quietly. I choose them. Nott's expression flickered, surprise, then anger, then something that looked almost like respect. So be it. He raised his wand. Attack. The battle that followed was chaos. Spells flew in every direction, red and green and gold, lighting the corridor with deadly beauty. Harry moved through it like water, his instincts guiding him, his friends at his back. He deflected curses, shielded allies, struck back with precision and power. But there were too many. Always too many. Daphne went down, a stunning spell catching her in the chest. Harry screamed, fighting his way to her side, Ron and Draco forming a protective circle around them. Hermione worked frantically, reviving her, bringing her back. Keep fighting, Daphne gasped. Don't stop. Harry didn't stop, couldn't stop. The shadow in his scar surged, offering power, offering darkness, offering victory at any cost. Yes, it whispered. Yes, take it, use it, destroy them all. For one terrible moment, Harry almost did. Then he looked at Daphne's face, pale but determined, scared but unbroken, and he remembered. Remembered who he was. Remembered what mattered. Remembered that the power wasn't his to use that way. No. The word tore from his throat, raw and desperate. I won't. The shadow recoiled. The power receded. And Harry stood alone in the chaos, his wand raised, his heart pounding, his choice made. The battle paused. Everyone stared. Then, from the end of the corridor, a new voice spoke. Enough. Dumbledore stood there, his blue eyes blazing with power, his wand raised. Behind him, teachers fanned out, McGonagall, Snape, Flitwick, Lupin, their expressions grim. This ends now. The aftermath was swift and terrible. Students were identified, sorted, judged. The families behind them were exposed, their networks shattered, their plans destroyed. Nott and Caro were arrested, sent to Azkaban with their parents. Others followed, a purge that shook the pure blood world to its core. Harry watched it all from a distance, his friends around him, the shadow quiet in his soul. It's over, Daphne whispered. No. Harry's voice was soft. It's just beginning. But maybe, he looked at her, at all of them. Maybe we've made a difference. You have. Lupin appeared beside them, his face tired but peaceful. More than you know. The families won't recover from this for generations. Good. Harry's voice was firm. Let them learn that power isn't everything. Lupin smiled. Your parents would be proud. Harry thought about that. Thought about his mother's laugh, his father's love, the sacrifice that had brought him here. I hope so, he said quietly. I really hope so. That night, Harry dreamed of the chamber. But this time, when he entered, the statue of Slytherin was different. Its stone eyes held warmth. Its stone lips curved in something that looked almost like a smile. You have done well, little heir. Slytherin's voice echoed through the dream. You have carried darkness without being consumed. You have faced temptation without surrendering. You have chosen love over power, again and again. I had help, Harry said. That is what makes you strong. Not the power, the people who love you. The statue's eyes seemed to gleam. You are truly my heir, Harry Potter. Not because of your blood, but because of your choices. What happens now? Now you live, you grow, you become, whatever you choose to become. The statue began to fade. And you remember, always remember, that the choice is yours. Every moment, every day, every time the darkness calls. Harry woke with the dawn, peace in his heart and light in his soul. The shadow was still there. It would always be there. But it no longer defined him. He defined it. End of chapter 29. Chapter 30, A New Legacy. The Great Hall was transformed. Hundreds of candles floated overhead, their warm light reflecting off the enchanted ceiling's perfect summer sky. The house tables had been rearranged into a single vast circle. No divisions, no separations, just one continuous flow of students from every house, laughing and talking together. Harry stood at the entrance, taking it all in. Beside him, Daphne slipped her hand into his. Beautiful, isn't it? Different. He squeezed her fingers. Good different. They walked into the hall together, their friends fanning out around them, Ron and Hermione, Draco and Blaise, even Neville Longbottom and Luna Lovegood, who had become unexpected allies over the past months. The war was over. The families had been defeated. And Hogwarts was healing. But more than that, it was changing. The idea had come from Harry himself, months ago, in the aftermath of the final battle. We can't just go back to the way things were, he'd told Dumbledore. The houses, they've been divided for centuries. That division nearly destroyed us. Dumbledore's blue eyes had studied him with that familiar, penetrating gaze. What would you propose? A new way. Not abolishing the houses, they're too important, too historic. But breaking down the walls between them. Encouraging collaboration. Making sure no student ever feels as isolated as I did. Dumbledore had smiled, a real smile, warm and approving. That's very wise, Harry. And very much like your parents. So Harry had worked with the professors, the prefects, the student councils. He'd proposed inter-house study groups, joint Quidditch practices, mixed seating at meals. He'd shared his story, the loneliness, the fear, the way division had almost destroyed him, and watched as understanding dawned in students' eyes. And tonight, at the end of year feast, they were celebrating the results. The ceremony was simple but powerful. Dumbledore stood at the head of the hall and spoke of unity, of healing, of the strength that comes from standing together. Then he called Harry forward. Mr. Potter has something he'd like to share. Harry walked to the front of the hall, his heart pounding. Hundreds of faces looked at him, some familiar, some strange, all watching with curiosity and hope. A year ago, he began, I stood in this hall as a first year, terrified and alone. I'd grown up believing I was worthless, a freak, a burden, a thing to be hidden. And when the Sorting Hat put me in Slytherin, I thought I'd found a place where I belonged. He paused, gathering his thoughts. But belonging isn't about houses. It's not about blood or status or power. It's about people. The people who stand with you when everything falls apart. The people who see you, really see you, and love you anyway. He looked at his friends, Daphne, Ron, Hermione, Draco, all of them. Then he looked at the hall. I found those people. In every house. Gryffindors who were brave enough to trust a Slytherin. Hufflepuffs who were loyal enough to stand by me. Ravenclaws who were wise enough to see past labels. And Slytherins who were ambitious enough to want something better than the old ways. The hall was silent, hanging on his words. We can't change the past. We can't undo centuries of division and distrust. But we can choose, right now, tonight, to build something new. Something better. He met the eyes of as many students as he could. I'm choosing that. I hope you will too. The silence stretched for one heartbeat. 2. Then the applause began. Later, after the feast had ended and students were drifting back to their common rooms, Harry stood on the astronomy tower, watching the stars. Daphne found him there, as she always did. Quite a speech. She leaned against the railing beside him. Very inspiring. I meant every word. I know. She was quiet for a moment. What happens now? After all of this? Harry thought about it. The future stretched before him like an unwritten book, pages waiting to be filled, stories waiting to be told. I don't know, he admitted. I used to think I knew, that the prophecy, the fragment, the war, they defined me. But now, he looked at the stars. Now I think I get to choose. Daphne nodded slowly. That's terrifying. And wonderful. He turned to face her. I'm not the boy who lived anymore. I'm not the heir of Slytherin. I'm just Harry. Just Harry. She smiled, that rare, real smile. I like that, Harry. Good. He reached for her hand. Because he's the only one I want to be. They stood together in silence, watching the stars wheel overhead, the weight of the past finally lifting from their shoulders. The next morning, Harry visited the chamber for the last time. Serafina was waiting, her ancient eyes knowing. You've come to say goodbye. Asterisk. Not goodbye. Just, thank you. Harry moved closer, tilting his head back to meet her gaze. You saved me. More than once. I wouldn't be here without you. You would have found another way. You always do. The basilisk's voice was warm. But I am grateful for your words. And proud of the man you've become. Asterisk. Will I see you again? If you need me, I will be here. The chamber will always be open to its heir. Serafina's eyes gleamed. But I suspect your need for me is past. You have found your own strength now. Asterisk. Harry thought about that. The shadow was still there, would always be there, but it no longer controlled him. He controlled it. The power was his to use, not his to fear. Thank you, he said again. For everything. Go, little heir. Live your life. Love your people. Choose light, every day. Serafina began to fade into the shadows. And remember, you are never alone. Asterisk. She disappeared, and Harry stood alone in the chamber for the last time. Then he turned and walked away, leaving the darkness behind. The Hogwarts Express carried them south through the English countryside, the same journey they'd made 4 times before. But everything felt different now, lighter, brighter, full of possibility. In their compartment, Harry's friends surrounded him. Daphne pressed close to his side. Ron and Hermione bickered gently about some point of magical theory. Draco and Blaise played wizard's chess, their moves swift and strategic. Even Neville and Luna had joined them, their presence a reminder of how far they'd all come. Penny, for your thoughts. Daphne's voice was soft. Harry smiled. Just thinking about how different everything is. How different we are. Good different. The best different. He looked at her steady gray eyes, her quiet strength, her unwavering love. I don't know what I'd do without you. Without any of you. You'll never have to find out. She squeezed his hand. We're not going anywhere. The train rattled on, carrying them toward the future. Toward summer and family and the ordinary magic of being young. Harry leaned back, closed his eyes, and let himself feel it. Peace. The platform at King's Cross was chaos, as always. Parents reunited with children. Trunks loaded onto trolleys. Owls hooting, cats meowing, toads croaking. And at the edge of the crowd, waiting with desperate hope in his gray eyes, stood Sirius. Harry ran to him. They collided in an embrace that spoke of years of loss and months of healing and the unbreakable bond of family. You're here, Harry gasped. You're really here. I'm really here. Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. The ministry cleared my name. All of it. I'm free, Harry. Really free. Harry pulled back, looking at his godfather's face, thinner than it should be, lined with years of suffering but alive and present in his. What happens now? He asked. Sirius smiled, a real smile, warm and hopeful. Now we go home. Together. If you want. Harry thought about it. About the Dursleys and Privet Drive and all the years of loneliness. About the future stretching before him, full of possibility. I want that, he said. More than anything. Sirius pulled him close again. Then let's go home. They gathered at the barrier, Harry and Sirius, Daphne and her parents, Ron and the entire Weasley clan, Hermione and her worried mum and dad, Draco and Narcissa. Lucius was still in Azkaban, where he belonged. A strange collection of families, bound together by love and loyalty and the choices they'd made. Harry looked at them all, his friends, his family, his future. Ready? Sirius asked. Harry nodded. Ready. Together, they stepped through the barrier and into the Muggle world. The sun was setting over London, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Harry paused at the station entrance, watching the light play across the city. What are you thinking? Daphne asked, appearing at his side. That it's beautiful. He turned to her. All of it. The sky, the city, the people. Life. She smiled. You're getting philosophical in your old age. 12 isn't old. Feels like it, after everything. She took his hand. Come on. Your godfather's waiting. They walked together into the sunset, into the future, into whatever came next. Harry didn't know what that future held. More challenges, probably. More choices. More darkness to fight. But he also knew something else. He would never face it alone. Epilogue. Years later, when Harry Potter was a name spoken with respect rather than fear, a journalist asked him the secret of his success. He thought about it for a long moment. Thought about the cupboard under the stairs, and the chamber of secrets, and the shadow that had lived in his soul. Thought about Daphne's steady gray eyes, and Ron's stubborn courage, and Hermione's brilliant mind. Thought about Sirius's desperate love, and Lupin's quiet wisdom, and all the people who had stood by him when it mattered most. I had help, he said finally. I had people who loved me. That's the only secret there is. The journalist frowned, clearly hoping for something more dramatic. But Harry just smiled. Love, he said. That's the most powerful magic of all. I learned that from my mother. He stood and walked away, leaving the journalist staring after him. Outside, the sun was shining. His family was waiting, and the future stretched before him like an unwritten book, full of possibility, full of hope, full of choice. Harry Potter smiled and walked into the light. The end.